Good morning, everybody. Hello and welcome to the British Mini Bikes Season Finale 2019. It is going to be an absolutely fantastic day of action as we welcome in the last 12 races of this British season here at Tattershall in the heart of Lincolnshire. I'm Jake Sanson. Beside me is Anthony Jordan. We are in for an absolutely spellbinding day of race action. It's dry for the moment. It's flooding in the area, though, which means, of course, that there's still going to be some waterlogged parts of the circuit if anybody goes offline at any point. But that should just make things pretty spicy. Good morning, Anthony.
Good morning, Jake. How are we?
Very, very good.
Good.
Nice performances so far on the track in qualifying. Looks like it could be a very entertaining day at the office, actually.
Oh, definitely. Tattershall last time around that we were here this year was an absolutely fantastic round. It's a very tight, twisty, technical circuit here in Lincolnshire. And, yeah, we did have some spectacular racing. Now, we have seen in the practice and qualifying sessions that we had this morning, some oil did accidentally go down on the circuit just at the exit of turn number 2 into turn 3. And that is, of course, a very fast corner and also the pit lane exit. So you definitely don't want someone going down there. Now, of course, we've got lots lined up for you today. As you say, 12 races, starting off with the CW Bikes Junior SM90s and Mini GP 110s. They're going to be the first group out onto circuit. And I believe they're going to be coming out in just a moment.
And, of course, their championship has already been sealed by Daniel Stevenson prior to this one, but there's still plenty of fight to have, including with Joe Mostiker and Joel Grieg. Those two are only separated by 40 points going into this final round of the championship, so that will be a very entertaining end to the season from their point of view. Hopefully we'll have some great drone footage over the course of the day as well, because the sky, as you can see, is bright blue and there's not a cloud in it. So despite having multitudes of rain showers all over the country and flooding in the area, it looks like we're going to have a bright sunny day all the way throughout, which is fantastic. So the riders will make their way round on this Tattershall circuit and get themselves into their starting positions on the grid. And obviously we will get this very tight and twisty natured circuit day underway. And this is a very tricky circuit, isn't it? With 6 tight hairpins all the way around the layout. So a lot of changes in terms of mechanical grip. The setup's got to be just right to get the bike around those very, very tight hairpins. But at the same time, you want to try and balance that with decent top-end speed, because that run all the way down to the first corner is quite a long one.
It is a long run, but of course the braking zone's quite early. When you get out to the back of the final corner, the braking zone is actually just before the start-finish line. That's how fast they're going as they approach into that. And there is a small jump as well in the middle of this straight. And as you see, as they're going through now, obviously they're going quite slow, so they're not getting up to high speed at the moment. But they do get a little bit of air, some of these junior bikes out there, which is absolutely great to see. Now, of course, with this circuit being so tight, twisty and technical, those hairpins, they can really play havoc with the grid. And of course it can be so easy to go from first to fifth, or even to the back of the grid in just a split second with how close these packs go together. And you can see as well from one of these cameras that we can see how tight this circuit is. And these are the juniors out there, and that just shows how tight the circuit is compared to adults.
Now, obviously, you're watching along various methods along the streams this morning. Do send us a comment and a message, and we will get your wishes of good luck and your questions out there. And, of course, we'll let everybody know how things are going through the course of the day. The riders are going to bring themselves onto the start-finish line. As mentioned, we'll be starting with the CW Bikes Junior SM90 and GP 110. The Metric Kits class, of course. We have 2 champions already declared in this before the season finale, Daniel Stevenson and Brooke Champion. And
like I say, we're now heading to the CW Bikes Junior SM90 and Mini GP 110s. They're up next. Well, here we go. As you can see, the bikes there lining up on the grid. Of course, this being one of the junior categories, we've got a lot of extra help out there with some marshals from the paddock area coming out to assist. Obviously, this will be riders' parents as well as keen spectators wanting to help out. And as you can see, a little bit of confusion I think we've got at the back here. We're trying to get this grid sorted out.
Yeah, there are a couple of riders not quite in position. They are now starting to get lined up. Obviously, the qualifying session being very tight over the course of proceedings. So the riders are just being reminded about procedure as they are getting themselves into position. They are now lined up in the formation behind us. Obviously, a massive staggered grid on the run to the first corner. So these young riders, these young lads and lasses, will be battling their way down to that first corner with plenty of momentum. So now they're getting their way to the starting grid, and they will line up in their formation after their qualifying practice, which took place a little earlier this morning. The riders are going around for a practice lap, I do believe. Well, some of them are. One or two of them. I'm not quite sure. Looks like some of them were pulled up in their grid position ready to go. Others decided, well, I want another lap of exploratory. Thanks very much.
Yeah, I think that's definitely worth it, isn't it? An extra lap would be nice, wouldn't it? It's well, like I say, I think there is some damp patches still out there. As I walked around the circuit, of course, the rain that we had yesterday was unbelievable that we had out there over this weekend. I was in Wales and we bore the brunt of it, really, and yeah, it was absolutely horrendous. Lots of flooding, and all the bikes coming back into the pit lane. So I think there is a large confusion here. So not too sure on what's going on out there. We'll try find some sources. Ketchup would do, and see what we can try and figure out with why these guys are out there. Now, in terms of the qualifying results, we'll try and get qualifying results up for you as I try and remember who we've got out there.
Well, we certainly had Zach Weston going fastest of all in the practice session earlier. He got 0.8 of a second. It's because we have a rider has come off the bike. So that is obviously the current procedure is obviously being adhered to out on the circuit. So there is a safety protocol in place as the rider in question is being attended to.
I can't quite see who it is, but I can see that they're up on their feet.
Yes, they are on their feet, which is the good news. So rider is up and at him. Obviously, just going around on the exploratory lap, must have just lost the bike and unfortunately gone down to the floor. But rider is now walking away, which is good news. So obviously, one of those issues where it happens occasionally. But as a result of that, I think there is some moisture down on the circuit.
Yep, I think, again, when these bikes go down, because they do have, obviously, the guards over the engines, and that prevents any oil leaks from happening if they do go down. But, of course, accidents do happen, things do break, and unfortunately, I believe some more oil has gone down on another corner. And this circuit is already tight as ever. Make it tighter with trying to avoid oil out there is very, very tricky.
Well, let's talk through the order from the qualifying session itself from earlier on. We mentioned it was Zach Weston that went fastest with a time of 41.15 around the circuit, and he managed to go 0.8 of a second quicker than Joel Grieg in a drying track conditions. So the gaps between the riders are not really going to be representative of the differences in pace. There you can see the rider in question walking back in with support, which is good news. It looked a little bit harder than perhaps it was, but fortunately the safety protocol here is very, very strong within the British mini bikes field, so that is good news to see the rider walking away with assistance. But Zach Weston fastest from Joel Grieg by 0.8 of a second. 0.3 off that was Joe Mostica, who is going to have a busy day at the office, actually. He's got a very, very tough schedule in front of him. Jack Newton is fourth from Ruby Booth, and then George Bartle in the top six. And then the Pearsons, Ollie and Charlie, were 7th and 8th earlier on, just in front of Dan Stevenson. But the top 8 riders were the only ones to lap the circuit this morning in under a minute. 56.73 for Zach Weston, and an average speed of 41.1 miles an hour. And interesting to see just how tight it is out there, but it's very, very tricky early conditions of the day, and that caused a bit of an issue for a couple of the riders early on.
It did indeed, and looking at these points again, now we can see, of course, with the championship points, we say Daniel Stevenson's, he's got this pretty much settled for him, but then the battle for second place, Joe and Joel, that's quite close, and you can see there from qualifying in this one, Joel Grieg's quicker than Mostica, so that is going to play in Grieg's favour with trying to get more points and trying to get that P2 in the championship.
Yeah, and the thing is, I have a feeling it's going to be a bit like the last round where it's small grid points rather than large grid points, because obviously the last time out the winner was only awarded 25 points, whereas earlier in the season you are awarded with 50 for large grids. Basically, it gives a bit more of an incentive for a lot of competitors to come racing, and I quite like this system actually, because when you've got a big grid of competitors, you know, you have more points on offer compared to if you have only a small number of participants. When there's a small grid, as it's classified, only the 15 top riders come through with points, in a very similar point scoring system to the way that MotoGP works, whereas if you get a large grid, then it's the top 45 riders across the line that will score points, which is fantastic. It makes it very inclusive, and it gives every rider in the field something to shoot for.
It does. I mean, if I was racing in that and I was 45th place, I'd be happy with a point.
When? Come on. When?
When?
It's going to happen sometime.
Well, no, I say I've done some practice sessions with these guys, and I am nowhere near the pace of these guys out there. It's yeah, I'm used to riding bikes on a road, not mini bike around a race. I can tell you they're incredibly different in terms of their physics and how they handle, as you can't really feel the bike in between your legs. It's a bit awful, but I'm used to a really big, powerful road bike, and yeah, when I went from that to one of these. It was a game changer for me, and I realised that these guys have got some talent. They've got some skill out there to get these round such a narrow circuit round so quickly. So
yeah. See, my two-wheel riding experience is limited to a Thursday afternoon at Jerez a few years ago when I was auditioning for the World Superbikes, and I literally had no knowledge.
Was it a push bike?
It wasn't. No. It was a scooter, and they said, "Oh, you can explore the track. Yeah, go out onto the track and explore it," as if it was the most normal thing in the world for somebody to have, had 3,000 or 4,000 days on a scooter. I went, "Yeah, absolutely, no problem. Yeah, I know how to do that," and had to, in 5 minutes quickly work out how one worked.
Yeah.
And then get out there and look like I knew what I was doing. So that's the limit of my experience. But these bikes do look absolutely fantastic. Particularly, I'm a massive, massive fan of the Metra kits. They are my favourite
of all
the bikes. They just look so stylish.
Through the championship, I've been saying that they are my favourite class of bike. They look the part, don't they? They are a mini MotoGP bike out there, and watching them go through, it's amazing. And one of the riders is definitely shone for me in that category. Definitely Alfie Davidson. Just every time I've watched him go around a racetrack, he's just seamless, smooth, perfect, and it's been really good for that one. Well, you can see the bikes are back out onto the circuit, and they're going to be going back onto the grid now, and I think, yes, they are stopping on the grid this time around, as you can see them there all lined up. So hopefully we've got some grids up for you, and we'll get them out. Oh, there's no grids apparently. Oh, I've been told off. No, sorry, James.
It's an end of term atmosphere here in the Alpha Live studio. We're having a lot of fun this morning.
No uniform day.
No. It is absolutely non-uniform day. You're right. I've got my seriously uncool Top Gear T-shirt on. I'm feeling very laid back and chilled. Actually, this should be a very, very exciting day of action. But here comes the man to the front row of the grid, Joel Grieg, in his position, which is going to be on the outside line. And, of course, to the inside line, that is the number 35 bike. Zach Weston astride it, looking ready to go and ready to blast down to the first corner. Joe Mostica on the 27, just inside the second row there on the left-hand side of your screen, the number 27 bike. And then beside him, it will be the 135, I think it is. No, my apologies, just out of position, that is actually. But we'll still have those few riders towards the front. Dan Stevenson is there, although I note that he's obviously not towards the front as we're used to seeing him. But this is a nice, gentle play in the forest, basically, for him in a way, isn't it? Because he can just have a bit of a laugh and enjoy himself. No major pressure for Dan Stevenson. He just needs to bring it home in one piece, as he usually does. And he will be officially declared at the end of the race weekend, the 2019 Junior SM90 champion. The green flag is up in the air. It won't be long till it comes down, and when it does, we'll go racing and we'll charge to the first corner, and away we go. And it's a cracking start from Joel Grieg, who's already pulled clear into the first corner, and he is out in front. Not a great start for Zach Weston. He drops into third place in behind Joe Mostica as the riders head their way through the first hairpin and into the first section of the course. A couple of riders just trying their best to get a little bit of a gap, but out in front, no problem at all for Joel Grieg. He's set off into a decent rhythm out in front. And it's a really easy run for him in the first couple of sectors of the lap as they run through the hairpins for the first time. Joel Grieg has got a decent advantage over Mostica, but it already looks as though Mostica is up for a bit of a scrap.
Yep, so it's a good breakaway, as you say, from the front row. They've managed to really pull a gap already on the rest of the field. Now, as you can see, they're going through that midsection, and they can see, a rider there in the background has gone down already. But as they come through this last section of corners, we've got three clearly leading this pack and are breaking away, and they're going to sweep past our commentary box in just a moment as they cross the line. The timing tower will appear.
Red flags,
red flags come out. Yeah, red flag has come out, and that is due to an incident, I think, on the infield, as we can't really see it on any of our cameras, but riders being told to slow down.
So I'm not entirely sure which bike it is that's gone down, unfortunately, from that distance. So we'll try and figure out which rider it is as soon as we can, but I wonder if it's the 127. I kind of had a look. Is that Charlie Ward?
Potentially, yeah. I couldn't quite see.
I couldn't quite see the number on the fairing, unfortunately. No. So what we do know, of course, is that the officials and the safety team are down there already. They're just trying to make sure everything is okay. It is very greasy conditions out there, of course. It's not the easiest of positions for the riders to be in this early in the day, because, of course, while it is sunny and dry, it is still quite damp in places, as we mentioned. And obviously, with that comes, a greasy track surface, and you're trying to get there pretty early on, and it's not altogether clear how it is going to be. So the rider is just getting the correct medical attention from the safety teams. And obviously when that is completed, hopefully the rider will be able to be escorted to the sidelines, and then we can continue.
Hopefully so. And, of course, with it being so early on in the day as well, and the riders starting off, obviously they have had a lot of track time already this morning in terms of practice and qualifying. But you've really got to watch out for them cold tyres. You know, it was lap 1 and you pushed too hard, and it's so easy to just squeeze that power on a little bit too much, and the back just steps out on you. And, of course, when you're in the mid-pack, you've got that danger of the other bikes coming through, and you've got to really trust the other riders out there to be able to avoid you. And again, just trying to find out who it is that's gone down, just so people are aware. Yeah, at the moment, it's a bit of a hard one for the start of a race, isn't it? It's one of those where a lot of action can really cause something that can happen like this.
It's difficult because, you know, the riders are still getting up to speed. They have had some track time, of course, this morning, but as the track evolves, you're obviously expecting that with the sun coming out on the circuit, it's going to dry out fairly quickly, but it doesn't quite work like that, especially when the air temperature is quite low. It's only about sort of 8 or 9 degrees air temperature. It's very cold here, so that doesn't exactly help the riders get up to speed. So that's obviously going to be impacting a little bit. You can actually see it on the live stream or watching along at home. You can see how greasy it is out there, and obviously the shine coming off the tarmac. That is the damp patch on the circuit, so it is very, very easy to see just how slippery and greasy it is. The riders have once again been brought back in to the pit lane while they attend to the rider in question, who is on his feet, I can tell you that. So rider is up, and it looks like some discomfort, which is to be expected, I suppose, in that sort of an incident. But the rider is up and being escorted away. So that is good news. It looks as though there's some discomfort with the right hand more than anything else. Not the best way to end a season, but as long as that's all that is the problem, I suppose you kind of get away with that one.
Yeah, definitely so, and it's not ideal with something like that. But of course, when it comes to the end of the season, it is a real shame. You know, you want to end the season on a high, really, don't you? And when something like this happens, it is a bit of a downer, isn't it, as you go into the winter season?
Absolutely, and the thing is, you know, you don't really expect these sort of injuries in motorbikes, but there is obviously more of a likelihood of it in conditions like this, where it's greasy offline and the track is still drying. So there'll be some discomfort for the rider there, you can see, walking away, but the good thing is that they're able to walk away. So that is obviously the good thing.
Yeah, definitely. And, of course, yeah, as I say, walking back, and you can see there on the circuit there, again, more of those dust patches there of the oil that's been covered up by the cement dust. And that's, of course, a good effort from the track staff here to try and make this track as safe as possible, despite, like I say, those conditions out there with so much oil that's gone down. But rider back into the paddock now and being looked after very, very well indeed. And bikes making their way back onto the circuit.
6 grids over the course of the day then. CW Bikes Junior SM90 and Mini GP 110 together out on circuit. And then the X-Reflow, Stock 160. Then we'll have the MasterTech Ultimate Super Mini, followed by the SY Moto Premier Veterans, and then the IMR Junior Stock JSM 140s and Mini GP 140s, those metric kits again. And then it'll be the Parker Racing Stock 140s. 12 laps for each race, and then of course they'll have a second rotation after the first one. It'll be a slightly earlier finish than usual, and that is of course largely because we have 1 hour less of sunlight, because of course, if you're not sure, the clocks went back last night. Apologies for all those who don't know what time it is, but it basically means you've got an extra hour in bed. I hope you noticed that one. But obviously that means you did, definitely. I have to say I was quite grateful for it as well. The only problem, of course, is that having had that, the riders now, of course, are coming to the grid. And one of the things we were talking about is that the reason we're having this slightly earlier timetable than normal, of course, is because at 4:30 we need to be done and dusted because there won't be any sunlight left.
No, it will be completely pitch black, and of course we're quite flat here, and yeah, it's a nice circuit. This, I have to say, it's very open, but of course, yeah, when that sun disappears, there's not many circuit lights here, is there?
No, there isn't.
If any. If
any.
Yes.
Yeah, if any is the optimum word.
Oh,
it's my first time here, actually.
There's one at turn 1.
There is one at turn 1, yeah, that's very true.
Turn 1's light. There we go. We'll just do an oval race.
Right, we've had a slight tumble on the run to the grid. So it is very tricky. This is the thing. It is quite slippery out there still. I was looking at the riders as they came to the grid, and there are still, you know, some damp patches. It looks like someone's had a tumble on the way to the grid, and I think the bike in question may be a little bit damaged as a result, but they're trying to see whether or not the bike can continue. You'll see it just off to the right of your picture. The rider is okay, just had a tumble on the way to the grid, but they're now just checking to make sure that the bike is all right. Rider has climbed astride it again, so hopefully it'll all be okay. And hopefully now we are third time lucky, because this is our third attempt at a start. The first one we didn't get one at all because there was a rider down on the formation lap. Second time we obviously got off to a bit of a decent start for the first lap with Grieg pulling away in front of Mostica, and now we've obviously had the incident that befell the rider previously. Still couldn't bring you the identity of that particular rider, unfortunately. We couldn't quite make out the number from such a far distance. It'll be whoever is missing from the qualifying, basically, having had their qualifying session a little earlier on. But now we have a third time of going for the start. Messages, of course, are more than welcome. Do please send them in to us. We've had an awful lot of support for Billy Whiz, as he's known. A lot of people cheering on and rooting on for Billy as he gets himself up to speed once again. From the likes of Hannah Georgina Church, from Kev Carter, from the Mansfields. Green flag is in the air, and now it flies. So now we're racing down to the first corner. Couple of riders getting away. Now it's a much better start this time for Weston. Weston really launches this time. So Weston is now flying away out in front and gets an absolutely cracking start. So Weston has got himself up through the first couple of corners in a very decent lick.
He has indeed, yeah. As I say, Jake, and they all break away very well indeed. And, of course, another chance for these guys to really show what they've got as they go through. And these guys are back onto the infield now, avoiding, and this is, of course, where the first rider there went down, and everyone at the moment managing to get through that section. And, of course, it's a very narrow circuit, as I do keep mentioning, and it's, you know, it's one of those. You can see at the moment that the red flag is still up on the screen. That will hopefully disappear when they next cross the line. They break the timing beam, and the tower appears on the circuit. You'll get how much time is remaining at the moment. So as they make their way out the final corner, across the start-finish line, here is your order. 9 laps to go, and it's Weston still leading the way. He's gone out there apparently 8-minute lap on that last lap.
I suppose once you take everything into account, it probably was 8 minutes.
Probably was, yes, I'm sure.
But what a get-out-of-jail-free card it is for Zach Weston. I mean, he's got himself into the lead on the restart, and he was down in about third position in the initial getaway, but now he is leading the race once again. Joel Greek second from Mostica. Ruby Booth going well in front of George Bartle. Then it's Stevenson, Wilkinson, Charlie and Ollie Pearson from Billy Carter in 10th place. Then it is Hudson Cooper and Kieran Nelson from Brooke Champion, who, of course, is the title winner in Mini GP 110 this year, from Charlie Ward and Fabian Sands. So a very good start to the race weekend for Zach Weston then, having rebooted his weekend to a certain degree. Ruby Booth is under massive pressure at the moment from George Bartle. You just saw them in the stream racing wheel to wheel at the moment, very nearly pinion to pinion as well as they came through the hairpin. And they are still dueling away. Weston goes through and over the line, and now he's got a rhythm. This is the thing with Zach Weston. He's one of these riders who's very good at getting the natural rhythm flowing. He's really, really good. Once he's got himself a lead out in front, and it's just his road to play with, he's very, very hard to beat.
It's very true, and you can just see on the timings there alone, 54.09 that he set on that first flying lap out there. The guy's behind 56.55, so there you go. He's absolutely flying out there at the front. So great to see from Weston. George Bartle up into fourth. He's managed to get past Ruby Booth on that last lap around. And, of course, they're all running the JSM 90s out there. And, of course, the Mini GP 110s, they're the ones out there that are one leading from Zach Weston. And the next down there is 12th position. That's Kyra Nelson. Then Brooke Champion on the 46. She's leading the championship in that one at the moment, and I'm pretty sure has it sealed as well.
So they come through once again with 8 laps to complete. There is the rider that went down a little earlier on. I'm fairly sure battling away for position there, couldn't quite make out the front fairing. Apologies for that. There is the 127 going round though. That's Charlie Ward. So Charlie Ward running a good race. I think it was Kieran Nelson that we saw go down a little earlier on, but he's okay now and battling away with Brooke Champion.
Yeah, Kyra Nelson there. He's very skilled rider at the moment. Same with Brooke Champion. They have always had a good little scrap and battles when they go to circuits, and it's always been excellent to see as the rest of the field scrape through. New fastest lap of the race going to Zach Weston, 53.9, so into the 53s. Riders behind doing 57s, 56, so on another level.
Phenomenal pace from Zach Weston so far as the riders continue to duel away, and up side by side, that's Pearson getting on the inside there of Wilkinson. So a nice ride from Ollie Pearson to get on the inside of Luca Wilkinson and gets through into the right-hander. And as they come into the sweeping hairpin section, he's now got a nice poise on the bike, actually. Really, really sensible style And a good stance as he neatly gets his way through the first of those hairpins. He now is just trying to get himself a good balanced rhythm. It's all about being smooth in this early phase of your riding career. A lot of these guys, of course, still pretty much at the beginning of their motorsport career. So obviously you want to just try and get yourself into a decent rhythm, take each race as it comes. A lot of these riders are, of course, learning on the job. It's not the fastest pace race you're going to see today, but certainly it's the emergence of new faces in the world of British mini bikes.
Definitely so, and you can see there again, looking down the inside there, is Pearson. Of course, was that Wilkinson?
It was Wilkinson trying to make a comeback.
Yeah, it's Wilkinson trying to get back. Of course, Ollie Pearson getting 2 positions there. Yeah, Wilkinson and Pearson, Charlie Pearson that is, 8th and 9th, they're going to be trying to fight their way back up through, and you can see them there as they go through. It's 5 laps to go that we've got now. And these guys giving us still a good little scrap out there as the 998 of Ollie Pearson still at the front of these two.
Just lapping the new boy, Fabian Sands, who is pretty fresh to the sport. And obviously the thing about these riders is they learn on the job. There's no other way of doing it. They go straight into racing. And you've got to remember that a lot of the riders in this one started in a very similar manner. Their first couple of races, they would have been lapped a couple of times as they got used to the speed of the bike, but you've got to learn on the job, so I'm sure that name, Fabian Sands, we're going to hear it several times in the future as he's battling for victories one day. Down the main straight, 9 seconds is the gap between Weston and Grieg. Weston really got himself into a good run. Here comes Wilkinson having another go on the inside of Pearson, and this time he's got good momentum off the final turn, is able to knit it up the inside, plants the bike very nicely on the inside apex, brakes efficiently, and gets himself through without issue. So now Ollie Pearson is under pressure from Charlie Pearson, who's trying to have another go, but Ollie Pearson wants another piece round the outside in the long flowing right-hander. Oh, and he's lost ground there. Has he got a problem?
That looks like a problem. That's very slow out of the turn number 3 there onto the back straight, and yeah, he's definitely disappeared out of shot there, so massive shame. Now here's the 3 and the 27. This is Grieg and Mosticker. Now this, of course, is championship standing territory, and this is going to be an interesting one to keep an eye on in terms of second place with that, as they just negotiate around the outside of Brook Champion there, and as they go through into turn 3, and here you go. That's a close battle there between Mosticker and Grieg.
So Ollie Pearson, unfortunately, has pulled off to the side of the road. He's being attended to. They have got him going again, so whatever it was a slight issue, and he's back into the race. But unfortunately, that's now dropped him out of the top 10. So Ollie Pearson in some dire straits, but Grieg and Mosticker, this was the battle for the lead in the original start, but now, of course, is the battle further back in second position, 10 seconds behind Weston. Behind them, you've got Nelson and Champion still battling away in 1:10, and Ollie Pearson, has pulled off again. So more problems as side by side, Mosticker's trying to come around the outside of Grieg, and still Joel Grieg hangs on to this from Mozzie.
Of course, he's got to keep an eye on those yellow flags out there. It could have been a definite penalty for them if he did manage to get past. Of course, yellow flags in that section due to the recovering Ollie Pearson. So as these guys manage to get through there now, as they go round turn number 2 to start another lap. 3 laps to go. Not much time to get this job done from Mosticker. He's got to try and power all the pressure on to Grieg as they go into this thing. And he's going down the inside here, is he? Is that a braking move? No, it isn't. Oh, so close there.
Yeah, he did a very good job, but Grieg had all of the opportunity to make it work for him. So he's been able to get more power on the throttle as he comes through. Mosticker tries again, but that gap is so narrow when Joel Grieg's on the inside line. So Joel Grieg still hanging it out there to lead this battle for second position. They can't quite keep up with Weston, although Weston has been balked in the traffic. So he's lost a couple of seconds, Zach Weston, just by being in the traffic in the wrong place. And now up the inside, is that Mosticker going to try and make his move through? Oh, he's just squeezing as they go side by side now. Mosticker has got through. Nicely done. No, he's not. A bit of an issue there for Grieg, but Mosticker is not quite able to get through on the inside line, so a bit of a problem. But now it's going to get to be very, very close as the competitors continue to ride forward.
But you could see it there, definitely, when the exit in the final corner. Mosticker definitely could squeeze the power on earlier as he goes to the outside here. Is he going to try and get the cut back as they switch back now? Is he going to try and go down the inside? But, of course, he's going to be outside into the next hairpin. We've got back markers ahead now. They're going to play a pivotal role in this.
So are they going to be able to get a decent run around the outside? Oh, careful, chaps. This is going to be a chance for Mosticker. Has he got his way through? Not quite yet. And they are desperately trying to make sure that they get a decent, clean pass on Cooper. But Hudson Cooper is just doing his normal race. He's not really doing anything majorly wrong. He's just focusing on his own lines. As round the outside, Grieg. Yeah, Mosticker is trying to come through. And they're going to go either way of Hudson Cooper as they go into the last lap. And this is going to be the critical moment. Can Mosticker plant it on the inside on the brakes? No, he can't. He has to go round the outside. So Grieg hangs on a second.
Excellent defending driving from Grieg, and I say it was a definite decision. Do I go to the outside? Do I go to the inside? And he chose to go for that inside there, and it worked out massively for him. So now, as we exit turn number 3 again Mostica looking down the inside here. It's the last lap. He knows it's the last lap. Goes for that move, and it is a good, successful move there from Mostica. Puts himself up to P2.
That was a lovely bit of riding from Mostica. He never, ever gave up, and now Joe has got his way through. So Mozzie's looking for second place in front of Joel Grieg. Out in front, meanwhile, Zach Weston is going to charge his way through to the victory as they prepare to wave the checkered flag to Zach Weston. Here he comes over the line. Brilliantly done from Weston. Absolutely terrific ride. Carter comes through in 9th position, albeit a lap down, and here is that fight for second place as they come through, and it is going to be the 27 that gets there first. Mostica fights for second place and gets it in front of Joel Grieg. Lovely move on the last lap.
Yeah, definitely worth that second place there. You could see he was lining up for that all the time, just trying to find where's the sweet spot on the circuit that I can get this done, and it was into turn 4. That's where he got it done. That was a brilliant move and managed to seal that second place for him.
And Bartle comes through in 4th position. It's Ruby Booth who will come through in P5, having lost a little bit of ground in the final couple of laps of racing, but still a nice charge there from Ruby Booth, and across the line in 6th position. It is going to be this very tight battle across the line. Well, this is the 110 battle, and Brooke Champion just nails it on the finish. Brooke Champion has got Kieran Nelson right at the bitter end, and that is why Brooke Champion has pretty much nailed the 110 title fight this year. She's been absolutely brilliant, and Brooke Champion takes the crown in this race as well, just in front of Kieran Nelson. She was dogging him all the way through the race, hustling, trying to find a way to get through, and managed to get it done on the last lap. So nicely done there by Brooke Champion in front of Kieran Nelson. So it's Zach Weston who takes the victory in front of Joe Mostica and Joel Grieg. And then it is George Bartle and Ruby Booth in front of Dan Stevenson, who wraps up the top 6. Then it's Charlie Pearson, the first of the novices, from Luca Wilkinson, Billy Carter and Hudson Cooper in the top 10. Then in the 110s, it is Brooke Champion in front of Kieran Nelson. And then we have Charlie Ward, Fabian Sands, and the one retiree from the race, unfortunately, was Ollie Pearson, who was battling away in the top 6 earlier on. Fantastic pictures from the drone over this beautiful Tattershall circuit. And I have to say, there are not many places in this part of the world lovelier to go racing in this British Mini Bikes Championship. It may be a very tight and narrow circuit, but I tell you what, for these mini bikes, it is absolutely spot on.
It definitely is, and looking at that there, kind of reminds me of a T-bone steak, this circuit, doesn't it?
Does a bit. You missed your bacon sandwich as well, did you?
I did, yes. I missed breakfast this morning.
That's the thing.
I was driving. There we go. Nice shot there. Motocross Lid making their way out onto the circuit. Of course, out next it is the Extra Flow Stock 160s. They're going to be making an appearance onto the circuit. As again, with some more drone footage that we can see. Unfortunately, it's not up on your screen. But of course, these guys out there, it's been a close battle between Joe Dickinson. But of course, out next is the Extra Flow Stock 160s.
Ryan Tyers is, of course, the title leader coming into this one. 800 points compared to Luke Westerman on 786. But after the interesting shenanigans that took place last time out at Three Sisters, shall we say, it is pretty much Ryan Tyers' title to clinch. So he has got the job done there, essentially. Richard Rice, Julian Gromit, Ben Klukas and Dougie Craven in the top 6 for points. And obviously James Mostica, having watched his young charge Joe from the side of the circuit, has seen him cross the line and then dashed across the road to get his bike ready for racing for this one. So this is going to be very entertaining stuff. It's Mike Smallbones, who was the first one out onto the circuit for the sake of argument in the Extra Flow Stock 160s, but obviously the racing has been very, very tight over the course of the year, and it's nice that it'll come to a conclusion with these guys ready to face the music, and what a battle it is set to be. Earlier qualifying saw Scott McGibbon take the fastest time, a 51.114 from him, so he will start. I think this is Group 2 we're watching first of all, so Group 2 obviously out there with Scott McGibbon in front of Nathan Smith, and then Dan Pearson ahead of Simon Patterson, from Craig Spencer and Tom White, Matthew Putland and Dean Rowland. So the riders are ready to go. And it is the number 17 that will line up in first position. That is Mike Smallbones. And then alongside on the grid, it is going to be Tom White, I believe it is, up at the front end of the field. It will all become apparent as they get going, but it's definitely the number 17 there in position. And that is Mike Smallbones, the fastest of the riders in Group 2.
Definitely so, and as you can see, this beautiful drone shot that we can see there of the grid just in front, and as they line up to that run down to the turn 1 very soon. I think the flag's going to go up at the back in just a moment, and the front, and at the front there, flag goes up, and we're going to get this race underway, and the flag goes up. And here we go. It's race 2 of the day. It's Group 2. It's the stock 160s. And here we go into turn 1. It's a great start from the 17, but it's under pressure as well from the man in second place. That's Nathan Smith, who goes around the outside and instantly takes the lead.
And it looks as though a cracking start too for the 41, Craig Spencer. So Spencer got himself a decent run. He's up at a 3rd position by the look of it. So no major problems at all off the start. And into 1st position, Simon Patterson. He's running well on the 200 as they come through. Oh, and already a bit of a battle as Mike Smallbones comes back on the charge and gets back into position. A lovely ride there from Mike Smallbones in the first of the major tight hairpins in the 2nd sector. So lovely job and really well timed there from Mike Smallbones to get that little flick of throttle. Just swept it up the inside. Plenty of grip for him on the inside to find, and that was well manoeuvred from Mike Smallbones. The rest of the field getting through without incident at the moment, as there's a couple of moves for position. Oh, a nice cheeky one round the outside of the left-hand hairpin before the end of the lap, but it's Smallbones from Patterson, then Spencer, as we mentioned, somebody whose name is not coming up on the transponder. Somebody needs to take up writing lessons. Tom White, and then Matthew Putland in front of Dean Rowland, Danny Brown, Mark Cockfield, and Lawrence Childs.
Yeah, it was a good run all the way through, and of course that's excellent stuff from Mike Smallbones. It's definitely what you want to do at the beginning of the race. It's to try and get that position back. Don't let them break away. Instantly get straight back at them, and that's what he's done, and already back into the lead. And we'll get the timing tower up for you on the screen as well, just so you can definitely clarify who is where out there. As you can see, they're trying to avoid that, and 11 laps to go in this one, of course, as well. Now, we can see as they go through, quite separated now at the moment, haven't they? No one quite close.
Well, we've now figured out who the mystery transponder is. It's Joe Woodward. I thought it was Joe Woodward, 46. Very easy to distinguish, obviously, being a Valentino Rossi fan, I'm sure. As Smallbones is out in front from Patterson, Spencer and Woodward, who's just set the fastest lap of the race. So I'm glad we've actually figured out it's Woodward at the pinion of the bike, because obviously they're trying to charge their way forward through the long sweeping hairpin, the first corner. But there's your man out front, Mike Smallbones, leaning into the corner, no problem at all, just coasting out in the front end of the field as he tries to build a bit of an advantage over Patterson, Spencer, Woodward and White.
Yeah, Woodward very close to the back of Spencer there, as you can see them going into hairpin number 2, I would say, out there. Second of them, of course, the first one being turn 1. And you can see there how close they are as they exit the 3rd of the hairpins in this infield tight section. 10 laps to go. And of course, as you say, Joe Woodward is still the fastest man on the circuit. When they next cross the line, we'll see what happens as a rider has gone down.
We've had a couple of them go down, I think. No, it's just the one. My apologies. And trying to get started again. It is Woodward.
It's Woodward. That's a massive shame. He was absolutely flying out there, and you can see they're trying to get that bike back into neutral just to get it going, and he's struggling to do that now. And it's
what a disaster.
Yeah.
Fastest rider on the circuit, charging his way back, and whatever it is, it looks like it could be a terminal problem. He's got back into the race again, but he's now down at the back, and he's only got 8 laps, really, to make an impression in this race again. So major problems for Woodward as he plummets down the order. That cost him a good half a minute trying to get himself back into the race again. He's 14th. The only person who couldn't quite overtake him was Callum Brown. But even then, you know, he's 30 seconds off the lead. He's got to take out over a couple of seconds per lap on the race leaders to have any chance of getting himself back into position. Now, Callum Brown has been put back into his actual position, which is in 7th place. But Smallbones across the line once again in front of Patterson, and then Spencer, White, Putland, Rowland, Brown and Brown, and then Charles Cockfield, Pearson, Talon, Clements, Jones, and after his transgressions earlier on, unfortunate for Joe Woodward to find him all the way down at the back.
Yeah, definitely not ideal. And as we were saying earlier in the day, of course, this track is so small. If you lose 30 seconds, you've had it.
It's
really.
Nearly a lap, isn't it?
It is nearly a lap. And I say a lap only shy of a minute. And as you say, it's devastating for them. But 8 laps to go on this Lincolnshire circuit, and there is your race leader, the number 17. It's Mike Smallbones leading the way by 1 second at the moment. So he's managed to pull that gap open a little bit. It was 0.7 of a second last lap around, so he is opening that gap more and more from Simon Patterson.
Well, this isn't over, really, is it? Because you've got Patterson and Spencer still giving him a bit of a run for his money. Now that Woodward's disappeared, we can really see this battle for what it is. And the top 3 riders are definitely stretching out a bit of a decent position ahead of the rest of the field. White has slipped to 7.5 seconds at bay. So even Smallbones out in front, while he's trying to position himself further up the road, he's not finding it that easy. He's done a 51.5, which is quicker than Patterson and Spencer. But Spencer's actually gaining ground on Patterson now. So I don't think that second place is very safe for Simon Patterson at the moment.
I don't think any of it's safe. Of course, we've seen these guys, they can really close up a gap. So Simon Patterson, Craig Spencer, we'll definitely see them close up. But again...
Look at Woodward. Look, he's blasting his way down the straight. He's picking them off like raisins. He's got Clements, he's got Talon, and he's going to get Cockfield into the next part of the lap because he was struggling for traction on the way down the main straight. But absolutely amazing from Woodward. He's almost certainly out of the running for the victory, but he's not giving up, is he? He's still planting his way around. He's absolutely making mincemeat of the opposition around him, so he just needs to keep on digging, keep drilling those apexes, and he still has a decent chance of a top 10 finish, even in this race.
He's still the fastest rider out the circuit as well, and like I say, up into P13 now is the 46 of Woodward, but he is working it through there. Now, Danny Brown, he's gone up a position into 7th place now, the 928 machine. He's managed to get past Callum Brown. Callum Brown has actually gone back up a position now, back into P6. I think Callum's having a little bit of a transponder issue out there, I think.
Could well be. Look at that beautiful view over the Tattershall circuit. We can really see the dynamic of this race unfold as down the straight towards us. That is the battle for position, a 110 bike, which is not actually the 110 bike. It's actually Cockfield's machine. Talon getting through. So Talon is able to go past Cockfield, who's on the 19. Although the bike says 110. You get that quite a lot in British mini bikes, of course. They register under a certain number, and then, of course, something goes wrong with the bike, and somebody says, well, I've got one lying around. Why don't you come and have a ride on mine? Not a problem. Oh, yellow flags, and that is the 200. That is Patterson. Patterson from second.
That's a massive disappointment. Patterson was running extremely well out there, and like I say, just that fall down now, and he's put out a 109 lap time, and he's lost quite a bit of time. And he's slowly falling down that order, down into P7 now. That
is devastating for Patterson. He was actually still gaining good ground on Smallbones. It was almost as if Spencer was just giving him too much pressure. As down on the inside line and past Childs goes Woodward. He's now up into P9. So he's only a couple of places away from Patterson, ironically, considering he was trying to close him in earlier.
Yeah, it was a good move from him, and of course diving down the inside on a great recovery run as we keep watching him here going into the second of the hairpins as they head into the infield section now. Bit of clear track ahead of him now. He's got quite a bit of time to gain on the rest of the bikes, but you can see there the next one up the road from him would of course be Lawrence Childs. He's in 9th place at the moment.
So 4.5 seconds is now the gap between Smallbones and Spencer. Up the inside, that's a lovely little move from Clements as he tries to get on the inside of Talon. He's been trying to give him pressure all the way through, and I think he's just made the move that's stick. So Smallbones is in there from Spencer and White. Putland, 4th position at the moment from Roland and Danny Brown. Callum Brown, of course, is still in that mix, although unfortunately with his transponder being a little bit hiccupy at the moment, he's there in 4th position in actuality once he's put back into position. Talon and Clements still dueling, as we mentioned. Patterson now has dropped down even further back behind them, so I think Patterson is going to join Jones and Lakin on the sidelines. So Patterson certainly has fallen even further down the order, so whatever it was, it looks like the problem's got worse. So Patterson, I'm afraid, is pretty much done and dusted for this race. That's a real shame. He was in 2nd place, doing a fantastic job in behind Mike Smallbones, but it's not going to be his day.
It's not indeed, and of course Smallbones leading the way. He's set a new fastest lap of the race, 50.898, so he's the fastest man and leading at the moment. His gap now 5.3 seconds from the man in 2nd place, Craig Spencer.
So they continue to battle. There's Woodward, still gunning like crazy around the circuit. Where is he now? 9th position, 34 seconds off the lead. So he's only actually lost 4 seconds since his incident, and a lot of that is probably in his overtakes, to be perfectly honest. So he's done a very good job actually of keeping himself very consistent and very competitive over the course of racing. So with 2 laps to go, oh, now who's that's gone? That was right in front of Roland, so that's got to be someone in the top 5.
I'm just going to try and have a look at the timing screen to see who that was. I couldn't
Is
quite
it
see
Callum Brown? I wonder if it's Callum Brown who's gone out of position there, the 161, potentially.
Could be. 2 are going down the order, Callum Brown and Danny Brown.
Well, Callum Brown has his transponder issue, so if he hasn't actually been corrected back into position... Oh, well, someone's definitely gone to the first corner. That's not gone well at all. Now, who is that that's gone? I wonder if that's the 154. So that, unfortunately, is that Putland?
I think it's Matthew Putland, yep.
That is a disaster. And the 57 is stationary. That's Clements. So it's Clements who went off originally. Clements trying to get back on again. He's using the escape road to try and rejoin the circuit at the final hairpin. Meanwhile, on the last lap, things are getting a little bit spicy for Mike Smallbones as he continues to go through the traffic. But here he is out in front, just trying to edge his way. Oh, no, sorry, this is one of the battles lower back. But the 17, Mike Smallbones, well, it's one of those races where all he's had to do essentially is just keep himself in check, and he's not really had to break too much of a sweat.
No, he's had quite a calm race, I would say. And this one, of course, with that very quick, decisive overtake round the inside. He's about to head round the final corner now. We can just pick him up here as he's entering the last section of the circuit. He's got 2 more hairpins to negotiate. As you can see there, there he is in his blue and black leathers, making his way around the final corner now. He's going to receive the checker flag. He has got some back markers in front of him now. As he makes his way round, he's going to hit the air there with his fist. It's a great win for Mike Smallbones there. Some nearly 7 seconds clear from the man in second place, Craig Spencer.
He can be very happy with that one, actually. That was a very mature and very composed ride. He never really pushed himself too hard. Only really gave it welly when it was needed, and got himself into a very genuinely decent position over the course of proceedings. So really nicely done there from Mike Smallbones to take a victory. Craig Spencer in second. It's showing up that Callum Brown is in third, but it's also showing that he's only done a 10-second lap as the best lap. But it looks to me as though Callum Brown may have come across the line in third place in front of Dean Rowland. Fifth position is Putland. So Matthew Putland, that is, because it was the 57 of John Clements, our apologies, that went down earlier. But Matthew Putland was there in position. It was Tom White, the 154 that went. I thought it was the 54. My apologies. It was the 154. That is Tom White, who was battling right up at the front, of course. Tom White was in the top 5 as well. And all of that means that Joe Woodward was correct in getting himself back on the bike and keep pushing, because he came home in 6th. What a fight back from Joe Woodward.
Absolutely amazing stuff from him. And, of course, it was a massive devastation when he's gone down. Of course, running in 4th place at that time. And, like I say, managing to get it back to 6th place, that's quite an achievement that he's managed to pull out there, isn't it?
So nicely done. And the man who never really gives up, and rightly so, because he had the speed to really make it work. So more moisture down on the circuit at turn 1, though, after the retirements of Tom White and I think the stop-off of John Clements. So that could be very interesting coming into the next race. And, of course, the next race is already getting us underway as the competitors are coming out. And that, of course, is for Group 1. And that's where we're going to see the major players from this category, including championship leader and champion-elect, of course. Ryan Tyers is getting himself very close to sealing the deal with the likes of Rice, Gromit et al.
Yeah, but as we say, the next up out on the circuit is, of course, the MasterTech Ultimate Super Minis. Oh, actually, yes, I believe we are Group 1, aren't we?
I think we're Group 1.
I think
Pit Bike Stock 160 Race 1A is what I've got in front of me. So that is Group A of the original class.
Yes.
It's not quite the next class yet.
Blame me for that one.
Was that a change of class? No, it was a change of grid. That's all it was.
It is. I always make this mistake.
Do you, Anthony?
I do.
There's 2 classes for the 160.
Yes.
Bless you, my child.
Sometimes there's 1 grid, sometimes there's 2, and I always forget sometimes that there's a second.
Well, on this particular occasion, there's 2 of them, but it's Ben Klukas who's going to be lining up towards the front end of the field. It's Ryan Tyers who got the pole position time from earlier on, of course. Ben Klukas was 2nd. Ty Kinton will line up 3rd position in front of Julian Gromit, and then Phil Dickens and Jamie Callan from James Mostiker, who once again will be charging his way forward. He had a little bit of a breather between watching Joe race in his event and then getting onto the bike himself. Chase Collymore lines up 8th on the grid, and then it's Andrew Jones in front of Nathan Summers in the top 10. The gap between them all, 2.4 seconds. The top 4 are covered by less than a second. Tyers, Klukas, Kinton and Gromit. So this should be quite an interesting battle. The riders are now into their positions on the main straight here at Tattershall as the final adjustments are made to race positions. The riders are all getting themselves together. They only need the 1 formation lap, of course. The youngsters tend to get 2, but these guys are ready to rock and roll. Final adjustments as Alan Lord puts the riders into their final grid positions. I think he's just adjusting, who is he? The 22, I think it is. 21, actually, I think that might be. That might be Richard Rice, even, who has to move into his position in the middle of the field. So he was gesticulating a little bit of frustrations going into this penultimate race of the season for the Extra Flow Pit Bike Stock 160 Group A, as the flags will come up at both the back end and the front end of the field, and we will go racing as soon as the green flag drops by Alan Lord, and we're going to go racing now, and off to the first corner they will go. Fantastic start from the 84 as Ben Klukas tries to get through. A couple of riders on the grass behind, but Klukas round the outside is going to take the early initiative and overhauls the 55 of Ryan Tyres, 155 Ryan Tyres even, and that was a beautiful start from Klukas. Now it's game on.
It's a good start from all the grid there as they managed to get round turn one, despite the fact that there's some oil down on the outside. Some of the riders still taking that outer line, so that's excellent to see. The 84 there and the 55 breaking away slightly there at the front, but keeping each other very close to comfort. And you can see the train now that starts to loom in, and that's a cracking shot as they all dip into that fourth hairpin.
Klukas ahead of Tyres for the moment, so this is going to be an opportunity for Ben Klukas, who is currently 5th in the points, trying to get up to 3rd in the point standings in front of Richard Rice and Julian Gromit. An ultimate chance to go for it, and Ben Klukas really wants this 3rd place on the podium in the championship standings. He knows that it's going to be Tyres who takes the title, but there's a good opportunity here from Ben Klukas to get himself up the order as they come through, and it is Klukas from Tyres, Kinton, Callan, Dickens, Mostica, Gromit, Jones, and then it is Jake Whittaker in front of Scott McGibbon in the top 10.
Yeah, again, cracking start from all these guys, and they can go through the times that they've had when they last crossed the line. Most of them in the 53s, a couple of them in the 53s, 54s and 55s. But like I say, the top 12 all did that lap in under a minute, and you can see there that they haven't separated at all, have they? It's still a very long train of bikes, and as they next cross the line, we'll get that timing beam up for you so you can see the positions on your screens at home as well.
Oh, a bit of a mistake there from Scott McGibbon. He ran a little bit wide, and that has cost him a couple of... it's lost him his momentum a little bit. We've still got Summers and Bandel, who are duelling away for position for 11th place, but then it's Klukas who leads, Tyres, Kinton and Callan, Dickens, Gromit, Mostica and Jones, then Whittaker, Scott McGibbon, who had a little bit of a wayward moment in the middle of the sector. Then Sean Bandel has got through on Nathan Summers. You might have just seen that in the final corner. And then it's Sebastian Barron from Simon James Dean, Max Bartle, Richard Rice is way down in 16th, really struggling at the moment, and this is not going to do his championship aspirations of sealing 3rd in the title race any good at all. Joe O'Neill, Dan Pearson, Simon Wadsworth and Chase Collymore, who has not had the best of starts, and he's trying to fight his way back into supremacy. I think he had an incident at the very first lap of the first corner, and that dropped him down the order a little bit. The top 3, though, Klukas, Tyres and Kinton, are starting to break away from Jamie Callan.
They are indeed. Tyres is all over the back of Klukas and almost down the inside as well. As we go into turn 1, Tyres down the inside, under braking. Can he squeeze the bike down the inside? Yes, he can. He says, thank you, Klukas. I'll have that as they go around turn 2 now.
That was a stunning manoeuvre at the inside. He set that one up into the final hairpin, and now he's going to try and have a retaliation, Ben Klukas, as he comes back off the S's into the first hairpin. He's now got to read the situation, look at what Tyres is doing, where's he placing the bike, where's he positioning the inside line of the front fairing, and where can he gain up the inside? A big lunge from Kinton. Kinton, that's absolute savage on the inside line.
Hashtag send it, and that was sent perfectly straight down the inside of Tyres. Ty Kinton moving up into P2 now, and he's going to chase down Ben Klukas. He's not going to let him get away quickly, is he?
That was so well said. It was first class same day delivery. Goodness me. That was absolutely raw from Kinton. Charges up the inside, grabs second. Now he's after Tyres, and he's not done yet. I think Kinton's the man on the move.
He definitely is, I would say so. Across the line, he's the fastest man on circuit, 48.355 compared to the 48.4. So only a tenth he's taken out of him. Gap at this time, just shy of 0.7 of a second as they go through. 8 laps to go. It's all to play for now.
So Tyres, Kinton, Klukas and Gromit. Then it is Callan in 5th position in front of Andrew Jones. Mozzie is there in 7th place. That's James Mostica, of course. Phil Dickens, Scott McGibbon and Jake Whittaker. Then Summers, Barron, Rice, Dean, Bartle, Pearson, O'Neill, Wadsworth and Collymore. Just in front of Sean Bandel, who's got some kind of a problem. Was battling for 11th position, of course, with Nathan Summers, and has now tumbled down the order. So definitely a problem for Sean Bandel. Not quite sure what it is, but look, Kinton absolutely reeling in Tyres, and Tyres knows he's there now. So this is all going to be about Ty Kinton setting him up and dialing him in.
You can see there, as I say, Tyres looking over his shoulder. That's the first sign that they're worried about you behind, and that's when you know that you can take the position. That's when you know they're thinking about you, and he's really closed up now as they go through turns 1, 2 and 3, and he's round the outside now. Is he going to try and get the switch back into hairpin 2? Again, can't quite do it now. Tyres manages to defend, looks over his shoulder, gives up the position, actually. He gave up the position there. Now, that's a very interesting tactic. Now, is he going to try and see if he can try and pull it again, follow this line from Kinton? So Kinton takes the lead. Tyres looks like he gave that position up.
So a very difficult race for these two up front. But Ty Kinton and Ryan Tyers are having an absolute ding-dong. And up the inside, this could be the opportunity to get back. Yes, indeed. Waving each other down the straight. This is a fantastic little squabble, and Ty Kinton gets back through on Ryan Tyers at Tyers' request.
I'm not sure the tactic that they're pulling here. I'm quite confused.
That is fascinating. It's like he's almost like he said, no, I want a race of it. Go on, you take the lead, mate. I want to pass you on my own metal. Either that or he knows he's got a problem developing. But it certainly doesn't look like he's slow.
No, it doesn't look like he's slow at all. It looks like he's managing to keep up with them. I think he just wants,
I think he wants to fit in the season. Well, the thing is, he knows he's won the title, doesn't he, Tyers? So from his point of view, he just wants to have a bit of a badinage in the final round of the championship. Why not? Come on, let's have a play. So Ty Kinton goes through. Ty, that's not going to sit too well with Ty being waved by. Here we go again. Look, he's up the inside. And again, side by side down the straight. Tyers is having a laugh. Look at it. He's riding side saddle as he goes down the main straight. He's having an absolute rout out there.
Well, hopefully he doesn't lose the race because of this. Misjudges it at the wrong spot.
I don't think he's going to mind either way. He's clearly having a laugh out there. Ty Kinton wants to beat him at full pelt, but Tyers, he almost looks lackadaisical out there. He almost looks as if, well, I'm just having a bit of a laugh on a Sunday afternoon here. Come on, let's have a play. But Ty Kinton, he wants this win, so I don't think he's going to take too kindly to Tyers kind of, playing with him out there. He wants to really win and race him hard.
I suspect so as well, yeah. It might, this might backfire on him slightly as he goes, actually, no, you know what? I'm not going to let you go down the inside here, and I'm going to keep it as they go across the
This is the third
line.
lap in a row. He's going to get the inside line, and down the straight they go side by side. Two of them wheeling over the line over that bump. And now he's back up the inside. Now he gets the lead back off Ty Kinton.
Yeah, doesn't give it up that time, does he? So, yeah, that's Tyers back in the lead from Kinton as they go through now, as they try to avoid these little patches of oil that's down there. And down the inside goes Kinton. Switches it, can't quite do it. Tyers completely closes the door.
That's the Ryan Tyers we know. I was wondering when he was going to make an appearance up front. Battle in the midfield, still going strong. A couple of riders having to try and play catch-up. But now we're in the midst of it. That's Joe Mostica trying to make a move on the inside there of Jones. Hasn't quite been able to get there. Dickens, McGiven and Rice, who's now back up in a 10th position, is now starting to make his impression on this race, as the midfield battle is getting quite feisty as well. Unfortunately, it looks as though there's been a mechanical problem of some kind for Sean Bandel, the man who's flown all the way from California to be here, which is pretty incredible considering, they've got plenty of places they can race out in the United States, but they know how good and how popular the British mini bikes is. They come and freeze their legs off, so to speak, here in the middle of Tattershall, and fantastic to see the truly international flavour of this British mini bikes paddock. Tyers, now he's got into the lead. He's dropping Kinton. It does look like he was playing with him a little bit, as now he's done a 48.0 compared to Ty Kinton on a 48.5, and that pretty much is all she wrote as far as Ryan Tyers is concerned.
It is indeed, and these guys that we're still watching here on the main screen, this main battle that we've got in the mid-pack going through, it's still hotting up. Yellow flags out in this section, though, so hopefully no one going for an overtake.
Oh, well, someone's gone down just in that mid-section. Now, who's that? That's a 13. That's McGiven. So that's McGiven who was battling away in that fight for 6th position. So McGiven is out of it. That is such a shame. He was looking really strong in that midway pack, but unfortunately now he is down and out of it. So that promotes Rice up into 9th position. That definitely helps out his points battle. But for Tyers, he's actually being caught again by Ty Kinton, who's just done a 47.7. That's another new fastest lap this time from Ty Kinton. And that gap is down to just 0.3 of a second again. So while Ryan Tyers has got himself into an authoritarian position, I don't think Kinton's out of this yet.
No, I don't think he is either. They're still scrapping out there again. It's very close in the gap, but like you say, nothing's over at the front of this pack there. They're still racing away, and there's a nice shot there. The sun already going down, and it's 12:30.
It's almost like Norway out there, for goodness sake.
It is.
Anyway, out of the first corner, the riders battling away for position. Still very strong. Is that a lead change in the final lap, diving up the inside line? That is the move from Kinton, and he's not going to hold it together on the exit as Tyers is going to get him back again, sweeping now into those final hairpins. This is an absolute dogfight between these two now, as Kinton is not quite able to overhaul Tyers. He's going to be absolutely livid that he was played around with in the early stages of the race. Now he wants to make mincemeat of him in the final turns. Can he get the switch on the exit? No, he can't, because Tyers' position positions the bike beautifully, and Tyres heads Kinton home. That's going to be frustration for Kinton, but at the same time, Tyres takes another victory in his title-winning year.
It's a good stuff from those two, and of course the battle further back still heating up, and they're going to be coming to the finish line very, very shortly, and to see what can happen there as the rest of the field come through.
They were gesturing at each other as they went out of the first hairpin, and it wasn't a well done, mate, that was a good race. It was something a little bit more negative than that by the look of it.
Bit of a sarky comment. Rest of the field comes through. Rest of the field comes through. Gromit in 4th, Callan in 5th place, Jones in 6th, Mostica crossing the line in 7th, Dickens in 8th, Richard Rice in 9th, Chase Collymore, the young rider there, in 10th position, Nathan Summers in 11th, Sebastian Barron in 12th, Jake Whittaker in 13th, Daniel Pearson in 14th, Max Bartle in 15th place. The rest of the field crossed the line. O'Neill, then it's James Dean, Wadsworth, Bandel, and of course Scott McGiven, who was 3 laps down. And there is the number 13. That is Scott McGiven, who of course had that mechanical failure out in the circuit, dragging his bike back, and that looks like he can't get it into neutral.
Good fight backs from Richard Rice and Chase Collymore to be in the top 10, so they rode beautifully to make up the ground lost initially from qualifying. Ty Kinton, though, his body language after the race read maximum frustration. He really didn't like the way that, well, something that was going on, certainly between him and Ryan Tyres. I don't know whether it was something, you know, post-race that he was trying to alert him to, or something to do with their track battle during the race. Can't quite make it out, but it was interesting. Let's put it that way. They certainly didn't give each other a fist bump on the way round. So they seemed to be quite agitated with each other in a certain way. Probably Kinton more so with Tyres than the other way round. But yeah, an interesting situation nonetheless. But pit bike stock 160 for the penultimate time this year was a pretty bally good race. And now the Super Minis are heading out on circuit. So it's going to be a really interesting battle with these guys. And of course, there is a title fight still very much to win. It's not quite done yet for Joe Dickinson because drop scores are going to come into account. But in the fight between him and Dane Blackburn, Super Minis are going to be brilliant. So the battle continues in the title fight between the Super Minis riders Joe Dickinson on the 48 and the 114 of Dane Blackburn. The gap between them at this point is 51 points, but you've got to take into account as well that while that seems like a big gap, it looks to me as though it is going to be a very tight battle between these riders. And of course, with 2 races, there's 120 points up for grabs and drop scores to take into account. It's not done yet. Dane Blackburn will be on the back foot a little bit for this one, but he's never, ever going to give up until it's too late.
Oh, definitely not. He's a fighter. He definitely is, and you know, he's really going to try and work hard to try and get that out there. It is, of course, only the one group that we've got out there today. We haven't got the 2, so that's going to help me out massively with realising who that we've got out there, which does help out. So you can see there a lot of bikes out there. They've crammed them into the one group, as we can see them all lining up, ready to go for their penultimate race of the day. It's still beautiful weather. We've still got crystal clear blue sunshine here at Tattershall Kart Circuit here in Lincolnshire, and we shall get this race underway very, very shortly. And I think the flags will go up at the back. I think there's a little bit of confusion just getting people in the correct spots. But your front row, Joe Dickinson, Dane Blackburn, they're going to be the 2 to keep a very close eye on. It's very close in the championship, and they're going to be the ones to keep that very, very close eye on them. Further back, Tom Lewis, of course, and Sam Crooks, they're going to be your second row, and then Richard Holmes-Williams and Mark Evans are your third row out there. Green flag up at the front. It's going to drop. We've got a great aerial view now as the flag drops, and it's race 1 of these guys underway as they go into turn 1. It's a good start, quick, short run into turn 1 as everyone manages to get through nice and clean. The rest of the back of the field going through as they go round into turn 2. Now avoid this patch of dust here as they head round, screaming through, and it's already a good start from Joe Dickinson, managing to pull a slight gap from the man behind Dane Blackburn.
He certainly needed to keep that momentum, not just in terms of the title fight, but also in terms of the psychological upper hand, and he's managed to hold off Dane Blackburn for the time being as they go through the hairpins in the middle section of the circuit. So far, so good for Joe Dickinson. He just needs to keep things planted and make it nice and smooth as they go through each individual hairpin. It looks like Dane Blackburn wants a piece of him early on. He doesn't really want to play second fiddle to him for long. Oh, and a big moment there. That's cost... well, who is that went slightly sideways? It's Dickinson and Blackburn over the line. We had somebody going very wide. I think that might have been Joe Duggan. I'm not sure. The 64, it might have been the one who went wide. I'm sure someone's going to correct me when it actually transpires it was someone completely different. But Dickinson and Blackburn are still very close up in front. Only 0.2 of a second between them as they came across the line. So still very close in between those two. There is the gap for the victory. And the third place battle is even closer because that's Richard Holmes-Williams trying to get on the inside of Tom Lewis. Wasn't quite able to make his way through there on the braking zone, but you can see just how feisty Richard Holmes-Williams is getting on the back of Tom Lewis. Goodness me, he's now up on the inside of the next hairpin, and I think he's going to try and finish the job round the outside on the final turn, and he has done. So that is Richard Holmes-Williams into third position on Lewis.
Good stuff from Holmes-Williams there, I'd say, taking that P3 position on the 126 machine as they go down into the braking zone of turn 1 again. Now, 10 laps to go. You've got your timing screen up there as the rest of the field starts to cross the line. Of course, personal best coming in all the way throughout the field. Of course, the first proper full-class lap out there, of course. But then the next lap is where you're going to really see the times come into play. 45.4 from Joe Dickinson leading the way. That gap's open to just shy of 0.8 of a second. But as you imagine, it's going to close up. Dane Blackburn's not going to let him get away that easily.
So Dickinson and Blackburn. Richard Holmes-Williams is third from Tom Lewis and Luke Bithell. Then Wardle, Crooks, Evans, Booth, Duggan, Smith and Reece Stevenson from Callum Ricketts and Callum Brown. And then it's Garwood, Watson, Lakey and Wardale. Very close battle as they continue on their charge. And this is a very technical part of the race now because we're only a couple of laps in and people are wanting to try and get an overhaul from the riders in front. But at the same time, they've got to try and keep their rhythm and not lose too much focus.
Yeah, it's definitely the most crucial part of the race. Of course, they're really trying to picture what the plan is through the grid. And as you can see here, some of the riders braking, squirreling under braking there into that turn 1. Again, it's such a crucial, pivotal moment of the lap. You know, the first corner, and it's the hardest braking zone on the circuit. And you don't want to mess that one up, do you?
Brown, Lakey, Watson and Wardale in that battle at the moment, and this is going to be Lakey, I think, trying to make the move on the inside. Hasn't quite been able to make the move stick. That's the one of the other thing I love about this particular paddock. You don't just get battles towards the front end of the field in this British minibikes field. It's all the way through the field. Everybody has a piece of this, and they all get the best possible opportunity to go for that pinion-to-pinion duels. It's great.
Yeah, there's always battles throughout the grids in British minibikes. It is great to see, and I've really enjoyed this year so far. And as these guys are slotting through the positions there out of the final corner, they're going to be heading across the line now in just a moment. Of course, this battle further down, Lewis Lackey, Callum Brown and Matthew Watson. They're all going through there. There's the 2-2-1 there. Just having a good little scrap, aren't they? It's
Garwood up in front that they're trying to catch. I mean, he's not exactly making life easy for them. Meanwhile, further up the order, this is the tussle going on between, I think that's the treble 5 of Stevenson, having a nice little battle with the bike in front. That is Nathan Smith, and ahead of him is the 5, Rob Booth. So it really is all the 5s in the battle for 10th position. It's the 5, the 55 and the treble 5 all battling away. Now, further up the road, this is Crooks, Evans, Duggan. And this is going to be very, very tight. We've got yellow flags in the hairpin. Yellow flags. Oh, we've got 2 riders down. 2 riders down. Now, how far up the road is that one? Because we've got 2 riders in together. One of them is the... I couldn't quite make out which bike it was. But we've got this scrap going on in the middle of the field. And we've still got a bike or 2 down. Red flags. Red flags. So the red flag has come down. And we're trying to figure out which bike it is. Someone's come off. It's the 22. No, sorry, the 221. My apologies. Now, that is Lakey. So Lakey has come down. There is the bike. Oh, he's not happy. So Lakey is not happy at all. Trying to get his bike restarted.
I think he did have a coming together with another rider.
Yes, I think he did.
I'm not quite sure who it was. I think I saw a 3 within the number. But, of course, I don't want to speculate anything until we definitely know.
Well, who was Lakey on track with at the time? I think he was battling away with the likes of Watson, Brown and Garwood. So it could be one of those. Garwood has lost a heck of a lot of time. So it might have been Lakey making the move on Michael Garwood.
Could have potentially been. Now, I can just about see the bike on the thing. I can't quite see
the bike. The crew car is on the scene. Have we got a replay of it? Because everybody's on their feet, so I think it's reasonable to assume that whilst obviously they had to do the red flag for safety reasons, I think we're okay in terms of the rider's conditions. Yes, rider is being brought back, so I don't think it's a major problem.
I think just more massively disappointed with himself.
Yes, indeed. So unfortunately we don't have a replay for that particular incident, sadly. We thought we might have, but it hasn't quite caught the incident. So there is a very fed up Lewis Lakey,
Yep.
who was banging the pinion in frustration, trying to get the handlebars to do something other than let him down. And unfortunately, it looks as though I'm just doing the math here, essentially. I think it's Michael Garwood that he tangled with. The only reason I say that is because Garwood appears to have lost about 10 to 15 seconds on his last lap. So Lakey is now bringing the bike in of its own accord, which is good news. But the problem is, of course, as I read it, obviously he is the cause of the red flag. So I'm assuming then he won't be able to continue.
I'm not too sure on that one.
Sure. I'm not sure how strict the regulations on stoppages are in the world of British mini bikes. I'd like to think that they can all just get back out there and have another go.
Yeah.
But the red flag was called at the end of lap 3. So I don't think the leaders had quite come through. So the next lap, well, the timings, they've all completed a 4th lap by going through the timing beacon. So the next lap, I guess, is going to be lap 5 as the race continues, because they are well into the race. So it just will restart, essentially, hopefully very, very quickly. The safety vehicle is now bringing itself back into its original set-down position. And the rider clearly didn't need any major medical attention because he was able to get back on the bike and bring it back in of its own accord. So essentially now it's just a case of the rider getting back into position. Great to see a nice raft of spectators around the circuit here with their blankets, their deck chairs and their cucumber sandwiches, all having a lovely afternoon in the very cold and freezing conditions.
Hot water bottles, I think.
It is yes. Hot water bottle weather, isn't it?
It is definitely hot
Lots
water
of winter woolies there, as you can see as well. It's only late October, but obviously I think winter's definitely come a couple of weeks early.
It's definitely woolly hat and bobble hat season, isn't it?
Definitely is. And obviously, you know, as everybody gets themselves into a decent, comfortable position to watch the races, it's a very exciting battle for several championships. It's not just this one between Dickinson and Blackburn. There are a couple of title fights that are down to the wire over the course of the day, so it will be fascinating to see how those play out. But we can see just how big the crowd is getting over the side.
And how wrapped up everyone is.
And how wrapped up everyone is, how enthralled.
It's quite warm in this commentary box, isn't it? We've got the sun glaring
by comparison,
through
yeah. The thing is, you make a good point of that, because while it's not very warm in terms of air temperature, we happen to be sitting in a miniature greenhouse, basically.
Yes.
The medical room that we are basically stealing off the circuit, unfortunately. Do apologise. Well, now, clearly the bobble hat season is becoming almost more popular than the stuff on circuit. That was a nice bobble hat. I think I'll wear it, thanks.
Yep, there we go. He's got that now. That's a good bobble hat, that
Actually, it doesn't suit me. You can have it back, lad.
There you go. There we go.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. As I said, there really is a bit of an end-of-term atmosphere here. The Pearsons having a nice little end to the year.
Definitely so, definitely so. And, of course, it's crucial to try and stay warm as well while you're out on the bikes. And, of course, the underlayer thermals that you're going to have to wear on, because these race suits, they are not windproof.
No.
I can tell you that. My one is definitely not windproof when I race in it. Yes, it's very cold in these conditions. So, yeah, making sure you stay fairly warm is definitely the crucial part of this. And, yeah, there's another cracking shot of the circuit there. And you can see how much patches you can see on the circuit of where bikes have gone down. And
a lot of oil left.
A lot of oil left on the circuit, yes. But big efforts made to try and clear that out. And I tell you what, that second hairpin's much tighter than I thought from this shot here. I thought it was a bit more open than that. But you can see it's a really tight entry, but it really opens out for him. You can get on that power quite early, can't you?
Yeah, the thing I like about this circuit in particular is just how dynamic each individual hairpin is. Everyone goes, well, it's a bit Mickey Mouse. They're all the same as each other. No, these hairpins are all very different to each other. And there is a fine art to getting the bike tuned to suit the circuit, because there are certain parts of the circuit where power is actually really critical to get yourself up to a decent limit, particularly coming out of that final hairpin down at the bottom of your screen to really charge it down to the first corner. And as you said, you know, you're hitting the brakes pretty much as you go over the start-finish line. It's a massive long length because that is a very tight first hairpin.
And that's the worst thing you could have ever, because you have to sacrifice the braking zone on the last lap to try and get a race win. I mean, that's happened to me before when I've raced, And that's been, yeah, I've been absolutely pinned on the throttle, knowing that I know I have to brake before the start-finish line, but I want this win, so I keep it pinned over the start-finish line, then crash.
And then you just crash at the first corner. You just crash.
You just crash.
Do you know what?
I won the race.
How badly do you want to win? Do you want to win from a hospital bed badly enough?
Yeah.
Dear, oh dear, bless you. That's why you keep running around in crutches. Right. Do you want this wheelchair?
No,
Honestly. No. It's a fabulous scenario that we have here to finish the season. And I have to say, full credit to the organisers here for keeping such a tricky meeting going the way it has been. The drone, as you can see there, is showing you just how beautiful and picturesque the scenery is. What it's not showing you in microscopic and minute detail is just how muddy things are around the circuit because of how heavy the rain has been over the course of the last 2 to 3 days. And obviously as well, with that comes the massive flooding that has been in the area as well. I know both you and I have struggled to get through various little oceans that have opened up on the roads around here.
Yeah, I drove through the River Thames yesterday.
That doesn't happen too often. I went through the River Witham, which is quite close to here. So yeah, that was quite deep. I'm surprised my Mazda 5 people carrier got through that. Actually.
Well, my little Peugeot 107, I got slightly concerned when the water was coming over the bonnet.
Didn't want to ride. Didn't want to ride.
Didn't want to ride. Didn't want to ride.
No, fair enough. I completely understand. So back to the start line. They will go. They will grid up once again, and we'll continue on with the pit by.
It's the vets.
Oh, it's the veterans. So that race has been stopped, essentially. It's not going to get restarted. So now we will continue on with the veterans class, and we will return to the Super Minis a little bit later on. So the SY Motos are heading out on circuit then, the Psy Motos veterans. And it's a very interesting battle that we've had between the veterans so far. The Bettons went out onto the circuit first, but obviously in the veterans, it has been quite the battle for James Mostica as he runs in front of Richard Rice and Julian Gromit. But they are going to have an interesting battle out there on circuit today, as the riders are now neatly into position. 75, Julian Gromit is the rider at the front. 27 is there as well as they get themselves underway. Charge as James Mostica gets a good start. He's going to try and beat the man in front to the first position, but has not been able to. Richard Rice out-drags him, and as they charge through the first couple of corners, it is a nice and neat start for the 21 bike. Out in first position, that is Richard Rice as he continues his run out in front of Mostica in second position. A clean start, although it didn't look like it was going to be for a few seconds there as they charge down through the first couple of corners. But so far so good, as out in front Richard Rice has grabbed the early initiative in front of the 34, I think that is. The Californian Sean Bandel is doing an absolutely fantastic job there in third place.
Yeah, it was a good start from Richard Rice, but massive shame for Julian Gromit. The bike really bogged down for him. You can see the wheel goes up, and of course you've got to release the throttle, and the rest of the pack absolutely swallowed up alive there. As the rest of the field, they cross the line.
Oh,
now. There is yellow flags.
That's the 42.
Yep. That's a big shame as he tries to restart. That's
no,
the 421.
Sorry, it is the 421. My apologies. So that is a devastating start to the race then for the 421 bike.
I'll try and find out.
Trying to figure out who that is. Unfortunately, it doesn't appear to have come up on our screens. So that could be one of the riders who's got a bit of a comical transponder issue. We'll come up with that later, but it's Richard Rice out in front. That is for certain. And then in second place, it is the 27 of James Mostica, who is still riding well. Martin Cockayne has come up to third place in front of Julian Gromit and Sean Bandel. And then Paul Histon runs in sixth position at the moment from Joe O'Neill. And then it is Sean Benton, John Pearson and Stephen Tempest in the top 10. But this battle up front is absolutely fantastic between the top four. Rice, Mostica, Cockayne, Gromit.
Yep, it's a good start from all these four as they cross the line. And the fastest out there is your fourth place man of Gromit. He's put out a 48.904. Now he's going to be trying to close in on these guys and try and get past the yellow flags out again in the last section. And I can't, again, quite see who has gone down. So, again, it could just be a mechanical, but yellow flags back out on that as we keep an eye on this battle for the lead. Richard Rice still leading the way from Mostica. Mostica that we know is a good overtaker at this circuit as they come into these yellow flag sections. So who can we see that's gone down? It's out the final corner. And it's
the treble 5.
It's the treble 5.
So the treble 5 of Paul Histon, unfortunately. So Paul Histon trying to get the bike started again, but the leaders are going to come through to it. Rice, Mostica, Cockaigne, Gromit, what it's going to do is it's going to tighten them up. They can't go for an overtake. Now he has actually got the bike started, but now they're going to get traffic a lot earlier than they first anticipated. So this is all going to be about who gets past him first. And Histon is trying to get through, is trying to get out of the way. He's got problems. Still developing with that bike, and I think he's going to bring it straight back into the pits at the end of this run. So he will pull it in, which he does not, in fact. He's still trying to find some speed from it, but now we've got these 4 riders in a very fast and sweeping quartet. Rice, Mostica, Cockaigne, Gromit still very close in together as they duel away for position. 5th place, Sean Bandel, the Californian, is trying to stay with these guys, but he's just not quite able to get there at the moment, as the top 4 continue their squabble out in front. Gromit trying to get the undercut as he sweeps on the inside of Cockaigne in each of the apexes. He's trying to find the momentum and speed, but he just can't find it. Meanwhile, Cockaigne has got a really nice run out of the final hairpin to charge after Mostica. Mostica too busy thinking about Rice.
Yeah, definitely so, as these 4 still breaking away. Sean Betton moves up into 6th place, crossing the line. He's managed to get past Joseph O'Neill as well. As you say, Paul Histon managing to stay out there. He's not actually coming back into the pit lane at all yet, so 8 laps to go, and it's still all to play for at the top of this. But I definitely think Julian Gromit's trying to back these guys up into each other, really, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. These guys are having a very tight squabble, and so far, Richard Rice is causing a bit of a roadblock for the 3 riders behind. Sean Bandel is now about 10 seconds back. The difference in speed is astronomical. These guys are in the 49s. Nobody else can get below 51.6 at the moment. So the pace that these 4 have is just astronomical by comparison to the rest of the field. A 49.0 now for Rice, who manages to build a little bit of a gap. Gromit up the inside for Cockaigne into 3rd position. That's critical for Gromit as far as his battle in the title fight is concerned, to try and close up on the tallies of Richard Rice and James Mostica.
Well, you could see he was fastest in qualifying as well, and now he's showing us that skill as he, as to say, moves up into P3. 7 laps to go on this one. Next on his list, of course, Mozzie Mostica, who's out there in P2 at the moment, keeping Richard Rice on his toes, but Rice is still leading this one.
It's very tight. Gromit's got plenty of time to deal with the 2 riders in front as well, so I have a feeling this one could go right the way to the wire. Ricey still running well out in front of Mozzie, and then we've got Gromit there in 3rd position. Cockaigne is down to 4th, as we know. As they come across the line, that will update on your graphics pictures beside you on the left side of your screen. There you go, Gromit up to 3rd, as we know from Cockaigne. And now up the inside, can he get the move on Mozzie? He's got it! Gromit into 2nd place now.
Well, there you go. That's his favourite turn for overtaking, that, isn't it? Turn 1, under braking, so you can see how committed he is to getting that bike stopped onto the apex there. Good stuff to see. Now you can see a little bit of a gap has opened up from Richard Rice now to Gromit, so that's going to be crucial to try and close that up quickly and try and get to that P1. 6 laps to go. There's plenty of time to get it done, though.
Great racing in the Sai Motos pit bike veterans. The band of people that have also brought Mr. Bandel here in 5th position, still running well in the rest of the pack in front of O'Neill, Betton and Williams. And then, of course, John Pearson rounding out the top 10 in front of Tempest, Hall, Betton, that's Brian Betton, Paul Bingley, Ian Wareham, Mark Jarrett, and, of course, the problem for Paul Histon. He's still going at the moment, but struggling to maintain speed. Back on the inside line for 3rd position. Is that Cockaigne going to get through on Mostica? He can't quite make it stick, and Gromit has chipped away even more at Richard Rice. The gap is coming down. 48.8 for Gromit on that last lap. 0.2 of a second quicker than Richard Rice. So this is going to go down to the wire between these 2.
It's down to half a second now between the 2 of them. And you can see 5 laps to go. Still plenty of time to play for it. And they go into this tight, twisty infield section. Now Gromit again looks so committed, managing to hold it much tighter to the apex there than Richard Rice. So this is going to be play a pivotal moment for them as they go through into the last corner. You can see the gap there now visibly is much smaller through this section. Now, I'm not sure if that's just the concertina effect as they're closing up into this section and it opens up as they break out over the start-finish line. But the gap was half a second last time. It's still half a second, so he's not managed to gain a lot of time this time around.
So is there going to be the ultimate move from Rice onto Gromit? Mostica's still 3rd, but he's fastest of all now, 49.078. Sorry, his fastest of all, not the fastest of all. But Gromit is all over the back of Richard Rice. You can see him there as he sweeps through the first couple of right-left-handers as they come into the hairpin section, and they're going to have a slower rider in front of them. That's a big problem as Ian Wareham has held up Ricey a little bit there. Now he's going to have to dive out of the way, but he's made the move at exactly the right moment, and Gromit's been impeded. So Gromit can't find a way through past Wareham, and Wareham's let one of them go. Watch out for Cockaigne. chicane. He's now going to try and make the move on Mostica, but this is absolutely heart-wrenching for Gromit. It's taken him far too long from his point of view to get past Wareham, and Richard Rice up in front is gone.
That's completely shaken up that pack, hasn't it? So, yeah, Richard Rice breaks away. 75 of Gromit manages to get down the inside, and Mostica follows it as well. Just very close behind on the 27, managing to get past the back markers there. That played a pivotal moment in this. 3 laps to go, and that gap's the biggest it's ever been. 1.2 seconds. That
was such a heartbreaker for Julian Gromit. 50 dead for the lap, but a 49.3 from Richard Rice. That's a hammer blow for Gromit, who's definitely the faster of the 2 riders over the course of the race. But that critical moment when he was able to get the move on Wareham, and Wareham just held him up for another couple of corners. That was enough to give Richard Rice just the tiniest bit of a break. Now, the only sprinkle of hope from Julian Gromit essentially was because Rice then got held up by another back marker very briefly, and that prevented him from going 2 or so seconds clear. So it's not done yet, but Rice is definitely pushing. Gromit, riding angry, has found another 0.7 of a second on Richard Rice.
He's massively closed that gap. He's just said, no, you're not having this. You're not getting away with that. I'm having you. And there he goes. He's really closed it up as we're looking at one of the other riders here. Who have we got here?
421 bike.
It's the 421, yeah, the recovering 421, of course, who had the issue earlier on. And
still not sure who's riding that because the transponder doesn't tell us.
No.
So a bit of an issue there for us. But now we've got traffic again. Rice versus Gromit. This is where it's going to be crunch time. 0.7 of a second made up from Gromit, who was riding there with the red mist. There he is behind Rice. And they're tippy-toeing their way through the traffic. Is Rice going to get through cleanly? Just about. Gromit is only just able to hang it round the outside. But there's problems as Mostica's trying to get into it, as into the last lap we go. And I think Mostica might have made the bid there to get into second place. Hasn't made it stick. But Gromit has now got a really tough job to close back up to Rice as he again loses more ground than Richard Rice in the traffic jam.
It's last lap time, and of course he had to take the long way round there out of the final corner. That allowed Mostica to try and have a look, a glimpse down the inside there towards the start-finish line, but couldn't quite get it done.
Again, Gromit is just absolutely hammering the gap to Richard Rice.
Yep.
He's eating away at that gap, and we've got the hairpins again. Now this time he's going to get held up because the 0-2 of Stephen Tempest is up in front. Tempest is causing a bit of an issue for Rice. Is this going to be the moment for Gromit? He needs to seize the opportunity and seize the advantage. And out around the outside, Rice and Gromit are both going to get through. Tempest now suddenly understands Mostica's going to get his move on the inside line and charges to second place. Not a lot of room for Gromit to retaliate, and Rice gets it. Rice gets it from Mostica and Gromit is absolutely livid with that.
Yep, not happy at all. Of course, backmarkers played a huge role within that race. And, of course, it is always a massive disappointment when you get held up. And, of course, you have to take the long way round and you lose a position from such a small thing.
Well, the thing is, Gromit knows I was the fastest rider out there. I got a 48.6. Nobody got close to me in terms of one-lap pace. And I crossed the line third. That's a sour return for his efforts there.
Yeah, it is a massive shame for him. But, of course, huge congratulations to Richard Rice. You know, he seemed very happy with that as he crossed the line. Fist in the air, as I think we might have a replay of that as well. But we'll try and get it. Here it is. The checker flag comes out. Here's the little battle. So you can see there Mostica just sends it down the inside there after Gromit's had to take a different action because of that back marker. But Richard Rice happy with that win. Fist bump in the air, takes that, and you can see the frustration on Gromit.
Yeah, I don't think you need a lip reader to figure out what was said in that particular helmet when he came across the line. Censored quite carefully, but yeah, an interesting situation, and there's some discussion after it. So nice little badinage. Hopefully it's of a pleasant nature after the race. Frustrations, though, for Gromit, but well done to Ricey, and I'm fairly sure that's closed up the battle in the riders' title fight, Rice and Mostica, before we actually get to the last race, because Rice needed to beat Mostica to get the title to go right the way down to the wire, and that's exactly what he's done. So now it's going to come half down to dropped scores and also half down to the momentum that the riders are carrying going into the final round drop scores, because they only drop one round over the entirety of the 10-round season. So it's critical just how many points you score in this last round. So it is going to be very, very tricky. But yeah, that's the way it works.
That's the way it is. We're just we're ordering lunch at the moment.
We are indeed. Any orders, anybody?
What would you like? Next group heading out onto the circuit. Of course, this will be the IMR Junior Stock JSM 140 and Mini GP 140s. We're back out onto the circuit, and of course the riders there making their way around, and of course this sky looking ever more like it's evening, doesn't it? That sun getting lower and lower, and of course the time that we've got to race is running out, isn't it? We're slowly, we've only got about 3 hours more daylight, really, haven't we? Before we need to stop, really.
Crazy to think it's only 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
I know, and I'm already tired. Of course, a lot of spectators coming out to assist with this one. It's, of course, one of the junior classes out there, and this is going to be a pivotal moment there for some of these younger riders. Now, of course, they're out there in terms of these championship points. 2 different classes out there. Ryan Frost leading the way in the championship. 395 points he's got from Chase Collymore with 313 points. Now, of course, we saw out there, they're in the JSM, they're in the junior SM 140s. Now, Chase Collymore actually races in the adult classes as well earlier on in the day, and he's been doing well earlier on in the season. Struggled a little bit earlier today around this circuit, but let's see what he can do in this class.
Well, this is all about in the Junior SM140 and IMR Racing UK Mini GPs, of course. It is going to be very interesting because, of course, we've got the battle between Charlotte Marcuso and Luca Allen. Now, that's obviously the one for the title. Yes. In that particular battle. So Charlotte Marcuso currently has 311 points coming into this final round of the championship to the 290 of Luca Allen. And then there's a very close fight for third place. Ossian Thomas and Stephen Brooks separated by just 1 point. So several battles to keep an eye on in this one. A critical end to the season here at Tattershall. And there's going to be 2 major factions. Can Luca Allen overhaul the points advantage of young Charlotte Marcuso, or is she going to win the title? It's very, very close. Green flag in the air, and we'll find out here at Tattershall who is going to get the draw with 2 races to go in the championship. Green flag flies, and we're racing down to the run to the first corner, and let's see how it all plays out. Brilliant pictures from the drone as the riders get through that first corner. Okay for the moment. No major dramas or catastrophes as they fly into that first sweeping section. And at the moment, it is still a very even battle up at the front end of the field.
Yep, Luca Allen leading the way there on the 28th.
We've lost somebody out the back. Sorry, one of the Metro kits is not going any further, so they are being escorted quickly back to the pits. That's a real shame. That's the 35 that's gone already. I'm afraid to say that's Zach Weston, who did so brilliantly in his race earlier on. Unfortunately, here in the Metro kits, he's not going to be able to continue up that sort of pace. But up at the front, it is still mighty, mighty close.
Yep, definitely so, as the first 2 break away slightly from the rest of the field. As you can see there, they'll cross the line now. The timing tower hopefully will appear. 11 laps to go. It will appear the next lap, but it's still Harley McCabe leaving from Luca Hopkins at the moment. And Harvey Lathrop there in third place on the 222 machine. There's a little bit of work to do from the back there. But Luca Allen as well in 5th place. He's obviously 2nd place in the championship. And Charlotte Marcuso there in 1st, 8th place at the moment. She's got a couple of positions to gain. Dan Goodman in top 6, all but clinching the Open title, of course. But he just needs to keep things together nice and smoothly in the final round of the season. But yes, Harley McCabe, who is running very well on the JSM 140 bike, doing a fantastic job. And he's battling away with Ryan Frost, it turns out. So Ryan Frost is the man battling away with Harley McCabe. Slight issue on the transponder there, unfortunately. Luca Hopkins, though, 3rd position in front of Lathrop, then Hill. Luca Allen, who crucially is in front of Charlotte Marcuso, and that's the important bit in terms of the title fight. Marcuso's the championship leader, but Luca Allen in front of her by 3 places. So this is very much a down-to-the-wire scenario this weekend. Really is as well. Luca Hopkins, part of the Open class, trying to put a lot of pressure on Harley McCabe. Well, actually, Ryan Frost has been put up in 2nd place. So it's Ryan Frost, sorry. Yes, I can see there, the 24. Yes, of course, Ryan Frost. And going for the lead. Place. And going for the lead. Down the inside, it's a good overtake. Nicely done. Absolutely perfect. Well, Ryan Frost really nailed McCabe on the inside of the hairpin there and has already started to build a little bit of a gap back. So far, so good for the 24 as he continues his charge forward. Ryan Frost in front of Harley McCabe. Then it's Hopkins, Lathrop, Hill, Allen, Goodman, Brooks, Marcuso and Tayo Collymore. And then it is Greasley from Ossian Thomas, Nathan Ellis-Ward and Ty Butler. Then Troy Jeffrey and George Bowes, George Wood, Jacob Stevenson, Harry Pell, Ruby Booth and Holly Reeves as they continue on. And so far, this is a beautiful, beautiful run from Ryan Frost as he leads out in front of Harley McCabe. Luca Hopkins running well in 3rd. Luca Allen, crucially now, up to 4th. Yep, very good ride there from Luca Allen, moving up 2 positions there. Harvey Lathrop losing the 2 positions as well, so not sure what's happened to himself out there. But fastest man on the circuit, Ryan Frost, 49, 3-7 out there and already opening up a massive gap. 0.7 of a second open up from Harley McCabe at the moment in second place and opening even more. Now, of course, the battle further back where we've been seeing between Luca Allen and Charlotte Macuso, that's still heating up. Charlotte Macuso still in P9 at the moment as we still watch your first place man Ryan Frost out there doing a sterling job as he exits the final corner onto the start-finish straight. Let's see what that gap is this time around. Crosses the line. I think he's having some transponder issues out there because, as you see, he drops on the timing screen. But, of course, race control, quick to react to that. He'll go back up into P1 very shortly, and that hopefully will give us an idea of what sort of gap he's got out there. 8 laps to go, though. Still all to play for, though, in the mid-pack.
And it looks as though Charlotte Macuso's had a bit of an issue. Tayo Collimore's now got past her. So Ryan Frost is still your race leader, although there's definitely an issue with his transponder as he continues to run out in front. Second place for Harley McCabe. Luca Hopkins in third position, and the leading open rider, of course, in front of Luca Allen and Lucas Hill. And then it is Harvey Lathrop and the about-to-be champion in the open category, Dan Goodman, who is currently running 7th at the moment, as down the straight, a nice little battle developing. And out of the final turn, that is Luca Allen trying to make up a couple of places. He's currently hustling Luca Hopkins as they battle for position over the timing beacon. So Luca Allen is definitely getting a good run, and on the inside, Luca Allen gets through past Luca Hopkins, and that puts him into third place now. The only 2 riders now in front of him are Frost and McCabe, who are battling for the overall victory. But crucially, Luca Allen is now the leader in GP140, and that is crucial with his main rival for the championship, Charlotte Macuso, currently struggling.
Yeah, so it's massive shame for Macuso at the moment. Yeah, down in P11 at the moment, so not running the normal pace that we normally see from her. She's usually right up there in the mid pack.
She's definitely got a problem. She's got some kind of a problem. Her fastest lap is a 53.4. She's got much more pace than this normally. Yep. So she's definitely having some kind of mechanical problem. What this means, though, of course, is that heading into the final race of the season later, Luca Allen and Charlotte Macuso are going to be very close in terms of the points tally. So that will make things very, very tricky when they get into the battle later. Here is that run up front, and there goes Allen. Look, they're storming around the outside of the back marker. He really wants this title. He knows he's got a good opportunity this weekend. He knows he's in a good rhythm. Macuso's struggling in terms of pace. She is still there, of course, second in the category behind the open riders, Hopkins, Hill and Goodman. But this is all going to be about just how far ahead Luca Allen can get and how much more confident he can be going into this final round of the season.
Yeah, the 3 Lukes, I'm going to call them, actually. We've got Luca Allen, Luca Hopkins, and Lucas Hill, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, to make it very tricky for us.
It's a popular name in this paddock.
It is a popular name in this paddock, isn't it? Crossing the line, of course, Ryan Frost still leading the way. Some 6.94 seconds now he's got, so Ryan Frost absolutely powering ahead. Like I say, Harley McCabe in second as this battle all goes through, and I think that's Daniel Goodman. I can see they're the 57 at the back of that, with Harvey Lathrop and Lucas Hill just in front as the rest of the field start to go through. Now, this is looking further back as well on the grid as the rest of the riders crossing through. There's Troy Jeffrey, Nathan Ellis-Ward as well. They've managed to get an extra spot, 13th and 14th place respectively out there at the moment. But still good battles all the way through the field. The
biggest issue now for Charlotte Macuso, if she's still got these mechanical issues, she's being caught quite rapidly now by Troy Jeffrey, who's going about half a second a lap quicker, and that's where the title fight could really start to swing. If she loses that second place in the class, then there's definitely going to be more of a points gain from Luca Allen, and if they can't get on top of this issue, then Charlotte Macuso could suddenly see her lead evaporate in the point standings. What's going to be her biggest drop? Well, she can actually afford to drop 16 points from round 3, so it's not massively critical at the moment, because Luca Allen's not going to drop any points at all. Macuso will drop 16, so if she were to do that, that would put her, it's close though, 295. So it is going to be a bit of a nail-biter between that man, Luca Allen, and Charlotte Macuso. Every point counts from here on in, and Luca Allen is definitely gaining the upper hand he needs to get that title won.
Definitely so as they come into shot. Now we're looking here about a little further down, 6th and 7th place. This is Daniel Goodman and Harvey Lathrop. They're having a good little scrap now as they come across the start-finish line back at the 28 and the 179. They're having
that's
a good
McCabe.
Yeah, it's McCabe as well.
And he swept round the outside of Harley McCabe, so that's second place now for Luca Allen.
Did he manage to get part? He did, yeah, he did. So, that's Luca Hopkins now.
Luca Allen,
Luca Allen, yeah, sorry. Ryan Frost has disappeared from a timing screen again with his transponder issue.
It's confusing, isn't it?
It is confusing me, yeah. He'll go back up into a position. So, yeah, that's Luca Allen up into P2 now, yeah, from Harley McCabe. So, a great move from Luca Allen.
So, into second place overall now. And, of course, the leader in MGP 140. But the big concern is going to be for Charlotte Marcuso versus Troy Jeffrey. Jeffrey is going a second a lap quicker than Marcuso at the moment. She's definitely got some kind of mechanical problem here as Allen sweeps up the inside and laps a back marker. But Ryan Frost is still your leader as he comes across the line. Where is Ryan Frost? Out on the circuit now. Can't quite see him. So Luca Allen is there. Has Ryan Frost actually fallen out of the race? I wonder. He was leading at one point.
I don't think he has. I think it is just a timing issue. So
okay.
I'll try and spot him out the window.
Well, it is going to be hard to see him if he's still going at the same sort of pace he was before the number 24 bike. He was absolutely rapid earlier on.
I'll try my best.
And that's Allen trying to get on the inside. Now, who is that he's taken? That is the 67 he's just lapped. That's George Bowes. Ryan Frost has apparently completed 8 laps now, but he is down in 14th, we're told. Yes, he's had a very slow lap, so Ryan Frost is out of the lead of the race. He's had some kind of a problem. Now, I didn't see it, but according to the timing screen, he has now come through and completed the lap, but it took him a minute 38 to do. I can't see him out at the front. He's been elevated to 4th place. So that is interesting. Trying to figure out whether he's back. Oh, no, he is back. He is back in the lead. It was, you're right, a transponder issue. So where is Ryan Frost? Trying to pick him up. There he is. I've just picked him up. So Ryan Frost is still there leading the race. But obviously Luca Allen is still going rapidly, trying to catch up with him. But Ryan Frost is still the fastest rider on track. And Luca Allen is going to get things finished. Well, apparently the checkered flag is out. Is that right? No, I don't think so. Something's not quite right with the timing because the checkered flag hasn't quite come out yet, but it is about to.
Yes, I'm slightly confused on that one. I can't see the checkered
There's the checkered flag.
Oh, it's out.
Luca Allen now comes through, and he knows that he's been able to keep everybody behind him, particularly his title rivals. So that is a massive, massive moment for him. And for Frost, it is a significant victory as well. So that was a really nice run from Ryan Frost. Where is Marcuso going to come through? That's critical in terms of the title fight. She could really do with being second in front of Troy Jeffrey. But across the line, is that the 17 home first? Well, let's double check because she's still in the middle of her battle in that gaggle of riders coming through. And it is the 17. I think she did manage to hang on in front of Troy Jeffrey. That's critical. So that's second in class for Marcuso in front of Troy Jeffrey. And that is critical because I think the difference between them is only going to be 5 points. And I think, if I do the math very quickly, let's say that she has a good round here and she drops the 16 she had from round 3, which is her lowest score. That would take her to 295. Luca Allen on 290. And they're going to have 25 to 20 conversely. I think they're a dead heat in the title fight, you know.
You know, I think you could be right.
I think they are absolutely level going into the last race of the season on dropped. Yeah. That is absolutely astonishing. So Allen versus Marcuso is going to go to the final race of the season as Julius K9 is watching on, and he probably worked it out quicker than I did.
He looks a bit not interested, doesn't he?
Well, he's more interested in the boots, I think, than he is the bikes.
Yeah.
But fair play.
I think so.
These spectators come in all shapes and sizes here at the side of the circuit in the British mini bikes here at Tattershall. But according to my calculations, they could be wrong, so please don't use them as read. But I think, having done the math very quickly, Luca Allen winning and Marcuso second in class, I'm fairly sure. Oh, hang on. No, because Stephen Brooks got through. Brooks got through into second place. Jeffrey didn't pass her, but Brooks did. So Stephen Brooks got second in the class. Now, that means that if I do the math again, well, she would have taken 4 points less. So I think Luca Allen just took the lead of the rider's title by 4 points.
Well, I tell you what, you work the maths out.
Right.
While this guy's come out.
That's a good idea.
It's the Parker Racing Stock 140s. They're out next.
Parker Racing BMB Stock 140 out on circuit in its Group B that come out first. So
I must remember that.
Yes, it is Group B, definitely Group B. So there are 2 groups for these Pit Bike Stock 140s, and it will be a very exciting tussle for all of the competitors as they race out together. So we'll have some interesting competitors and battles out on the circuit as well. And obviously, with this being a bit of a nail-biting title fight as well, it's not quite done and dusted yet, is it? Because Ben Lord and Ryan Tyres, with it being a big grid, there's 120 points in it still to be won for. So it's not done between Ben Lord and Ryan Tyres, and it's all going to come down to dropped scores again, because Ben Lord's going to lose 60 points. That will drop him to 804 on dropped scores. Ryan Tyres missed a round, so he won't drop anything. So in actuality, if you drop the scores, it's 804 points to 786 to Ben Lord and Ryan Tyres. That's only about 20 points. So, well, it's 18 points actually on dropped scores. So it's very close between those two. And with it being a big grid and 120 points up for grabs, this could still go either way between Ben Lord and Ryan Tyres. This will all make a lot more sense tomorrow morning, I should point out.
I say
everything we're talking about, it might change.
These numbers are hurting my head.
This is the problem when you don't get a bacon sandwich to greet the day.
Exactly.
So, as far as I can tell, I mean, please don't take what I say as official and as read, because it probably isn't accurate.
Yeah.
But having done the math very quickly, if we take drop scores into consideration, between Lord and Tyres, there's only 18 points. But that's Group A. We're in Group B, and we're off to a great start. Oh, not a great start at all for the 82, who basically goes pallywagon up onto the top end there. That's the 02, I think it was, sorry. Stephen Tempest riding side saddle as he came up to the first corner. And so as the riders make their way through, it's going to be a very tight battle up front, but so far so good as they knit their way through the first couple of corners without major incident. And now they come into that second section. It is very, very tight here in the Parker Racing Stock 140 B Group race. But it's the Bettons who will want to get a really strong start. And out in front it is the 837. Sean Betton running very well at the early stages.
Yeah, good start from him out there as the rest of the field slice their way through this very tight infield section. Last corner coming up very shortly for these top 3. As you can see, they're already starting to break away from the main pack itself. Some 6 or 7 bikes in that main pack, but the first 3 cross the line. It's Darren Hall crossing first with Sean Betton and Stephen Tempest. That's your top 3 that we've got on the timing screens as they go into the first braking zone again.
Well, Tempest was able to get away initially quite sporadically. It was a bit of a hi-ho silver moment as he got off on the line, but managed to get himself planted back on the road again and nested into position in 3rd place now. But as you say, Darren Hall was able to get the switch back on Sean Betton. I think it was in the penultimate hairpin he actually got the move done into the left-hander. So now the Union flag ablaze on the crash helmet, running very well out in front now, Darren Hall, hoping to best away from Sean Betton. Then Stephen Tempest. Brian Betton is still in the top 5. He's in 4th at the moment in front of Dan Merrin. Is this going to be the move for 2nd place? Stephen Tempest getting a little bit hectic behind Sean Betton. There's Brian Betton in 4th in front of Merrin, Patterson, Roland, Merrin. And then it is Max Bartle and Mark James Cockfield. And it's, for the record, it's Dan Merrin who's in front of Andy Merrin, who's just lost out actually to the number 1. That's Max Bartle. So up to 8th place goes Bartle.
Yeah, good start from those guys. 10 laps to go on that. Your timing screen, of course, has appeared, and these guys still flying through. Personal best further down the order, but Darren Hall leading the way. Fastest man of the circuit at the moment as well, 52.888. And, of course, I'm sure those lap times will come down even more as the race progresses on. You can just see here as they're going through in that infield section, a slight gap opening up from the guys behind, but here's your 4th place man as well. That's Brian Betton. He's going to try and close up, of course, his brother or cousin or whoever is out there. Sean Betton is in 2nd place, running well at the moment.
So Darren Hall on a 52 treble 8. It's a good opening banker, and he's certainly starting to stretch out a bit of an advantage as he checks over his right shoulder just to see how things are playing out behind him up to that first corner. And so far, so good for Darren Hall. Sean Betton's keeping him honest, though, a 52.535. That's only a 100th of a second quicker, not even, in fact. But he's still giving him plenty of pressure as they come through the first couple of laps of this race. So Darren Hall, Sean Betton and Stephen Tempest. Tempest is really hustling Sean Betton, though, into the braking zone for the next right-hand hairpin. And as they come through, back on the throttle, he flicks the wrist, and he's going to try and charge after Sean Betton into the braking zone for the next left-hand hairpin. He's going to get close enough. Not quite. He has to bail out of it. Has another look into the next right-hander. He's got to be very careful to balance the bike at this point. This is where things can get quite slippy. Now he's going to commit to the inside line. Is he? No, he has to stand on the throttle and stand on the brake even harder to counteract it.
Yeah, it's a good attempt from him in that tricky section, and of course it is so easy to get it slightly wrong with just a little bit too much throttle, and of course it's really hard to get it around those tight corners. You have to be fully committed with how much you can get that bike leaning down, especially as well at turn 1. Again, such a crucial, but you can see there it's quite cambered as well. If you hold it quite tight to the inside, staying off that very lethal inside curve, which will massively unsettle one of these bikes.
We've lost one.
And who's gone down?
Is that Patterson? I'm trying to figure out. We've lost...
Oh, there's 2 gone down.
So that is the... Oh, couldn't quite make out the number, unfortunately.
I think it's just coming into shot here. The
461.
Yep, 461. So that's Dean Rowland.
That's a real shame. He was battling up towards the sharp end as well, so Rowland was in the top 10. So a bit of a mistake there, or something gone wrong, whatever it might have been. Leaders are about to come back into shot, which is, I think, why we're still focusing down the main straight. And it's Hall versus Betton. Here they are, scrapping away, and there's Tempest trying to get himself into the mix. We were talking about how tricky it is to stand on the brakes at the wrong angle, and of course, you know from experience of riding. Unfortunately, I don't. I've never been a motorcycle rider, but Anthony, you know very well. The other thing to take into account, of course, is that while you can see a decent gap to go for it, these tyres are not very wide. There's a very thin contact patch with the road, so you've got to take that into account when you're making these moves.
Well, that's where, of course, trail braking comes into effect, where you're really squeezing the tyre into the road, and you actually cause that zone to get a little bit bigger, of course, and then when you slowly release the brake and get around the corner. But yeah, it's only a small contact patch that you've got with the circuit, and of course, when you hit a small stone or, you know, a little damp patch, you know, it can absolutely play havoc with your world, and yeah, you lose one of those positions. But you know, these guys really do trail brake hard into some of these corners, especially running these slick tyres. They are super sticky. They have so much traction. It's unbelievable. You can really plant the power, and there's a close battle there for 3rd place.
Tempest trying to make the move on Betton down the straight. Is he going to get through? No, Betton has well and truly held his ground. And that was very easy to get wrong, so nicely handled there from Sean Betton. Stephen Tempest really giving him a hustle, and this is going to be a bit of a problem for Betton. He needs to really step on it now because Darren Hall is getting away up front, and Tempest is giving him lots of pressure behind. So this is an awkward situation and a tough phase of the race now for Darren Hall, who continues to lead. They're already approaching back markers, so things could get very spicy up at the front end of the field as the back marker gets well out of the way very quickly, and the lead is coming through. Yellow flags. And yellow flags are in that sort of area. We've lost somebody up the road in front of the leaders. So this is going to be very, very tricky.
They're coming up to it now. They're coming up to it now. You can see it there. The 47 is involved. It's Ian Gamble who's managed to come a cropper there out the penultimate corner. He tries to restart it. And that's a massive shame for him.
So Gamble down the order, but fortunately it doesn't impede the leaders. What it does do, though, is give Darren Hall less of a lead because Betton and Tempest were able to react to that a little bit more. They were able to basically read the situation a little easier than the race leader. So unfortunately for Darren Hall, he backed off a little more than perhaps he should have done. And that's definitely tightened up the battle behind him. So Betton and Tempest are now very much in the mix there as they continue to charge forward. So it's a really tight battle between these 3 riders up front. It's not done and dusted yet. Is that Tempest through? Did Tempest get through on Betton? Yes, he did. So Stephen Tempest into 2nd place on Sean Betton, and he has made his way through into 2nd place. So Darren Hall is now your leader still, but it's Tempest in 2nd place now in front of Sean Betton. So Tempest has a great opportunity now. Let's see if he's actually going to get the momentum, having got through into that 2nd place. He now needs to build on this and really start to surge after Darren Hall up in front of him. And I have to say, Darren Hall's looking a little smoother at the moment on the braking zone down to the 1st corner than Stephen Tempest. So it's almost as if now Tempest has to reset himself. They're going to lap the 23. That is Brandon Johnson. Johnson needs to get out of the way. And he has done so. So Tempest is through in 2nd place, no problem. Darren Hall gets through first of all, sorry, but Tempest is a little impeded. That's the thing. You've got to time it so carefully. And unfortunately on this occasion, Tempest just a little bit impeded at the wrong moment.
Yeah, not ideal. Again, back markers playing a role into this race. No blue flags in British mini bikes, of course. Usually that's where you would see the blue flag play a role in the likes of well, MotoGP, Formula 1, anything like that, British Superbikes. And unfortunately for these guys, no blue flags. So they really have to work hard to try and get that bike in the right position it perfectly, and to try and get past those back markers. But as you see, they go through the gap now just over a second from Tempest and Hall. So a bit of work to do.
And it'll be one of those cases where you basically have 2 schools of thought. You either believe that you make your own luck, or luck is going to come to you or against you. So it is an interesting situation, but you have to be quick on your feet And definitely very quick on your hands as well to try and position where the bike needs to go at the right moment. Now, Max Bartel has been getting on with the job very, very carefully here and has got himself into 4th place. Now, he is not a million miles behind this, actually. He's crept within a second of Sean Betton in 3rd position, and he's the fastest rider on the circuit, 51.529, and he's actually lapping about a second quicker than the 3 leaders. There he is in 4th place. You can just about make him out with the Dayglow yellow suit. Now, he's a factor in this all of a sudden. They've got through the traffic together. Here he comes. Look, he's going to charge through up the inside, is he?
Yep, that's down
the 3rd.
It's happened to P3 from Max Bartel. Great move from him. He's come out of nowhere and across the line then sets a new personal best as well of the race, 51.126, fastest man on the circuit. So Bartel is playing havoc with this pack.
And through the traffic, Betton was able to get back past Tempest. So Tempest is the one actually down to 4th place, having gone into 2nd. But watch Bartel. Bartel is now all of a sudden in this race, and he's got time. He's got a lap and a half to get these two, and he's got speed. He's obviously got the bike to get the job done. He's a lot faster off the turns as well. He's got good mechanical grip in the bike, so things are working very well. But he's got to try and find a decent gap on Sean Betton. Here he goes round the outside. He tries to get the undercut. He might find it into the final turn. He's on the number 12 bike, but he's registered as the number 1 as he comes through over the line.
Down the inside again this time. Can he try and get it under braking? No, he can't this time. So, there's the 57
Oh, no,
going
that's John
down.
Clements. John Clements is down. That's a real shame.
Massive, massive shame for this, and the leaders are going to come through this section as well, so there'll mean yellow flags in this section, so no overtaking, of course. They clear it quickly. Now down into the braking zone again, a hairpin 2, and that's a position change
for the lead!
For the lead, Betton down the inside of Hall, and what a move that was, and that's going to leave him under pressure now from Bartel as well, who's going to try and get back into the hairpin number 3.
He needed to make that move at the dying moments of the race, and Betton absolutely nails it on Darren Hall, and now they've only got a couple of corners. Watch out around the outside. Max Bartel's going to try and keep his hand on the throttle, and now tucking on the inside of the hairpin for 2nd place. Oh, he's not quite been able to get there on Darren Hall. Hall's got one last chance. Round the outside, he's going to try and hang on for the inside line now. It's going to be a sprint to the line between the two of them. Hall and Betton. Oh, he's down on the main straight. They both come off down the main straight. It's gone the way of Hall and Breton, but they crash on the finish line.
I'm sure the red flag will come out.
Oh my goodness.
I'm sure the red flag will come out there, stopping the race. Of course, they've completely blocked the start-finish line, and you could see there he was trying to go down the inside.
Red flags instantly, no surprise at all.
Yeah, Darren Hall was trying to go down the inside there, and you could just see the bikes coming together, getting collected with each other, and that's not something you want to see.
Well, this is going to be a very interesting declaration of the race. There's Lawrence Childs, who seemed to have an incident on the last lap as well. Then if he quite got to finish the race because the race was red flagged instantly. Now, there's obviously some damage to the bikes, and they're strewn across the racetrack, which is the principal reason for the red flag. Is there a rider in concern as well, I wonder? Because that was an absolutely catastrophic end to the race. And it looks like there is one rider down on the floor just being consulted. Moving, though, which is the main thing. So the rider in question is moving, although obviously some discomfort with the rider having gone down. So let's see if we can have a look at it again. We'll have a look at it a little bit later on, but it is a critical situation. Basically, the move came from Darren Hall as he went up the inside. He and Betton were side by side. When did they connect? See, Darren Hall connected with Betton's bike. They locked pinions, essentially, as they came down the straight.
I think I saw a hand go up from Darren Hall to think, yes, I've got it. It unsettled the bike
and it veered the bike into Betton. Dear, oh dear.
Well, if there's ever a moment of trying not to celebrate too early, I think that is a very...
It's still greasy out there. The thing is, I think they've... in that situation, Darren's taken the conditions of the circuit for granted a little bit there. And it's caused a monumental incident.
And, of course, that's the fastest part on the circuit, isn't it?
It is indeed.
You're flat out there, of course, keeping it fully pinned. And, you know, to go down there, it kind of reminds me back to Teesside at the end of the race where we saw two other riders go down across the start-finish line. Very similar to that sort of instant where the handlebars get collected together.
Yep, I remember watching that race.
This is a sort of carbon copy to that, isn't it, of course? But probably much faster speeds through this section as well, despite the track being much smaller than Teesside. But yeah, still very fast speed through this section. Ryder looks like he's sitting up now.
Well, Tempest was involved in that as well because he had nowhere to go. I'm just going to watch it again. We have access to the replay. We're not going to show it to you yet until we know that the riders are all okay. But Darren Hall, he got the perfect line out of the final turn, and he and Betten were side by side. Bartel had got through into third position past Tempest. And yes, he put his hand in the air to celebrate, and he ended up tagging Betten's bike. Bartel somehow missed them. Tempest tried his best to miss them. But I think as a result, he just ended up, basically he had to slam on the brakes, and he ended up pulling off there to make sure his competitors were okay. But the one who took the biggest tumble, essentially, is officially declared the race winner, Darren Hall. He won it by 0.008 of a second, but he's the one who took the biggest tumble.
I think it was actually Sean Betten.
Oh, was it Betten that went across the road?
Betten, yeah, because you can see Hall in the background.
Oh, of course, Hall
feet.
has the Union flag on the side of his helmet. So, yes, the man he beat by 0.008 of a second, it's actually Sean Betten who took the biggest tumble.
Yeah.
So,
and I believe Betten is now up on his feet. He's in the medical cart.
Well, that's a story for the grandkids.
It is, isn't it?
Well, seeing as how he is on his feet, and he's in the medical car getting attention, I wonder if it's, well, are we able to show that particular incident? Because obviously now we know he's conscious, we know he's okay.
It was a very heavy hit. I think it did slightly take him out slightly. I think he was out cold for a brief moment there, because you saw with the replay.
I'm not at all surprised, really.
Well, no, because judging by the replay that we just saw on the screen here, he hit the floor quite hard, I'd have to say. And
we can now show it. So this is the battle on the last lap. So Bartel's making his way around the outside, trying to get into second place. That gives Darren Hall a little bit of an initiative. He thinks, right, I'm not going to lose this now. I'm going to go for it. So he makes the move on the inside of Betten. Here he goes on the inside line. They're side by side at this point, and watch. Darren Hall is going to celebrate. Here he goes, arm in the air. Yes, I've won. Whoops! And that's where he loses it. Crashes into the side of Betten. Betten loses it, and he takes the biggest tumble. Barrel rolls down the straight, and that was a big, big moment. So Darren Hall takes the victory by 0.008 of a second. But I wonder if that result is going to stand.
Well, we'll yet to see that. Of course, decision will be made by race control. Of course, it was the last lap. It was the checkered flag, and that accident happened across the finish line. So, yeah, as the results stand, I think that is going to be as they stand.
Well, Darren Hall is obviously gingerly bringing his bike back. That's one of the maddest ends to a race I've seen for a long, long time in motorsport, never mind in British mini bikes.
Yeah.
Taking the victory, punching your fist in the air, and then all of a sudden, whoops, that was a bit too early, slid into the side of your competitor, and the pair of you crash over the finish line. Yeah,
it's definitely not ideal. And words, having a brief chat there is Darren Hall.
And that's with Max Bartel, I think he's having a natter with there.
Yeah, yeah.
Just to clarify what happened.
So,
and it looks to me as though the rider is okay involved in that one, Sean Betten. But obviously it is a difficult situation. So the medical teams will obviously go through their various protocols and make sure everything is all right. But they're made of tough stuff, these British mini bike riders, aren't they?
Oh, crikey,
they certainly need to be.
They are, aren't they? They sort of bounce than hit the floor, don't they? And it's definitely something you want to do. But, of course, they are told in these championships, you know, you need the proper safety gear to go racing. And, of course, without that, they wouldn't be racing here today. They'd be like, no, you haven't got it. You're not racing. So there we go. Well, that was, of course, an interesting end to that one. And, of course, that was only Group B.
I was just going to say,
that
absolutely.
was Group B. We've got the A race next.
If that's how they're going to do it in that particular category, the A group might have a little bit of a say about how to go racing wheel to wheel on a set of stock 140 bikes. But that was pretty close stuff towards the end of the race there. So now, of course, the riders will come through. And it's going to see the title fight. Ben Lord and Ryan Tyers. On dropped scores, they are separated by just 18 points with 120 available this weekend. It could literally go anybody's way between Ben Lord and Ryan Tyers. And Ben Klukas is basically there to potentially pick up a couple of race victories and pick up the spoils. If he can get a better run than these two, he's likely to get third. Somebody's not going to make the start.
Looks like the 555.
It does, doesn't it? The treble 5 might be in trouble before the race even gets underway. So that would be devastating, but unfortunately, it looks to me as though certainly someone isn't going to go all the way. A few other bikes coming out onto the circuit as they line up a position. But it is predominantly about the title fight. Ben Lord versus, of course, his main rival, Ryan Tyers, as those two will battle for the Parker Racing Stock 140 British minibike title of 2019. And what a fight it could end up being between those two. By my maths and my calculations, the gap between them on dropped scores is just 18 points, with 120 available. There's the 51 struggling to get underway again.
Phil Dickens.
So that could be a real problem if he can't get the bike up to speed. He is trying to.
Taking the short route.
Yes, he obviously just wants to get this race started. He's not going to wait around any. In fact, no, he's going to park it.
Yeah, I think he has just parked it there. I think he's got an issue with the bike. I think he did actually drop it. I think he went down and slightly damaged it. I think we just saw that off camera. But he's got it going now. He's getting to the grid. So, of course, he's going to try and get this underway.
But now we've got the title rivals on the front row of the grid. On the left side, Ryan Tyers, second in the standings.
Is he giving
on the right side, Ben Lord.
Is he giving him the stare?
Yeah, I think he is. They are trying to psych each other out. What is he doing? He's partying. Goodness me, Ryan Tyers, he's having a real lackadaisical weekend, isn't he? He was taunting Ty Kinton in the earlier race, and now here he is on the pole position. He's dancing on the main straight. Has he got an iPod in there?
Well, maybe that's why he was so happy in the previous race and just
Clearly.
like, go on, have it. I'm having the time of my life here. Great drone shot here into turn one for the start of this race. It's the penultimate race. It's the last race of Group 1 today. And it is, of course, the Parker Racing Stock 140. It's the A race, and they're underway, and it's straight away into turn one. And it's a good start from the front rows. They go 3 wide into the braking zone here at turn one, all managing to get through nice and well into turn number 2 as well. But it's a good start all the way through the pack.
Crucially, Ben Lord got the jump, so the 48 is out in front. Not a great start for the 55 of Ryan Tyers. He didn't get the start he wanted to. And now, is that a change for the lead? It is. So a nice little battle going on there at the front end of the field, and that is the 55, Ryan Tyers, who has got back through. So he was clearly not happy with me saying he didn't get a great start. Charged his way back through on Ben Lord, even as early as halfway around the first lap. He knows he's got an 18-point deficit to make up over the course of these 2 races. He is out to get it done as soon as possible.
Well, there you go. It just shows he's listening to the commentary through his helmet, isn't it? So into turn one again for the second time. 11 laps to go then, and it's a clear lead for the moment for Ryan Tyers on that 55. Ben Lord holding on to second place. Then it's Kinton, Holmes-Williams. Then it's Lord, Shelton, Clucas, McGiven, Dickens, Jones, and Collymore. They're your top 11 at the moment. Obviously, Chase Collymore, one of the younger riders who are out there doing a sterling job. And there is a couple of bikes there having a great little scrap as the rest of the field power through this section here.
Always a tough race to have wheel-to-wheel battles, being so narrow, but these guys really do give it the beans when they're out there on circuit. Ryan Tyers ahead of Ben Lord, and he needs to gain a bit of ground on him. 50 points for the victory, 60 points for the victory if he's obviously in a bigger grid. So he needs to gain as many points on Ben Lord as he possibly can, and he knows that Ben Lord is going to drop 60 points. Ryan Tyers isn't going to drop any because he missed round 3. Missed round 5, I should say, my apologies. So with him missing a round, he's going to count every single point he scores for the remainder of this championship season. And with 60 points available for the win, he knows that he's got to maximise this opportunity. He's got to try and make up as many points on Lord as physically as physically possible. So from Ryan Tyers' point of view, his job is quite clear. Win both races and hope the cards fall in his favour.
Yeah, he doesn't want Ben Lord in second place, though. That's for sure.
No, second place isn't going to be enough, is it?
No, he needs to be much further down the order.
Well, second place is it's going to give him 55, isn't it?
Yeah.
So 60 to 55. If he does that twice, he's only going to gain 10 points. He needs to gain 20.
Yeah. So it's not ideal then. So he needs him to drop back a couple more positions than that. But at the moment, Ben Lord is denying that. He's still in second place. He has got Richard Holmes-Williams close behind him, though. Only a couple of tenths between those two. But fastest man on the circuit is Ryan Tyers, your race leader. 47.483 as the rest of the field go through, and it's close battles all the way throughout. Mick Lord has dropped 15 positions. I'm not sure if that's a timing issue or he has stopped.
He had a very slow lap, a 1 minute 4.8, so I think maybe Mick Lord has had a problem and potentially has brought it back into the pits. I certainly can't see the 69 out there at the moment, but there is some good battles going on, so he might have ended up in the midst of all of that. We'll try and double check and pick up on it as we can. But so far, out in front, no problems for Ryan Tyers. And there's the 48 running in second place, being caught, as you mentioned, by Richard Holmes-Williams, who's now up to third place past Ty Kinton. Yellow flags. We've got somebody gone down in the middle section of the hairpins. Can't quite make it out who it is from this position, but our cameras might be able to pick it up.
Can't quite see anywhere out
Riders
there
got
at
back
the moment.
into the battle. It's the 51 that went, so that is
Right.
Phil Dickens. More problems for him. But here's the battle for the lead tyres, and they are dropping Lord, Holmes-Williams and Ty Kinton. Holmes-Williams really has a good shot at second place here. Now, it's this kind of performance from Richard Holmes-Williams and Ty Kinton that could be the thorn in the side for Ben Lord. Lord goes wide. Holmes-Williams is already trying to get him on the inside line. If he gets a good run, he's going to get into second position, and he does. Now, this is great news for Ryan Tyers. It's horrible news for Ben Lord, because if Holmes-Williams does get him, no, on acceleration, he gets back past Holmes-Williams. Now, he needs to finish second to Tyers in both races to have a hope of hanging on to the championship. He can't afford to lose places to Holmes-Williams and Ty Kinton. This is critical for the man in second place, and Holmes-Williams is going for it again on the inside. Surely this time he will get the job done. Yes, he does. In a second, and Ty Kinton tries to get there as well. Kinton tried to get into third, hasn't quite been able to.
Yeah, Ty Kinton tried to have a cheeky move down the inside as well, trying to follow Holmes-Williams there. Couldn't quite do it. The gap was closed by Ben Lord, but Ben Lord now down into P3, which of course does help out Ryan Tyers, but not enough. He needs to drop another position again to try and gain any more time. So Tyers obviously unaware what's happening to Ben Lord at the moment. All he's concerned about is, I have to win this. I have to get as many points as I can, but he doesn't know what's happening to Ben Lord at the moment, and Ben Lord is still under pressure from Ty Kinton.
2/3 would be enough for Ben Lord, because he'd get 52 points from each of those races. That means he would lose a total of 16 points if Tyers won both races. The gap between them on dropped scores is 18. So if Lord finishes third twice, he will hang on to it. But fourth is not going to be enough. Ty Kinton has gone into third position. Lord needs to get into that third position again to have any hope of hanging on to it, because fourth position is the critical one. For fourth place, he'll only get 50 points. That will be a drop of 10, and that will drop the battle in the title fight from 18 points down to 8. He really does need to get himself back into that third position spot if he can.
Yeah, it's crucial that he gets back on that, and he's not fallen off from Ty Kinton, has Ben Lord. Ben Lord still on the back of him now, as you can see the rider there in fifth place. That's Zach Shelton crossing the line in fifth place. He's going to try and hold back, but it's crucial that Ben Lord gets into that third place again. But again, it's just struggling to keep up, isn't he?
This is not good for Ben Lord. He needs to get at least a top 3 finish from the second race if he drops to fourth in this one. And of course, he's currently running in that fourth place spot. But it's Tyers, Holmes-Williams, Kinton and Lord at the moment, from Shelton, Clucas, Collymore, Jones, McGibbon, Barron, Dan Pearson, Sam Smith, Ben Suter and Simon Wadsworth. From Mike Smallburns in 15th, and then it's Craig Spencer and Phil Dickens, still struggling to keep their bikes maintained. Joe Woodward, John Buckle and Mick Lord struggling, the latter two out of the race, as still this battle rages in the midfield. That is Craig Spencer battling his way through, but the real battle is for the title, and it's Tyers in the lead, who's now stretched out 3.3 seconds in front of Richard Holmes-Williams. Then it's Ty Kinton in third, who is now starting slowly to stretch away a little bit from Ben Lord, who's only got a 47.9 as a best lap. The others are all faster. This is not good news for Ben Lord. He needs to make an adjustment ready for the second race to keep himself in the top 3. A third position finish with a fourth position finish would tie the title race. So it's critical that he gets himself into third position.
Definitely so, and of course he's going to try really hard at that, as these guys still jostling for position around there. There's the 1-2-6. Of course, Richard
Is that
Holmes,
Kinton? That's Kinton trying to get through on Holmes-Williams, isn't it?
I think it was, yeah. I think they were having a good little scrap
They
across
were.
the line, but it's still Richard Holmes-Williams in second place. Ty Kinton still in P3 at the moment as they cross the line, as they go through turn 1 again. Now that gap, Ben Lord, it's opening up still slightly. He's 5.1 seconds down from Ryan Tyers, but third place, Ty Kinton, 3 seconds down.
Well, Ty Kinton could actually be a bit of a salvation here for Ben Lord, because if Kinton and Holmes-Williams get into the war zone and they end up taking each other out, he's going to get a second place finish. So he needs to be very careful to stay with them, and he is losing ground. There he is. You can see he's really struggling to stay with Holmes-Williams and Ty Kinton. His title fight and ambitions are disappearing, but Ty Kinton could help him out a little bit here if he can get on terms with Holmes-Williams and hold them up. If they start scrapping, there's a chance here for Ben Lord to get back into it. They come over the line once again.
And yeah, Ben Lord still holding on to 4th place, as you say, but yeah, falling back. But these guys really jostling for position, and it could, of course, yeah, bring that moment if these two get a little bit scrappy as he tries to look down one of the fastest corners on the circuit, probably. That is turn number 3. Again, into the braking zone here, hairpin number 2. Can't quite do it this time, but again, this could be the downfall of these two. You know, this could massively help out Ben Lord, as you said earlier.
He's doing the research here in 3rd position, isn't he, Ty Kinton? He's putting pressure on Holmes-Williams, having a go at each apex and thinking, right, where is he vulnerable? Where is he making mistakes? On the last lap, I can nail him. He doesn't want to do it now, because if he gets it wrong now, he's going to ruin everything. It's the last lap when you go ugly and throw it up the inside. Tyres is still out in front. He's extended the gap to over 4 seconds. Now it's up to Ty Kinton to really start to reel in this position, as Ben Lord is still there in 4th position, fast enough to lap back Marcus without issue, but not fast enough to keep up with the top 3. And if Holmes-Williams and Ty Kinton get into it, here comes Kinton, having a look again. He's not quite able to get on the inside of Holmes-Williams, but if these two get into it, Ben Lord has a chance. 2nd position would be enough to keep his title hopes alive. 4th position would make things vulnerable, but not done, as they continue to battle away. Holmes-Williams and Ty Kinton, they storm into the hairpin. No problem at all through the left-hander. Holmes-Williams looking down at the bike almost as if something was having an issue there. And so now Ty Kinton will feel like he's a threat as they come into the final couple of hairpins. Is there going to be an opportunity for Kinton to get on the inside of Holmes-Williams? Not so far. It's a victory for Tyres. He gets the win. 2nd place is going to be Holmes-Williams. 3rd is going to be Kinton. And in 4th place, unfortunately for Ben Lord, that makes winning the title ever so difficult now. He still leads the title race, but the gap that was 18 points after dropped scores is now down to just 8.
Yeah, it's definitely not something you want going into the final race of the championship. Of course, you want the bigger gap as possible, and losing just that little bit more points is not ideal. Rest of the field start to make their way through. Zach Shelton crosses the line in 5th place. Chase Collymore, the young rider, up into 6th place. Then it's Ben Klukas in 7th. Andrew Jones in 8th. Scott McGibbon takes 9th place, with Sebastian Barron rounding out your top 10. Sam Smith next across the line in 11th place. Then it's Daniel Pearson. Simon Wadsworth moving up one more position, 13th. Then it's Sutter, Smallbones, Dickens, Spencer, Woodward, Buckle and Lord. They round out the rest of the 20-bike grid. Well, it's a good end to the A race, of course, and a good end to the race. First races of the day. We head back, of course, to the Junior SMs later on, but it's, of course, crucial now in terms of those points for the A group.
Certainly an easier end to the race in the B group. Certainly an easier end to the race in the A group, I should say, than it was in the B group, because obviously that ended up in a cataclysmic problem over the finish line. But indeed, the Junior SM 90 and Mini GP 110 Race 2 is going to be out next. Now, we should really look for an update as to what happened in the Super Minis, because obviously they completed only 4 laps and then their race did not restart. So is that a race declared at 4 laps, or will they rerun that later? I'm not sure what the situation is going to be with that. We'll have to double check. But yeah, it looks as though their race is declared, with Joe Dickinson as the race winner of that. And I don't think they're going to restart. They didn't restart it. They're not going to rerun it, certainly. So that Super Minis race that was won by Joe Dickinson, that is now well and truly declared as his victory. We'll pick that story up a little bit later. But next up on track, it's Junior SM 90 and Mini GP 110 for the 2nd and final time today. Junior SM 90 and Mini GP 110 Race 2 out on circuit. Our drone is flying proper time now as they give us fantastic pictures over the circuit here at Tattershall. Former military airbase, of course, and now proper racetrack. This is what we love about this particular place. And what a venue to finish off the 2019 British Mini Bikes Championship season. Junior SM 90 and Mini GP 110 will finish their season in style. And boy, oh boy, is this going to be a fantastic end to the year. The champion's already declared, as we know, of course, with Brook Champion already declared as the MGP 110 title winner. And it looks as though our champion in the latter class, Dan Stevenson, is missing from this race. He decided he's not going to do this last race of the year. Fair enough, I suppose.
Shame, you know.
It is a shame. It would have been nice to have seen him, but when you've won the title, the one thing you don't want is to go into the winter with an injury, and obviously there is a heightened risk of doing that. So when you win the title, that is all fair to the good. The flags are up, green flag in the air. Are we going to go racing straight away? Yes, we do, and it's an absolute flyer from the front of the green, but the second row barely moves at all. So it's going to be a big shake-up to the race as they charge through the first corner, and as the second row of the grid barely moves at all. In fact, fourth place on the grid doesn't move at all. That is a big disaster, so we've already lost one of the major game players, and things will shake up as a result of that. But so far, it looks to me as though we've still got Joe Mostica up towards the sharp end of the field, as we saw from earlier on, but Zach Weston, the 35, obviously the man to beat in this class.
Brooke Champion at the back of the grid almost collected the stalled rider on the grid. It was super close to see her avoid. You just saw her at the top end of your screen, but massive commitment to her. Absolutely flew through that one, managed to avoid a collision.
It is Weston from Grieg at the moment, so Weston still leads the race, and it looks as though the rider that stalled, unfortunately, has now been unable to get going again, so their race is already run, and we've got a yellow flag rider down in the second section of the course, and that is the 51 that's down. So a bit of a problem there already to start things off, and that is the 51 that's gone down. Can't quite see who that is. Obviously, that could end up being a stoppage. For the moment, it's not, though. Rider is up and bike is moved away, so that is good news. So obviously, the 51 now out of contest and will not come through at the end of procedure. So we'll have to try and figure out who the 51 is from the qualifying session earlier on, of course. Or, of course, from the earlier race. Oh, it's Fabian Sands. Fabian Sands, who had his issues earlier on, of course, but it looks like he's not quite going to get to the finish of the last race of the season. But there is your man out front, riding beautifully. Zach Weston doing an absolutely superb job out at the front end of the field. And so far, so good for him. He really has taken to this class and this circuit like a duck to water. We're going to have a replay now of the start. This is where we had, look, the second, third and fourth place riders just barely move at all. The third place didn't move. How did Brooke Champion miss him?
I've no idea. It was, you could see it out of nowhere. It's the most horrible feeling. You know, you're starting a race, you want to go, 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 and then it's just, oh no, someone stopped, and you've got to quickly dive it out of the way. It's one of the difficult things to do at the start of a race, and yeah, as you can see, Brooke Champion delivered that perfectly. Back live now. 10 laps to go, and there's your race leader, Zach Weston, on that 35 machine, and it's a good-looking bike as well. Matching leathers as well. It's a good combination, I think. But these guys still flying through. 5 seconds clear already from Joel Grieg. Joe Mostic, he's moved up into third place as well. That's dropping Ruby Booth down into fourth place on the 86 machine as well. Daniel Stevenson, he's doing well. He's up 2 positions as well. He's up into 12th place now. Manages to get past Brooke Champion and Charlie Ward.
So that was a big clanger from Jake Sanson. He is there on the grid, the current champion. He is there. So trying to battle his way through, of course. And it'll be a very interesting battle as he continues to try and charge his way forward. Weston from Grieg, Mostica, George Bartle now in a fourth position past Ruby Booth. Look at this battle. We're really starting to tighten up now in the mid-section of the course. Back onto the main straight. And so far, so good as the competitors continue to charge forward. This is the 998 of Ollie Pearson, hoping he's not going to have the same mechanical problems he had in the previous race. Luca Wilkinson, Charlie Pearson and Billy Carter all in the mix there as well as they run for 6th down to 9th. Lots of support for these guys back home, and they are charging hard here at Tattershall the last time this season, getting ready, of course, for a strong campaign in 2020. But this is a great run. Pearson from Wilkinson, Charlie Pearson and Billy Carter, and they are all still absolutely glued to each other as they run around the circuit.
Mike was muted. There we go. It's a good start for that one. So, yeah, good start from these guys. Of course, 8 laps to go. All jostling for position there. All doing an excellent job. Now, fastest person on the circuit is Joe Mostica. He's crossed the line now. He went 2 seconds slower in that last lap alone. He is right behind, though, Joel Grieg. They are having a very, very close battle out there. Now, as they go through, it is, of course, the 3 that we wanted to keep an eye on as they're going through the final corner now onto the start-finish straight. And there's a good little scrap. There's the 998, of course. Ollie Pearson there leading this little pack of 3. It's Luca Wilson behind and Charlie Pearson. So the 2 Pearsons. It's the Pearson-Wilkinson sandwich as they go through. And still jostling very closely for position as they exit turn number 2 into turn 3, past the pit lane exit. And again, looked like Ollie Pearson there, or sorry, Charlie Pearson tried to go for a move down the inside of Luca Wilkinson. Couldn't quite get it done through turn 3, and it's a very difficult corner, turn 3. It's super fast. It's one racing line, really. You can't really go side by side.
Looked to me like he made it. I think Luca Wilkinson actually went a little bit. I think he went a little bit too wide through the left-hander. lost the ground, and then round the outside, Charlie Pearson thought, right, well, you've obviously overshot, so I'm just going to take and sweep past you around the outside. Meanwhile, now is that for the lead? Is that Jack Weston dealing with Joel Grieg? No, there is Joel Grieg. So he's battling away with Mozzie Mostica.
Yep, so this is the battle for second place. This is hottening up, and it's Mostica around the outside. Is he going to go all the way around the outside? He's going to take the long way round. He is. And now he's on the inside into turn number 4, and that is how you do it.
The apple does not fall far from the tree, does it? That's worthy of James. Absolutely sensational from Joe Mozzie Mostica. That is one heck of a move around the outside of the second hairpin on the course. My goodness, he had his Weetabix this morning, didn't he? That was a belter of an overtaking move around the outside. I'd love to see that one again, because that is such a hard overtaking move to pull off. And especially when you're at the beginning of your career and you're still trying to get up to speed in greasy conditions still, because it's not warm out there at all. I would love to see that overtake one more time, and I think we're going to be able to. So Mostica battling away with Grieg, and he realised, here we go, so he realises Grieg has got the inside line. There's no way he's going to give him any space, so Mostica just goes, right, you're going to hold up the inside line, you're going to be careful, you're going to tiptoe, so I'm just going to flick the throttle. Beautiful, round the outside. That is a textbook overtake.
Yeah, good stuff there from Mostica. So excellent stuff, putting him up into P2, of course. And next on his list will be, of course, Zach Weston. Now the gap, of course, is 8 seconds at the moment, but he is lapping a little bit faster. But not that much, I would say. You know, he's only about 4/10 faster that lap alone, as we've got some great drone shots here. And say, Zach Weston's actually just responded, 54.28. He's just put in the new fastest lap of the race from the lead. And Joe Mozzie Mostica can't respond. His last lap alone was almost 2 seconds slower. That gap's nearly 10 seconds now for the lead. So there's no way he's going to close that gap within 5 seconds. Of course, anything could happen, though. It is motorsport, and we can't question that as we look at these still great drone shots into this final section of the circuit, this little battle of 4 bikes at the moment as they go through. It's quite hard to tell who it is from this shot, but it's, they're having a good scrap.
These are the Pearsons. It's Pearsons battling away, and here comes, is that Luca Wilkinson back into position again now? I think it is now, so they're still dueling away for position. There is Mostica, having got himself into second place. He now has a bit of a gap over Grieg. So obviously it's going to be a very tough battle as they continue to charge forward. But Mostica running well in second position in front of Grieg, then Bartle, Booth, Pearson, Wilkinson and Charlie Pearson, then Billy Carter, and Dan Stevenson is in 10th place now. So doesn't need to win the race to be victorious in the title fight, and there's a couple of overtaking moves there. Now that is going to be a couple of changes for position lower down the order. That's Jack Newton getting past Kieran Nelson, who is still in front of Brooke Champion in the 110 battle. But obviously Nelson versus Champion battling away there. Zach Weston is one of the riders who's only been here for a couple of rounds, so obviously Brooke Champion still set to take the title. A few laps to go, and obviously it is going to be very, very tight from this point onwards as the riders are getting into the closing stages of the season.
Definitely so, and of course as that sun gets ever lower, it's going to make it much difficult to see where you're going, especially going into, you know, the west side of the circuit. You know, as they get to that side, the sun's in their eyes, and some of these riders are actually running clear visors, which is definitely going to be really difficult. There is the 217, and that is Hudson Cooper in 11th place at the moment. He's got a very dark visor on, so he's set for this moment. He's happy out there. Here's the 21, that's George Bartle in 4th place, and the 86 crossing the line, Ruby Booth. So that's 4th and 5th place at the moment. Here comes Brooke Champion and the 16. They're having a good little scrap there as well. The 46 of Brooke Champion. I think it was actually Kyron Nelson, the 15.
Once again, those two are scrapping.
Yeah.
They're going to keep this all the way down to the line, these two. They're going to have an absolute fantastic route between those two again, as Brooke Champion is about to be confirmed as the Mini GP 110 champion of Britain. Here, though, is going to be a really exciting run for Weston. 2 laps to go, and he's absolutely charging away. No major disasters, no problems really for Zach Weston as he continues his seamless ride around the circuit here at Tattershall. He really has nailed this weekend, and he's got the best setup, the best riding stance, and his confidence is sky high.
Yep, definitely so, as he goes into hairpin number 2. Turn 4 out there. Again, that tight entry, but really sweeping exit that he's got. Then you come back into this infield section. Here he comes. He's just catching up to a couple of back markers that we've got here. Can't quite see who those back markers are, but I'm sure they'll get out the way fairly quickly. But as he goes round, he's on the penultimate lap, I should just say. And there's the 85. Who is that? That's Billy Carter. So that's Billy Carter that he's got for some company. Billy gets out the way, which is excellent to see. And then across the line, it's last lap time now for your race leader, Zach Weston. He is currently leading the way quite nicely, 13 seconds he's got from Joe Mosticka. So Mosticka, of course, on one of the JSM 90s, different class to Zach Weston. Of course, Zach Weston on the Mini GP 110s, but he's going through nice and clear at the moment, but again, a bit more traffic in front.
He's going to lap Charlie Pearson this time by the 100. And having a really strong end to the season, Charlie Pearson having got past Luca Wilkinson. So Zach Weston's got to time this right. He's got a gap. He doesn't need to panic at this point. Just let them do their thing and just bring the bike home. He's got himself plenty of space over Mosticka and Grieg. So this is going to be a nice end to the season for Zach Weston. A really strong performance over the course of this weekend. He was the fastest in time qualifying. He's really just nailed every single apex, every single lap. Has been pretty exemplary as he comes through and out of the final turn. And the last race of the season is taken by Zach Weston. He charges to the line and a victory for Zach Weston in both of the races today. Fantastic performance. But in the battle for second place behind, it is going to be Joe Mosticka, who comes through in second place and takes the victory in the JSM 90, of course. What a race from Mosticka. And I have to say, that is one of the best rides I've seen from him. Brilliant stuff. And obviously James is there at the side of the circuit to greet him home. And I think we're all pretty blown away with just how mega that move was at the right moment. He really stepped up the attack at exactly the right moment and got the victory done. Now, where's the battle between Kyron Nelson and Brooke Champion? Is Champion going to get one final trick up her sleeve once again? Those two have battled all the way through. She has, you know. Brooke Champion has waited until the last lap again to get past Kyron Nelson. That's exactly as she did before. But she's just been sat behind Kyron Nelson the whole race. And Pounce, look, there they are battling through. And Brooke Champion is going to come through. And with this victory, she clinches the Mini GP 110 title. That is a fantastic result for Brooke Champion. A very good performance indeed all through the year. Well done to her.
Excellent stuff from Brooke Champion. So again, managed to avoid the traffic at the start of that race, doing a sterling job for that. Really committed ride all the way through, and of course managing to get Kyron Nelson on the last couple of laps as well.
Well, we have two champions confirmed now. Dan Stevenson, who was already secured as the Junior SM90 champion for 2019. And now Brooke Champion, confirmed after 2 wins in her battle with Kyron Nelson. And that secures her place as the Mini GP 110 title winner. Well done to those two. And they can go into the winter with dignity and heads sky high, as they are the champions of Britain 2019. Not bad going.
Not bad going at all. Of course, next out onto the circuit, of course, will be the Extra Flow Stock 160s. 2 groups in these guys, so we'll be starting with the B group first. So we are back out to the circuit. Of course, riders making their way back to the grids. Now, of course, we had an interesting race earlier on today with these guys, and let's see if they can give it back again this time around. Of course, the winner in the first race for this one was Mike Smallbones on the 17. He was out earlier on this evening, struggling though with the bike. He was down a little further out in a different class, of course, but did well in this one. So we'll see him back, hopefully, at the front earlier on. Now, of course, we'll get the, I think it goes from the qualifying results or the race results, I think, from the previous one. So in terms of race results from this one earlier on today, of course, race winner was Mike Smallbones. As my laptop's taking its time, Craig Spencer was second place and Callum Brown finished third, with Dean Rowland fourth and Matthew Putland fifth. So see them lining up there, can see the 200.
The qualifying argument tallies because on pole position is certainly not the man who won the race, I don't think.
No, there we go. So there you go, that settles that. But of course,
because Mike Smallbones is there, he's coming to the grid, but yeah, he didn't start from the front of the
so
grid.
it's still qualifying results, yeah. So, no.
So what that will give us is, oh no, sorry, it will give us Mike Smallbones, who appears to be on a different bike to what he was earlier on. That's not necessarily a big major concern, and it's certainly not unusual. Simon Patterson is second, and then it's Craig Spencer and Tom White who are together on the second row of the grid.
Yeah, I think it is Smallbones there on the 200. That's why I was a bit concerned. I couldn't see a number 200 out there.
Well, I thought it was Patterson.
Isn't it Patterson?
I think it is Patterson on the 200 bike. Smallbones is usually the 17.
Yes, but I can't see the 17.
No, I can't see the 17. I think it's a different bike to what he's usually using, so maybe he's developed a problem with that bike. He's found one, green flag, and away we go, down to the first corner, and it's a beautiful start from Patterson. He has absolutely charged his way forward into second place as well. A pretty decent start from the 41 to charge through, and so far so good for Patterson. He could use a bit of luck as well, actually, because Simon Patterson has not had a lot of it over the course of the day so far, but he has charged his way through into the lead, the 200, and it looks as though problems already for the 57 of John Clements as he pulls the bike straight into the pits. He's out before he even gets around the first lap. Yeah, massive shame for him, and the rest of the field there goes through. Patterson already opening up a little bit of a gap already, and that's allowing these guys to really concertina up into each other. There's the 64, the 54, Matthew Putland in 8th place. He's in the middle of the pack at the moment. Sorry, as I get something stuck in my throat there, but it's the rest of the field go through. Here's your race leaders again, the pack of 4 as they bring the bike back up again. And over the start-finish line, Joe Woodward, the 46, is the only time we can see. Everyone else is a TXP number. Well, that's interesting. So that's going to get corrected fairly shortly. But it's certainly Simon Patterson out in front. I think there's a movement up to 3rd position. And is that Joe Woodward himself, actually, who's gone up into 3rd place there? I think it might be. So Joe Woodward trying to charge his way through and up the inside and makes up another place into 3rd. Well, that would mean that, well, no, that's Woodward in front of all this, actually. So Woodward has already made up some places on Patterson. Yeah. There is Woodward. That is him definitely in 1st position. Yes, so Woodward's managed to get to the front of the pack. I'm not sure how he managed that. He was quite far behind, and then all of a sudden he's taken 2 positions out of 1. But there we go. We'll cross the line. Hopefully the timing screen will update with who we've got out there. So as they cross the line now, you should get your timing screen, and there's the issue that you can see being confirmed with us as well. It's the same issue we have, don't worry. We can't see who that is. We're not sure either. Basically, from 5th downwards, it's quite clear-cut. That's Callum Brown from Matthew Putland, then Cockfield, Dean Rowland, Danny Brown and Gaz Pearson rounding out the top 10. From Lawrence Childs, Adrian Talent, Peter Lakin, who is now lost out, unfortunately. He's out of the race. Richard Jones having got into 13th place. But there is definitely Joe Woodward out in the lead of the race. Obviously, we saw Simon Patterson, who I think is still in 2nd place, the 200 bike. Although he might have lost a bit of ground. Yes, he's fallen to 4th place now. So in 3rd position now, we must have the 41. So who's that that's crept up into 2nd position? I'm just trying to read what number of bike that is. I can't quite see it from my position, unfortunately, because we are... on the wrong grid, anyway. We're on the wrong. Oh, are we on the wrong grid? Right. So Woodward leading the way. It's not that grid either. Right. Hold on, bear with me. You'll get there. You'll get there. I'll try and work it out. Patterson in 4th position. That for much I definitely know, because that's the 200 bike, and he is there in 4th place. But Woodward is running in the lead of it's 41 Craig Spencer who's next in line, and I'm guessing then that the 154 is the bike that's in 2nd place. That might be Tom White. So I have a feeling it's Tom White whose bike is there in 2nd place, hustling the race leader, Joe Woodward. Now, is that the 154 that is there in 2nd position? It certainly looks pretty... It's tough to read because it's a black background and a very day-glow red number on behind it, and certainly giving him plenty of hustle. No, it's the treble 5 bike making the move on the inside line for the lead as well. So this is going to be an interesting battle. I think he's borrowed a bike, you know. I have a feeling that that's a bike that's been borrowed. I think so it is as well. So that might be Tom White who's made his move forward. Because, yes, didn't Tom White have an issue earlier on, actually? I think fairly sure he did have an issue earlier on. So he's swapped bikes. And that is Woodward in 2nd position. This happens a lot in British mini bikes. Riders, they go from race to race. They find they've got an issue with the bike. They get another one, and obviously the transponder doesn't quite update until midway through the race. So we'll find out as it goes. Yeah. And obviously you can keep an eye on BritishMinibikes.com for all the updates through the closing stages of the race weekend. That will all update as the results become official. But it's just great for us to have a nice little banter out on the circuit. But Simon Patterson is behind all this, as is the 41 of Craig Spencer, who is in 3rd position. But Joe Woodward is under massive pressure. Is up the inside line. That is the move for the lead, is it? There's not a lot of room. He's had to go on the white line to hold on to it.
Fair play to Joe Woodward there, absolutely committed. They're right to the edge of the circuit, using the track limits and a little bit more over the white lines, but not getting it onto the grass, because that would have ended badly, because the grass here is soaking wet.
I tell you what, Joe Woodward would make it as a motorcycle tightrope rider, because he ran the white line beautifully. Now he's going to lose the lead, though. Up the inside comes the treble 5 bike, and that's the lead gone for Joe Woodward, unfortunately. But it was amazing to see him dance with the elements on the main straight there. I mean, that was borderline danger. Let's look at it again, because that was even better than the move for the lead. Look, up the inside comes the treble 5. And Joe Woodward.
Give me slow-mo.
Look at that.
Oh, right to the edge.
That is literally flirting with danger on the main straight. That is so close. Joe Woodward defended to keep the lead. But unfortunately, he has now lost it, which is a real shame. He's there in second place still. It's the treble 5 bike. I think it's Tom White on it, but don't quote me on that. Up front. Unfortunately, the transponders haven't updated. No. When they do, it'll become clearer, but because they haven't...
For the time being, he's TXP 61.
Absolutely. So TX 61 is leading. That's what we're going with.
Yes.
Why not?
There we go.
He's still going to enjoy himself out there, really enjoying the ride. And to be fair, it's more of the laid-back and fun nature of the British mini bikes as well. So it all fits into that. But here we are in Group B for the second and final time this weekend. And, of course, the final race this season. So it's going to be a nice route to end the day. And what an exciting battle it is to take it into the closing stages of the weekend. It's down the main straight. There's only going to be 5 laps to go. But our race leader, the treble 5 bike, we think it's Tom White, running an absolutely sensational run up at the front end of the field.
There we go. We've got another name that's just appeared as well. Callum Brown.
Callum Brown.
Yeah, Callum Brown's popped up into P4.
Well, that means he's moved up into 4th place.
Yes,
I wonder if Simon Patterson... Yeah, Patterson's problems, have they returned? Because he's losing time.
And Patterson's name has now appeared on the timing screen as well. So Race Control are clearly working on it to try and get those names up for us, which will be impeccably helpful. Thank you very much.
They're doing their best.
It's
not the easiest situation, but when riders change bikes midway through a meeting, which they have clearly done on this particular occasion, treble 5 out in front. It's Woodward second. It is Spencer in third. I know that for definite, because that's the 41 bike, and Craig Spencer is definitely the 41. But anyway, still battling away. Is that for lead change? Yes, it is. Woodward's got back through. So Woodward into the first corner has retaken the lead. And still with 4 laps to go, Joe Woodward has managed to get back the lead of this race. So the pendulum swings back in his favour. Yellow flags. Yep, yellow flags right there in front.
Not quite sure who that is that's gone down. That camera, I don't think, has a zoom function to see who that is. But as they appear a little bit closer, might be able to catch a glimpse. It's the 110.
That is Peter Lakin.
Yep, Peter Lakin.
So Lakin, unfortunately, falling down the order. He was in the top 10. He's now down out of it. As Adrian Talon and Lawrence Childs are promoted up a position. Oh, down goes the treble 5!
That is a massive shame. He just asked a little bit too much out of the back end of that bike. Yellow flags come out, of course. That is what we were talking about earlier. It's such a small contact patch you've got with the road, and if you ask a little bit too much of it, it throws you off, and that's what we've just seen there. Well,
Craig Spencer's back into second position as a result of that. We need to see that one again, because the last couple of times he did that move on the inside of Joe Woodward, it was not going to be an issue, and it wasn't a problem earlier on, but he just got a little bit too much. Here we go.
If you really slow it down, you'll see the moment there that it just goes out. He leaves a big, dirty, big line on the floor there as the bike scrapes down, and yeah. It's not ideal there. Really squeezing the power too early, and the back just steps out.
What a shame, because he was really on a charge for another crack at victory there. And he led, of course, in the early part of the race, but he's now definitely not going to have the time, I don't think, to catch up to that man, Joe Woodward, as down the main straight. The battle for second place is still raging. Callum Brown has actually gone up into third position now as well. So Callum Brown is on a major comeback charge. Has he just got second on Spencer? I think he just took Spencer for second. So I think that's the move. Callum Brown, I'm fairly confident the 161 has just got the move on the inside of Craig Spencer to get into second place.
Potentially so. I mean, we're looking at the race leader at the moment, Joe Woodward, getting past the back markers here. But didn't quite see that on
I think Callum Brown made the move. We'll have to double check when we look back at the hunt for second place. There is Callum Brown, the 161. Is that Spencer behind him now? Well, it's certainly TX61 behind him. And yes, That is Craig Spencer having fallen down to 4th position. So both these riders are on the comeback drive. Callum Brown and I think it's Tom White. And White gets back on the inside line into 2nd place. But no, he doesn't. Again, Joe Woodward gets the same move around the outside. Callum Brown does the same thing Joe Woodward did, I should say, to get into 2nd position once again as we go into the last lap. And Callum Brown looks like he's going to finish his season on a 2nd place run, unless he loses out once again to the treble 5.
Well, you could see how close he got there at the final corner. Did run a little bit wide as they go around this hairpin at number 2. Again, much closer now is the TXP 61, trying to close that up to Callum Brown. But Callum Brown holding strong at the moment in P2, looking good.
But fair play to Joe Woodward. After his problems from earlier on, he was the fastest rider out there in the first race of the day and wasn't quite able to finish the job. This time, though, he's going to as he comes out of the final turn. Joe Woodward across the finish line, and this time he gets the victory he richly, richly deserves. Brilliant ride from Joe Woodward. Callum Brown is going to get 2nd place in front of the treble 5. A missed opportunity gone. The 41 Craig Spencer across the line in 4th place from Simon Patterson, who dabs the season goodbye over the line there. Fabulous from Simon Patterson, ever the showman. Danny Brown 6th position across the line, and then it will be Gaz Pearson who comes home in P7 ahead of Dean Rowland and Mark Cockfield, with Lawrence Childs the 10th position for him.
Yeah, good race from those guys. And, of course, end of the season as well. Not for all of them, of course, because some of these will be out a bit later on in some of the other classes on different bikes. But in terms of the B race for the Stock 160s, that is all over. But, of course, coming up next will be the A race.
And, indeed, the A race obviously making things very entertaining. Well, there's the treble 5. Gone to collect something. Did he drop something when he spun?
May have done. His dignity.
Did he drop something? Well, Craig Spencer has just come up.
There we go.
On the timing screen as TX61. So he was on the treble 5 then. So who was on the 41? Okay, that's confusing.
My head hurts.
You and me both, brother. Okay, do you know what? BritishMinibikes.com, if you want to find out who was 3rd and who was 4th.
Do you know?
Young man, do you know? Do you know?
Do you know who that man was?
These guys know better than I do. Unfortunately, I was only here for the first round of the championship back at Clay Pigeon, so my knowledge of the overalls is not quite, the leathers, is not quite as good as it should be. But we are getting ready for the next race.
Hopefully, mine should have been better, but they change them all the time.
They do change leathers and bikes all the time, so that's fair. So you're allowed to buy. For this year, you're allowed to buy.
Yeah.
But by round 1 of next year, you literally do have to go around and buy everybody a drink in the paddock and get to know them all. That's how you do it in this industry. You do. That's how you do it.
I don't think I've got enough money for that.
There's definitely a heck of a lot of riders. So the A group is up next for the Pit Bike Stock 160, 2nd race of the weekend. The A group is ready to rock and roll. Lots of conversation on the grid as the 55 once again takes up residence at the front of the field. Ryan Tyres as he battles away for the Pit Bike Stock 160 title race, and it is very, very close between those two, and it has been all the way through the day. Alongside him on the grid is the 84, Ben Klukas. So Ryan Tyres versus Ben Klukas continues this weekend. It was Ryan Tyres who got the victory last time, but can he hold it for a 2nd attempt? They were the only 2 riders this morning to lap the circuit in under 50 seconds. Now they are dueling away again on the starting grid for this one. But when the green flag drops, we will be focusing as well on the points positions. The drone is once again keeping an eye on things on the start-finish line. They will chase them down to the first corner. Green flag drops, and we're racing. Absolutely cracking start to this one already as the field swarms into that first hairpin. Not a long ride to the front. I think that's Klukas. Is that making his way through on tyres immediately? So Klukas has got into the lead.
I think it was, yes, and we'll get that confirmed when, of course, they'll cross the line, but we'll try and get a shot of them as they go into hairpin 2 again, just holding on to those positions now, all flying through. And I think you may have been right there. I think it is. Yeah, the 84 in the lead. So it is Ben Klukas leading this race.
Now, of course, there is a title to be decided here in this particular category. The Pit Bike Stock 160 points are obviously going to be very, very hotly contested. So let's see what the championship standings are going to be for these guys as they continue to stretch out a gap up front. And this is the battle. Tyres is going to try down the straight to get straight on terms with Klukas. Up the inside line. He can't get there. So Klukas is going to hang on to it. That's Ty Kinton. Oh, a big shot into the first corner. 2 riders down. And that's caused a little bit of pandemonium behind them. But out in front, it is Klukas in front of Kinton. And it's going to be, is it a stoppage straight away or 2 or 3 riders down there? Yellow flags at the moment. Looks like the marshals are preparing for a red.
I can see red flag. Yep,
yeah, red flag. Understandable, really, for that one. 2 riders down. And obviously, it looks like it's a pretty monstrous incident on the cameras. It looked pretty nasty, but whether or not it's going to turn into anything more than that or not, we don't know. All we know is that the safety team is down there at the scene of the incident. So obviously the battle is going on very hectically indeed. And so we're going to have a look at it so that we can try and clear up what the situation and the scenario was out there. But obviously it was quite difficult to see anyway into that first corner because the sun was fading. And on the camera all I could see was just a pile of bikes essentially ending up at the scene. There is the 56 riding away from it. That is Ty Kinton. Now Ty Kinton was in 2nd place. And he was not involved in the incident. It looked to me like it was 7th and 8th, I think. 6th and 7th, maybe. No, 5th and 6th, I'm being told. Sorry, we got there eventually. Jones and Gromit, I think that is. So if that's the case, then Andrew Jones and Julian Gromit were the ones involved in that incident, potentially. But
I don't see the 75 in that group.
No, I don't see them. 51 is there for definite. And the 14 in that mix as well. The 121 trying to walk away. I think they're just chatting to each other now about, well, what do we do now? Are we going to restart or?
I definitely think so. You know, they only had 1 race.
Yeah,
but of course,
lap.
We have got that issue of the daylight fading. So, you know, we can't, you know, they can't rush this. They
so the riders have now gathered over at the pit lane entry and exit, which is in an unusual position here at Tattershall. It's normally alongside the main start-finish straight, but here at Tattershall, the paddock is actually over towards turn 3. And you can see all of the motorhomes and the awnings up in the paddock there. So obviously a little bit of a mother's meeting is needed now so that the officials can explain to the riders what's going to happen next. But it's a bit of a pile-up, and at the first corner it looks as though they are attending to the scene of the incident. It's not... There's no news to give you as yet. Obviously, the medical teams are down there just making sure they run through the protocols. So far, there haven't been any major causes for concern over the course of the meeting. The great thing about this safety team is that they really do check everything. They have a particular protocol. They have to go through each stage, especially if there is a signal that we do need a red flag. Now, a red flag can be called for various different reasons. It could be for discomfort for a rider, but it could also be because the track is blocked, and it certainly looked like it was at the first corner. It wasn't safe for riders to go through at full racing speed, certainly, and it would have been very difficult to control under yellow flag conditions that first corner. So I think the main reason we've actually stopped it is not necessarily due to discomfort for a rider, although there is one particular rider there who is being treated by the medical team, although the signs are good for that at the moment. It looks as though the rider is talking to the medical team, so that is obviously a very good sign. But obviously they need to make sure that the safety protocols and procedures are carried out correctly, especially when the track is effectively blocked, which it was at the first corner, which is why we had to fly the red flag.
Yep, definitely so. And bikes getting pulled out the way again. Looks like the rider is on his feet now as well at turn 1. Being spoken to, of course, by the medical team, and I'm sure will be put into the medical car very, very swiftly. Bit of oil that you can see there being, again, dabbed away out onto the circuit as some cement dust has gone down. But, of course, here at British Mini Bikes, rider safety is paramount, of course, and anything that could happen it instantly gets stopped to the races as well. Even in the adult classes, when it comes to the junior riders, of course, even more safety comes out with extra marshalling, of course, out there to get to the scene as quickly as possible. But here in the adults class, it looks like, they've managed to get that tidied up and swept away a bit quite quickly as well.
It does look to me as though the rider is now in the hands of the medical team and is on his feet. That is good news.
Yeah.
So that is obviously the major concern dealt with. So a couple of riders heading their way back to, well, a damaged bike heading straight back in. And I think also, basically, you know, one of the riders involved in the incident. So that's one rider that's not going to be joining in again. We obviously know the other one because the rider is in the hands of the medical team at the moment. I don't think it's serious, though, which is the good thing. I wonder if we were able to see a little bit again what happened there on that first lap, because obviously now that we have the rider in the car, I don't think it's a critical situation anymore.
So
there is the team obviously removing the last of the debris from the scene, and of course the rider is now being attended to by the medical team. So once that's tidied away, we can go racing again. But it was a weird incident because it's at this corner. So let's have a look at it, because it's a bit of a baffling one because it happens a long way in.
Yeah, you
look,
can see there in the background, 5th and 4th place, they get it coming together. It's kind of a carbon copy of what happened earlier on, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Just
they banged handlebars, essentially.
Yeah.
And that's one heck of a tumble.
Yeah.
It looks worse than it is.
It always does, doesn't it?
It always does in bikes, but yeah, it looks horrific. But fortunately, the rider is up and is in the hands of the medical team. But obviously, considering how much debris went across the circuit, and it was right in the racing line, they came to rest as well. So it made sense to not have any continuation of racing up to that point. So that made a lot of sense to stop it at that point. And so now the riders are just getting an explanation from the officials. Right, we're going to restart the race because obviously we didn't quite complete the first lap with everybody. The leaders had come through before the accident happened, and it was 5th and 6th, as you mentioned, that came through at the end of the first lap. So it's all taken care of in essence, but the riders are now discussing with the officials how they are going to continue on from that point onwards. But they are there on the exit of turn 3 having that discussion. And it looks like one or two of them are now starting to head over to the pit lane to the pit straight once again. So the main straight is going to be where they're all going to end up. So there are a couple of riders, I notice, that are not restarting. Now I wonder if they got damage or something has happened as a result of it. But it is interesting because I don't think everybody is going to return to the circuit. There might be 2 or 3 bikes that are not able to. Elsewhere, though, the rest of the racers are getting themselves back to the start-finish straight once again. So while the incident looked pretty nasty out there, fortunately the safety teams have done their job and they have got the circuit cleared and the competitors going again. And the sign that we're restarting is obviously a positive one because having not seen, you know, the circumstances of the incident, it just looked as though, as you said, it was a carbon copy of the race that we saw earlier on in one of the previous B groups, where the 2 riders basically, they locked pinions.
Yeah.
And that was enough to throw both bikes off the road.
Yeah, definitely. And as the grid starts to line themselves up, quite a few, as you said, did dive into the pit lane from that one. I'm not sure if that's going to play havoc with our grids now to know who is where, but we'll try and get that to you as everyone slots back into position. As some of the riders there just getting back.
What it should mean, it is, well, one of the things it should mean, hopefully, is that we've got Klukas and Ryan Tyres back at the front again.
Yeah.
Are they going to re-grid it, or are they going to be in the positions they started the race? Well, we'll find out very quickly. Yes. The green flag is up in the air, so that question will be answered very shortly as the race is going to go now. And away they go racing up to the first corner. Looks like it's going to be a fairly neat and tidy run to the first hairpin. Is everybody going to get through? Okay, just about. There's a little twitch in the midfield, but I think everybody's through in essence okay. And up in front it is Klukas once again. Ty Kinton's made an absolute flyer of a start, and he's up at a 2nd place. That is an absolute flyer from Kinton, going for the lead already. Kinton drifts into the corner, runs out wide, and loses the ground already. So he's down into 2nd place, but Ty Kinton means business.
Yeah, he really piled on the pressure there, didn't he, for the man in 1st place. Can't quite do anything this time around. Of course, when the timer updates and they cross the line, you'll see for yourselves that you've got a tower there, but of course that's not showing what I think we've got out there. But the 84 leading the way at the moment is Klukas, but he has got the pressure all piled up behind him as they cross the line of Ty Kinton and Ryan Tyres. and it's really starting to heat up at the front there with these three piling away from the rest of the field.
Kinton tried his best to get the lead into the first corner. This is where things kicked off on the previous start. It doesn't this time, but Kinton's going to try and sweep round the outside and dives for the inside of Klukas. Lovely move from Ty Kinton. That was a beautiful bit of aggression, and now through in a second comes Ryan Tyers. So Tyers is through in a second place. He's going to take on Kinton straight away. Ben Klukas is left for dead a little bit there.
Yeah, Klukas clearly wasn't ready for that, was he? And yeah, that's 2 into 1 really, piled through. And these two now have absolutely, they've opened up that slight gap now and are going to try and battle away at this as much as they possibly can. And you can see there on the outside, Tyers trying to sweep back on the inside on that 55. Can't quite do anything now. Brings it back to the inside as they cross the line. Yellow flags out in the midfield. As they cross the line, Tyers takes the lead.
He's done it. Beautifully done as well. So Tyers into the lead of the race. Ty Kinton in second place. Then it is Klukas, McGibbon, Dickens, Mostica, Callan, Collymore, Whittaker and Richard Rice in 10th position. We did have a yellow flag. It was for the 5 bike, I think it was. That's Simon Wadsworth who had the problem on the first lap. Is there going to be a lead change again as Kinton swarms all over the back of Ryan Tyers, trying to get himself into position once again, with Ryan Tyers all but confirmed now, of course, as the Stock 160 champion for 2019, but he wants to end the season on a high.
This could allow, of course, 4th place man Scott McGibbon, who had a terrible first race earlier on with a crash, to redeem himself here. If these two can battle away and slow them down, Constantina up, allow him to catch up, he could really gain some valuable points here.
It's a wave from Tyers. He's done it again. He waves Ty Kinton through to take the lead. What is Ryan Tyers doing?
Now,
you're a racer. Surely you wouldn't allow the guy in second place to overtake. But he's going to try and fight him again. He doesn't want to dominate.
No, he just wants a little bit of fun, doesn't he? A little bit of a battle. Well, there you go. Well, it makes it, I suppose, a little bit more exciting for us to see where he overtakes. But of course,
it makes it entertaining for us. But it kind of rubs it in the face of Ty Kinton a little bit, saying, "Oh, I could dominate, but no, I'm going to let you go back into the lead, and I want to overtake you again."
Just rub it in a little bit more. But I'm quicker than you. But yeah, it's not ideal.
Yellow flags. Yellow flags. We've had 3 bikes down. 3 bikes down in the second hairpin. So several riders out of position now. And that's just after our static cam, unfortunately. So it doesn't pick up who it is. As up the inside, Tyers again tries for Ty Kinton. Doesn't get the overtaking move. Ty Kinton's not going to be terribly happy about this from Ryan Tyers. Stop playing with me. I want to beat you in a fair fight. But it's Dickens, Callan, and there was another involved in that one. Jamie Callan got going again, but Phil Dickens was massively impeded as a result of that incident. So now with Ty Kinton leading from Ryan Tyers. Tyers is there in second position. Still all over the back of Ty Kinton. Kinton wants to beat him in a fair fight, but he's going to be frustrated by the fact that Ryan Tyers, having taken the lead, said, "Nah, go back through, mate. I want a race of it."
Yeah, definitely so. And again, I'm guilty of doing that myself, to be fair, allowing someone to go through. But
because you know in your head, well, I'm faster than you, so I'm just... Look, he can storm past him here. He's popping a wheelie, but he doesn't pass Ty Kinton because he wants a race of it. He wants to do him on the last lap. Yeah. There's a little ego going on here from Ryan Tyers, isn't there?
There is a little bit, you know, and for guilty pleasure, he puts in a fastest lap of the race across that with a wheelie as well. So, yeah, he is, yeah. Bit of showboating.
Just a little bit of showboating.
Just a little bit. 5 laps to go, though. And, of course, Kinton's still leading the way at the moment. You know, if he denies him the opportunity to get past, you know, again, we almost saw that in the last race. He said, nope, you're not going to go past. And you saw earlier on, with about 2 laps remaining, he pulled the pin and said, right, okay, I'm overtaking now and I'm going to keep it. So let's just see what happens this time around. It could come back to bite him.
They've pulled away a long way from Ben Klukas. And again, look, Tyers is alongside him. They both wheelie over the line this time. Maybe they've just decided, you know what, let's just have a bit of a play up front, and then on the last lap, we'll give each other hell.
Yeah. We'll see who's the quickest on the last lap, but for right now, let's just have some fun. Let's enjoy that this is the last race of the season of 2019.
Kinton got a little bit wide there, and that's enough for Tyers to go for it on the inside line. He puts his hand in the air as if to say, come on! And they are, I've never seen anything like this.
No, they're crazy, aren't they? They're having a great little scrap, aren't they? It's good stuff from these two as they go through.
It's fabulous to watch as again Tyers gets on the inside line and then round the outside he chops across on Ty Kinton and says, come on, lad, come on.
I know what it is.
Oh?
He's tutoring him.
Oh, don't let him hear you say that. Dear, oh dear. He's like, well, this is how you race, Ty. Come on, I'll show you how it's done. Oh, dear.
That's the wrong racing line.
Well, they're certainly having a bit of a barn dance out there anyway, with 3 to go here at Tattershall. Up to third, of course, Ben Klukas trying to stay with these guys, but the gap has opened up to 4 seconds. Their fastest times are 47s, these two up front, with Klukas on a 49.0. McGiven is still fourth in front of Chase Collymore, then Rice, Mostica, Pearson, Whittaker, Callan, and then Sebastian Barron and Joe O'Neill from Summers, Bandel, and Phil Dickens, with Max Bartle having slipped down to 16th, unfortunately, in front of Smallbones, James Dean, and Wadsworth. And still these two are battling away. Ryan Tyers and Ty Kinton as they squabble for position. Has Ryan Tyers started to pull the plug on this little battle? Well, I want to disappear and enjoy my last 2 laps in the lead, thanks.
Yeah.
He pulls out a fastest. No, he's done it again. He's set another fastest lap and gone, no, I don't want to win like this. I don't want to win with a dominant gap. I want to battle with someone.
Battles further behind, getting closer and closer. Daniel Pearson, 8th place with Jack Whittaker and Jamie Callan. They're having a very close scrap. Only 0.6 of a second between those 3 battling out there. They're going to be crossing the line in just a moment as Richard Rice and Mostica just crossed, and Jamie Callan actually getting up into 9th place from Jamie Whittaker as well. So, or Jake Whittaker, I should say. So they're having a close little scrap back here as we still keep an eye on the race leaders. And it looks like, again, Kinton's got in front. Is Ty going to let him go back again, though?
Ryan Tyers should be known as the speedboat. This is an absolute showboater from him as he continues to battle away with Ty Kinton. Side by side, he overtakes him. Now, is he going to keep the lead? Yes, for the moment, because they're going to the last lap. This might be the opportunity for him to disappear. He wants to win the race, but so does Ty Kinton. Ty is not going to want to lose to this man, despite the fact he is going to be the British champion in Pit Bike Stock 160. This is going to be a tough one. They come off the turn. Ty Kinton is absolutely relentless. Will he go for it? Will he go for it? He's not really going to get the chance there. Ryan Tyers is hanging on to it, but Ty Kinton wants to beat him in a fair fight, so he's going to go for it. Into the hairpin again. Ty Kinton's trying every trick in the book to try and take on Ryan Tyers. They're in the final couple of hairpins. I don't think Tyers is going to be quite so kind and let him through now. So Kinton's really got to roll his sleeves up and go for it. Here is Tyers with Ty Kinton in behind him. He's going to try and come out of the final turn. Is he going to get the undercut? No, he's not. It's going to be Ryan Tyers who wins it. Ty Kinton in 2nd place. So Ryan Tyers gets the victory, 2 out of 2. And Ty Kinton up the inside of him as they battle afterwards. They do decide that that was how they wanted to race this time. They fist bump on this occasion as Ryan Tyers finishes off his victorious season in front of the crowd and takes his 2nd win of the weekend. Not bad from Tyers. Ty Kinton in 2nd. Ben Klukas is 3rd. From Chase Collymore, Scott McGiven and Richard Rice. Then James Mostica, Jamie Callan, Daniel Pearson and Jake Whittaker in the top 10.
Yep, good race from those guys, and again, good battles all the way through the grid as well. Sebastian Barron finishing in 11th with Joseph O'Neill in 12th, Bandel in 13th, then it's Summers in 14th, Bartle in 15th as well, with Dickens, Smallbones, James Dean and Wadsworth in 19th.
Down in the pit lane, Tyers and Kinton have just embraced, so clearly they obviously planned that one. They wanted to have a bit of a laugh, and they might not have planned the result, but they certainly planned how they were going to race each other. And so Ryan Tyers obviously wanting a little bit of fun in the last race. There they are, chatting away together. Ryan Tyers and Ty Kinton having had their fantastic badinage out on circuit. That was proper rough stuff. Every time Tyers got the lead, he was like, I don't want it just yet. I want to wait a few laps. I want to cross the line first, but I don't really want to take the lead too early on and disappear out in the distance. So great battle between those two, and they both seem fairly happy about it. Thanks for the race, mate.
They do indeed. Of course, we're heading over next to the MasterTech Ultimate Super Minis. They're up next.
So out onto the circuit they come then, and obviously the next race being the Super Minis. Hopefully this race is going to be the one that goes the distance, because they only had 4 laps last time before the red flag incident that brought a halt to proceedings. So hopefully this time it's going to be a much longer race from their point of view, and we still have this battle to decide in the championship fight, of course, between Messrs Dickinson and Blackburn, and we only really got a taster of it earlier on, but now they are battling together. Technically, Dickinson did just beat Blackburn, so he obviously has, well, it's only one grid, isn't it? So would that be 25 points to 20 on this occasion, or would it be still 60 to 50? I'm not sure. what the battle is going to be at 60 to 55 even. So we'll have to double check on that one. But certainly last time out it was 60 to 50 over the course of the 9th round of the championship. That's how many points they picked up. So that would suggest to me that the last round was also a double pointer. But now it's going to be close because Dickinson, coming into this weekend, had 860 to 809 for Dane Blackburn. On dropped scores, Dickinson had more points to drop, so he went from 860 to 800 on drop scores, if you like. And Dane Blackburn only had to lose 45, so they're actually a lot closer to each other on dropped scores than they would be in the total to count. So it's basically, the simplest way I can describe it to you is if Joe Dickinson stays in front of Dane Blackburn, he wins the title. But it's a little harder than that as they battle away to the first corner. Green flag is in the air, it drops, and we are racing. And it's going to be a tough one to hang on to, but if anybody can, Joe Dickinson can, as the 48 goes through the first hairpin. No major problems at the moment as he goes through that first hairpin, and so far he leads the way. But Dane Blackburn in the 114 is still there in second place, and he still wants a piece of this, with the rest of the runners charging in behind, and that duel for victory is going to be very tight all the way through this race, unless that man can really start to drop the hammer out early. Joe Dickinson wants to dominate.
Yeah, he really does, doesn't he? And he's been the same all the way throughout the season with these guys jostling for position left, right and centre all the way through this year, and they're not going to let it get away this time around. And of course, like I say, we only got 4 laps in last time, so hopefully this time they can really pile on the pressure and get this race done and dusted. You can just see there how difficult the conditions are for a camera, really, with that sun so bright, the exposure having to really be turned down, and it's very difficult to actually see the bikes out there. But it's the same, of course, for the riders when they're going into those corners. It's really difficult to see with that sun blaring in your eyes. You have to really time it perfectly, don't you?
Well, Dane Blackburn hasn't really got Joe Dickinson to worry about at the moment. It's that man he's worrying about. Tom Lewis is giving him a massive run for his money at the moment. Tom Lewis threatening to get into second position now. If that happens, Joe Dickinson really has won the British title here in Super Minis, as it's going to get very, very tricky for him to close up on Joe Dickinson up front. Dickinson, of course, coming into this last weekend of the season in front of Dane Blackburn. Dane is trying to keep his title hopes alive, but it's not going to be easy. He's out of the final turn. Tom Lewis is going to give him a real run for his money down the main straight. Lewis keeps his hand in there as he tries to get on the inside. He's not quite going to be able to make the move, so he has to hang back and remain in third position for the moment. But you do get the sense that Tom Lewis is giving Dane Blackburn a massive hurry-up. Joe Dickinson, well, it's just a Sunday afternoon drive in the countryside.
Yeah, he's really managing to opening that gap up. It's 2 seconds at the moment from himself. Fastest lap that he's done is a 45.625, and of course fastest lap of the race. And I'm really thinking that if Tom Lewis can get past Dane Blackburn, he's going to be putting in the same times, roughly around the same times, I should say. But yeah, he's going to want to get past him as soon as possible. He's just not letting him, is he? He's putting that bike perfectly positioned, completely making it as wide as possible.
Holmes Williams is there in 4th position, still trying to hang with them as they come across the light. Goodness me, Dane Blackburn got a little bit out of sorts over the bump there. Looked to me as though the bike was a little bit wayward from him, and Tom Lewis is taking full advantage of it. And he runs a little bit deep. Oh, Lewis tried to get the switch underneath him there and wasn't quite able to finish the job. So Tom Lewis definitely giving pressure to Dane Blackburn as they continue through the right, through the left. And Lewis is swarming around behind him as Richard Holmes-Williams closes in 4th position. He really wants to get this job done. Into the right-hander. Still plenty of speed, plenty of pace. Into the left-hander. Can they hang out to this? This is a massive battle going on now as Lewis has got pressure from Holmes-Williams. Holmes-Williams wants to get into the fight, but Dane Blackburn is hanging on to second place by a thread at the moment.
Yep, that's of course allowed Holmes-Williams to really close in on this battle. Really holding them up now is Dane Blackburn, and this is, of course, playing into Joe Dickinson's hands, extending that championship lead that he's got at the moment of 860 points he's accumulated at the moment at the front. But 8 laps to go in this battle for second position. 3 bikes involved. Blackburn, Lewis and Holmes-Williams is really starting to heat up now. As you can see, Holmes-Williams there just trying to find any gap he can on these two. Just trying to see if there's a weak spot anywhere on this circuit, and I don't think there is.
Well, Tom Lewis is getting very frustrated in turn 2. Watch on this lap if he gets an opportunity, as Holmes Williams tries to get up the inside, doesn't get there. Watch Tom Lewis as they go into turn 2. This is where he's going to try and make the move in the inside into turn 1. He can't get there. Now watch him through 2, because he knows that Blackburn hasn't got the same top end speed, so he's going to try and go the long way round. Now he tucks it on the inside line, can't quite make it stick, and he tries to get the switch back on the next turn for turn 3. He's not been able to make that stick so far, but he needs to commit to it. Now he's going to slide up the inside. Now he gets the job done. Holmes Williams is going to get past both of them.
Holmes Williams down the inside of both of them there. Great move from him. You can see they're just biding his time, waiting for that opportunity to do it, and there it was. He tried to go down the inside. He forced them both out wide under braking, causing them to go wide, and then he just said, thank you very much, I'll take that. And there it is. Holmes Williams up into P2, and as they cross the line, yellow flags out in the first section, so rider down in turn 1, and here is a replay of that move.
See, Lewis gets the move here. He's desperate to get past Blackburn at this point. He's like, right, I'm fed up of looking at your rear wheel. I'm going for the move.
It gets a bit squirrely as well, doesn't it?
It's very squirrely. They both overshoot as a result, and Holmes Williams, it's an easy overtake in the end. He's able to get past both men in one fell swoop just by being in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, it was a great move from Holmes Williams there. Really well deserved to get up into P2. And at the moment, as you can see, still there. But he's not managed to pull away, of course, has he?
See, Lewis is the man with the ultimate pace here. He's the man. If he doesn't have the roadblock in front of him, you see Joe Dickinson's been able to do a 45.1. These guys are at 45.7. There is Dickinson out in front. If Lewis can find a way past Holmes Williams, I bet you he will be, as you said, the same sort of pace as the race leader. 45.3s, 45.4s maybe. But he's just not able to find the space. There's Dickinson out in front. And look how far he's been able to pull away. Lewis, he's down!
He's down!
I could have seen that one coming a mile off. He tries. You see, he gets frustrated by the slower rider in front. He goes the long way round trying to get the switch back in and cuts back in for the inside of the right-hander. But he just dropped it. He was trying to find the speed around the outside because the inside line, he was being held up, and he just couldn't quite get there. That's a wasted opportunity for Tom Lewis, and he will feel gutted about that one. That's a race victory that faded away from him.
Yeah, the accident happened before it happened. You saw the bike, it really got loose, and hopefully we can get a replay of it. Here it is. So you can see as it comes into shot now, there you go, the back steps out there, and then it just throws it away from him, and then it digs into the ground there, flips up into the air.
Just washes out. It's such a shame because in terms of one lap raw pace, he was probably equal to Dickinson in terms of one lap pace. So he could have given him a run for his money there, but unfortunately, initially getting held up first by Blackburn, and then when he finally got past, he let Holmes Williams get through, and he wasn't much faster than Blackburn.
No.
So he got frustrated, and he just went, oh, I just can't bear to be sat in third place any longer. I need to go for it.
Yeah, exactly that, and it was just a shame, really, massive shame. It's someone who was so quick out there, really showing that they've got the pace and trying to challenge for the lead, but unfortunately, that has to happen, doesn't it? And race leader crosses the line. Here is second place of Richard Holmes Williams, of course, unaware of what's happened behind. Of course, it was battling away, but yeah, massive shame there for the number 30 of Tom Lewis.
Well, this man, Joe Dickinson, is riding to the title. His closest opposition, Dane Blackburn, is in third place now, behind Richard Holmes Williams. He may well have spotted that because he's far enough ahead that when he goes through these hairpins, he might have just taken a quick, cheeky look to his left or his right and seen what the playing order is behind him. And he will know that, well, it doesn't really matter because he's behind me. So as long as I stay in front, I can just control the pace and I can control this weekend. He's loving it out there. He's even popping a wheelie over the crest as they come through once again. And he is loving this ride to the title. And it is the ride to the title from his point of view. He doesn't need to push too hard now. And Richard Holmes Williams in second has actually pulled out 4 seconds now nearly on Dane Blackburn. So Holmes Williams definitely had more raw pace than Dane Blackburn did. Crooks is now in 4th place from Lawrence Wardle and Mark Evans. Then Joe Duggan is 7th place in front of Luke Bithell and Rob Booth. Then Reece Stevenson. Booth has actually got past Bithell on that lap, my apologies, so he does make the move through the number 5, past Luke Bithell. Then Reece Stevenson and Callum Ricketts having this terrific battle. Here they come. Stevenson still has Callum Ricketts all over him. Down to the first corner. Can't quite overhaul Stevenson just yet. Then it is Michael Garwood in front of Matthew Watson, but they've been lapped by this man who goes into the last lap. Richard Holmes Williams in 2nd place, still charging hard, but the man out front is just, well, there's only one word for it, flawless.
Yep, absolutely flying out there, as you can see. A bit of the grass that was brought up by Tom Lewis in the middle of the track. But, yeah, this absolutely crystal clean race from Joe Dickinson here on the 48 machine as he goes through the infield section now. As you see there, absolutely perfect, nailing all those apexes, getting it round this track absolutely beautifully. And only a couple more corners to negotiate for him now. Bit of traffic in front of him, but not going to play a pivotal moment for him.
Short race 1, victorious nonetheless. Proper race 2, and this time he wins it in style. Joe Dickinson has done enough. He knows he is the king of 2019. Fantastic performance all weekend, and now he can celebrate in style, having had an amazing run through the season. Joe Dickinson is the king of Super Minis in 2019, and the moment finally dawns on him. As close as it was coming into this final round of the title fight, it is done and dusted, and he is the champion. Richard Holmes-Williams in second place. Dane Blackburn is third. Lawrence Wardle in fourth position. Some nice showboating across the line from Joe Duggan, who finishes his season seventh behind Sam Crooks and Mark Evans. Eighth place for Rob Booth. Ninth position for Luke Bithell. And rounding up the top 10 will be Rhys Stevenson. But your champion in 2019 is the man who won both races this weekend after being the class act when he needed to be. Joe Dickinson wins in style. Fabulous result. Really, really fabulous result for Joe Dickinson. And he is celebrating already, congratulated by his colleagues down there in the holding area. A fantastic result for Joe Dickinson and a great effort all season. He really has worked very hard to get into the leading position he was in. And when it mattered, he didn't lose his cool.
No, definitely so. It's a great effort from him. As you can see there, the other bikes lining up ready to come back out to the circuit. But as we watch him there, he's not actually taken his helmet off yet. He's been going at that helmet strap for quite a while. I think it's just a bit like, there you go, he's given up again. He's
too busy talking.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of the big distractions of trying to take your helmet off. He's still not managed it.
No,
still on his head.
A very happy man, Joe
Yeah.
Dickinson. He's got every reason to be. You know, he's had a fantastic group of people working behind him all through the course of the season. They've engineered him beautifully, set the bike up perfectly, given him the results he needed to have to get him up to the front end of the field. And he walks away from 2019 with his head held high as a champion once again. And we'll crown another one in our next race, which is going to see the second and final race of the weekend and the very final race of the year for the pit bike veterans. The veterans make their way out onto the circuit, and it's going to be a really exciting end to the year for them. We're having fun and games here. We do apologise. It's very unprofessional, but we're having some fun and games here. As we said, it's the end-of-term atmosphere. It once again comes to ring. All joking aside, it's been a wonderful weekend, and I think everybody's had a really fun time here at the circuit at Tattershall. And it's great to see that fans, young and old, are being treated to some fantastic motorbike racing. I think we've had an issue. Two bikes have come together
27.
on the outlap.
The 27.
The 27 has come together there with the 421.
It's Mostica.
That is James Mostica. That is not good news.
Mostica and the 421. Who is the 421?
Coming towards the camera. Very nearly hit our camera on the way past.
He did, didn't he? Yeah, the 421. That's John
Bolsover.
Yep, John Bolsover. So,
well, that's not the start that James Mostica wanted.
Well, no, definitely not ideal, but it's what's happened.
Bolsover's got back to his position on the start-finish straight. Has he got a bike that works? That's the key thing, because obviously having had that clatter together, he's not quite been able to make it to the start. He's out of it. Bolsover can't move. The bike isn't working. Now, it's annoyingly, it's just behind our static camera, so we've got a perfect position of him. So our static camera is there looking at the scene of what happened, but unfortunately, Bolsover is practically a couple of inches to the left of that shot, right next to the camera, so we can't see him in position. We can definitely see a Skoda. That's definitely a Skoda. There he is. So unfortunate for John Bolsover, and that really didn't go his way because he ended up tangling there with Mostica on the run to the start-finish line, and that is not what you want. But now we have the last race of the season in prospect, and it's going to be Mark Jarrett towards the front end of the field there by the look of it. Oh, no, sorry, that is the other 27. We've got X27, Mark Jarrett, and then, of course, we have the actual 27 at the front, James Mostica. They're going to go round again, we're told.
Yes, there's...
And that's because there's a problem with the bike at the front end of the field.
Well, it could be, yeah, and I can see one of the marshals and one of the other cameras.
Yes.
A bit more oil has gone down.
A bit more oil has gone down on the circuit, but one of them barely went away at all up at the front end of the field.
Was it the 27 that was pulling away?
I'm not sure it was the 27. Coming through turn 2 now. So I'm not sure who it was that was involved in that one. Well, the marshals have managed to get the dust down on that part of the circuit so that it's not an issue anymore. But certainly there was a bike at the back of the field that could barely get started again to go around for its rolling lap. I want to try and figure out which bike that was, because that could end up becoming a problem again. I think it's, well, I don't want to say it's the 34 of Sean Bandel, but I think it might have been the Californian. Either that or it was the 114 of Martin Cockayne, but I'm very sure he was there. It certainly looked like it ended in a 4 anyway. Well, the riders are coming through anyway, so the riders are getting into position.
I didn't see anyone coming to the pit lane, though.
No.
So whatever it was, they've stayed out in circuit.
Well, obviously the pit bike veterans now bring themselves back into position across the line. And there's definitely more than 11 of them, so not all of them. Oh, actually, no, there might be 11 of them looking down that straight. There is 11 of them. So it might have been Sean Bandel initially that had the problem. The number 34. Yes, it was the 34 that had the issue initially. The Californian has now got himself back into position. It'll be interesting to see how he goes, actually, the man who's flown out here all the way from California.
A lot of smoke coming from that
there
bike
is.
At the back, actually. That could be a potential oil leak that he's got, and that's definitely not something you want to start racing with. He seems a little concerned, but the visor goes down.
Still looking at it.
The flags go up, so we'll have to definitely keep an eye on the bike in the background, but the green flag's up, the revs rise, and we're going to get this final race of the year for the veterans underway, and it's a good start as we go into turn 1 as they all dive through. Richard Rice immediately takes the lead.
Well, Bandel very nearly got him on the inside line, had a great start initially, and then had to sort of hang back a little bit and maintain second position, but he is going for it early on. So it looks as though Bandel may have a go at this. It looked to me as though it was the 34, or was it the 134? Certainly battling away at the front end of the field. Martin Cockayne is obviously going to be one of the riders towards the sharp end of the field. Mostica is in there in third position. That is for definite, though, the 27. Our marshal creeps across in exactly the wrong moment as the riders come through.
Nice beard.
Nice cameo as well.
Yeah.
Up the inside, that is a lead change, though. Up the inside line, we have a lead change, and that is going to be the 21 taking back the lead of the race. Richard Rice had lost it and has got it straight back again. Now I wonder, is that Cockayne in second? It is. So it's Sean Bandel in fourth place. Make it third as he makes the move on the inside of Mostica.
Can't quite do it.
Oh,
Can't quite
so
do
close.
It. So super close. He just had that door closed in on him from Mostica, denied him the position as they slot back into through into position. You can see there that he did drop quite a bit of time there. It was a bit of a shock to the system as that gap disappeared quickly.
And I can confirm it was Bandel that had the problem starting on the formation lap. It was him that tried to get the bike going and wasn't able to initially, and then managed to get back into his fourth position place on the starting grid. So Richard Rice, Martin Cockayne, Mostica, and then Bandel from O'Neill, Histon, Williams, Bingley, Betton, Pearson and Jarrett. The 11 remaining riders in the pit bike veterans, not all of them taking to the grid for the second race. I'm guessing after some of the fun and games from earlier on, but Rice, Cockayne and Mostica are already starting to get a decent lead over the rest of the opposition. Sean Bandel, the Californian, fourth place in front of Josh O'Neill. Up the inside, Cockayne defends from Mostica as they come off the hairpin and in through the sweeping left-hander. This could go all the way. Richard Rice struggling a little bit there to keep the bike in a nice momentum rhythm. Cockayne there in second, having a look.
Yep, good stuff from these three at the moment, really breaking away, not managing to get any positions really gained on each other, but they're all showing their little weaknesses here, there and everywhere. Now, as these guys all slot back into position now through this infield section. Mostica, fastest man on the circuit at the moment with the 49.521, but Richard Rice still holding on to the pace on this one, as everyone has a slightly different racing line through this section of corners. But of course, when they were battling round, it's all just trying to see where you can go down the inside, who can get on the position and who can get on the power earliest out of that final corner and onto the start-finish straight. They cross the line, and it's still Mostica the fastest.
It's the other thing I love about the British mini bikes is you never get two riders having the same opinion about where the racing line is on a circuit like this in these sorts of conditions in cool temperatures, because they all have different interpretations on how to get the bike the fastest position, the fastest speed and the fastest rhythm around this circuit. It is so technical, and as we keep keep saying, you know, every single one of these hairpins from the television pictures, they all look alike, but every hairpin is different. Every single one has a different dynamic, a different radius, a different speed that you take through it, a different position where you line up the bike. Everything's got to be just so. If you get it slightly wrong, it's going to compromise your whole race, as the two leaders run slightly wide there, and Mostica nearly gets a chance to at least sweep past Cockayne and almost get the run on Richard Rice. So all three of these riders very evenly matched. Mostica is the fastest of all three, a 49.2 as he comes across the line. Fastest lap of the race, but he's got to try and find a way first past Cockayne and then past Rice. And the annoying thing is, Rice is faster than Cockayne. So from his point of view, the harder rider, to overtake is probably, from Mostica's point of view, Cockayne, because he's slightly slower than Richard Rice. So he's going to be harder to negotiate.
Yeah, definitely so. And there's a nice shot there, really zoomed in there of Richard Rice on the infield section. Again, nice and calm, not showing any weaknesses really at the moment. Just being nice, cool, calm and collected. 8 laps to go as they go through this midfield section. The sun is coming down very, very quickly. Evening dusk there, really playing havoc with some of these riders' view, and some of them still wearing those clear visors out there. So again, they must be really struggling with the view. And there is a potential move down the inside here into turn 1 from Martin Cockayne. No, he can't quite get the power on, and now he's still under pressure from Mostica. Mostica still piling under pressure there in 3rd place.
So Cockayne working hard in 2nd position. Is he going to run too wide here to hold on to 2nd place? He nearly gets out too far for Mostica to resist. But Mostica is still there in 3rd position. Richard Rice is unable to pull away from them. So this is stalemate at the moment between these three riders. Joe O'Neill now up in 4th place past Sean Bandel. And then it's Paul Histon in 6th place from Williams, Bingley, Betton and John Pearson, with Mark Jarrett still running, albeit a long way down the order in 11th position. So Bolsover is the one non-starter. He unfortunately is a spectator watching the race from the sidelines after his little trip up with Mostica, but Mostica is still there in 3rd position, so he is thanking his lucky stars that the damage to his bike wasn't severe.
No, definitely so, and yeah, as you can imagine, the rest of the field coming through, Joseph O'Neill and Sean Bandel, they're still having a good little scrap. And speaking to Sean Bandel in earlier rounds as well, you know, he's so impressed with the caliber of skill that these riders have got in the UK series. And, you know, he could be racing in the States and he'd be first, and he's come here and he's not. He's mid-pack, he's further down.
It's a proper challenge.
It is a proper challenge, and he was even impressed with the young riders as well. He said if you took one of those British young riders to America, he would dominate. So there we go. It just shows the skill over here, and he's struggling to keep up with Sean Bandel. He's down into 5th place now at the moment, so you know, still going strong, but having a good little race.
Us Brits, we've got good lean angle,
yeah,
haven't we? We know what we're doing.
Yeah, we're used to colder weather.
Absolutely, absolutely. Here we go. Cockayne still trying to drill Rice in one of these apexes and find a way to get past. Through the left-hander, sweeping through, keep the bike nicely planted. And up towards the right-hander, charging through. Cockayne now looking for a way to get back onto the throttle. He needs to time the braking just right. It's very early on into the race to be making big lunges, but he did have a little think about it and runs wide. And that's enough for Mostica to get through in a 2nd position. I think he might have just nudged the curb maybe on one side, or certainly just drifted out a little bit wide in the braking. Maybe he left his braking maybe half a metre too late, and that was all it needed. Mostica just able to drift past.
Yeah, it is all it takes when it comes to bikes, especially unlike a car. You know, you have that safety of, oh, I've braked a little bit later, oh, it's okay, I could scrub a bit of speed and you'll be fine. But in a bike, if you make a little mistake like that, you could drop the bike and then it's race over. You know, you just have that inkling in your mind, and I found that out last time. Here's a replay of what happened going into the corner. So you can see there, the back just steps out slightly, almost collects Rice, actually, almost collects Richard Rice, and that has allowed Mostica to slide it up the inside there, and little tiny mistake loses your position.
Because it almost looked like he was going for Rice. He wasn't actually making the overtake, he just missed his braking point by half a metre, so it was enough in these slippery, greasy conditions to just drift him to the outside of the apex, so nothing he could do. Meanwhile, Mostica is trying to gain the ground on Richard Rice, and Cockayne is obviously riding very frustrated and angry. He's trying to snap back at him, so Mostica is now piggy in the middle as they go down the main straight, and he's got 3 laps to try and deal with Richard Rice up front before he loses ground to Cockayne in 3rd position.
Definitely so, as they go through hairpin 1 again. And these guys just slotting into position. You can see there the 2 different racing lines through that turn at number 2. Richard Rice there, a little bit wider than Mostica. Mostica looking down the inside here, squirreling under braking, almost collects him, and he puts Richard Rice into the floor.
Oh, Richard Rice is going to be absolutely livid.
Oh, he's not going to be happy with that. You can see the handlebar there looks a little bit broken.
Very angry.
And clearly very, very frustrated with Mostica there. And you could just see it. Mostica very late on the brakes, loses the back end, and it's, put it straight into the side of Richard Rice.
Well, Mostica, is he going to continue in the lead of the race now? That's the critical thing, because Richard Rice has, of course, lost the race. It's Martin Cockaine who leads. Mostica has not come through.
I'll be amazed if he's allowed it. I'll be amazed if he's allowed it. Well, even second place.
5 seconds is the deficit now to Martin Cockaine, and Joseph O'Neill is up to third. But for Richard Rice, it's game over. Here's what happened.
Under braking, you could just see here now, hits the brakes now, hard on the brakes. You can see the foot go down. Back steps out too hard, and it has to release the brake, but the back wheel just collects the front, and Richard Rice goes down.
And Mostica very nearly goes down as well, but Rice is absolutely furious. And unfortunately, on that particular occasion, I think he's got every justification to be, really.
Yeah, definitely so. And we pick up these two riders here, the 12 and the 21. I think this is Brian Betton and Paul Bingley that we can see here, the 12 and the 9. They're crossing the line now.
Well, that's Cockaine lapping them. So Cockaine is lapping the slower traffic. In second place, there is Mostica across the line, and Joe O'Neill now going to get a lucky podium. This is the thing, you've just got to keep focusing, got to keep pushing. Sean Bandel doing well in 4th position, Andy Williams in 5th place, and try as he might, James Mostica, to try and close up on this man. He's not going to do it, and unfortunately he's going to have a bit of a word with not just Richard Rice after the race, but I think the officials might want a word with him afterwards as well. But Cockaine is just knitting one and purling one through the traffic as he gets himself into the final couple of corners of the season. And that's going to be a nice way for Martin Cockaine to end the season. A great rider all the way through the year, and he will bow out of 2019 at the top. Martin Cockaine gets the victory here at Tattershall, and that is absolutely right and fair in the state of play. James Mostica, missed opportunity, just got a little bit too hungry. His eyes wider than his stomach on this occasion. Yeah,
definitely so, and you've got to really feel for Richard Rice there. He's down in 10th place at the moment. I don't know if he's still going around the circuit. I think he is going around. Yeah, he's crossed the line now, has Richard Rice, so you can see him there. Clearly frustrated, shaking of the head, and he's every right to be, unfortunately. It was a very ambitious move from Mostica, but unfortunately it is racing, and it happens, you know, if you don't go for a move.
Well, let's not forget that those two were the title rivals, Mostica and Rice. Yeah. So that was a desperate move from Mostica to get past Richard Rice and not lose too many points to him, and that could pay dividends in the title fight, because if it's judged that that was a deliberate move to take him out of the race, we've seen a few incidents over the course of the few years, they may decide to throw the book at him.
Yeah, definitely so, and it would be a shame for it to come down like that, wouldn't it? So, you know, you've spent the whole year racing, victories here, there, everywhere, all nice and fair, and then you come to the last round and then something like that happens, and it's not ideal, is it?
Well, that's not for us to decide. It's certainly for us to talk about, but it's certainly not for us to judge who's going to get what and who's going to have what done to who. That's something that you're going to need to focus on after the event, of course, when decisions are made. Certainly on the track, it's Martin Cockaine that takes the victory from James Mostica and Joseph O'Neill, with Sean Bandel and Andy Williams in the top 5. From Histon in 6th place, a good comeback from him. Betton, Bingley, Pearson and Richard Rice, who comes home 10th, still scores points. Whether or not it's going to be enough for Mostica to win the title over Richard Rice, we will have to find out later. Out on track now, though, it's the Metra Kits and Junior SM140s. So the IMR Junior Stock JSM 140 and Mini GP 140s are out on the circuit. That's not gone well. Somebody's in trouble early. Now, who is that that's come a cropper before the race has even started?
Sure, it's a stalled bike, so may have dropped it. Struggling to get that started. The kick shifter not giving away.
I want to say it's the 81, but I can't quite see the white number. I think it is the 81. So we'll see if we can double check who the rider is.
81.
It is the 81. Or is that the 61, actually? 81 or 61?
Oh, I don't know.
It must be the end of the season.
It is.
Anthony Jordan bails out of making a decision. I don't know.
81.
It is 81. I was right the
81.
first time. Okay, that's good. But unfortunately, the rider in question is now on the back foot, Holly Reeves. Hopefully, she's going to be able to make it back to the starting line. So far, so good. So I think she's all right. I think she's got away with that, actually.
I think it was just a small drop and stall of the bike. Release the clutch while it's in first gear with no throttle. Stall.
It's a busy grid, and we've got a title fight because we've got Luca Allen versus Charlotte Marcuso. And because Marcuso lost the position in the race earlier on to Stephen Brooks, I think we may be about to have a pendulum swing in the title fight. I think Luca Allen has just taken the lead of the riders' standings by 4 points. If that is the case, then Luca Allen just has to stay in front of Charlotte Marcuso to win the title. If the pendulums were to swing in the opposite direction, the Marcuso could get the title fight back. But Luca Allen, who has a string of successes, of course, in the world of British mini bikes, has done so much hard work over the years and has come up through the junior ranks, is here, ready to seal the deal in MGP 140. Can he do it today, or will Charlotte Marcuso get her title that she has worked so hard for?
Well, we are yet to see what can happen. So last of the bikes just being dealt with at the moment at the back of the grid. You can see one just being attended to. That looks like it clears away as the marshal at the front there tells them to clear off. There we go. Very directive signs there.
And of course, Ryan Frost is set to clinch the title in the JSM. So this is a very important fight for him. Let's see what happens as the green flag will drop, and away we go. Fantastic start at the front of the field. It's not necessarily going to be an easy one for the 179. Straight in there for the lead of the race. It's an absolute flyer from Harley McCabe, but Ryan Frost is not quite able to overhaul him in the first corner as they come through the first couple of turns. It is an absolutely cracking start and a really exciting run from McCabe out in front of Ryan Frost. Fantastic pictures from the drone capturing the action down to the millimetre in the first hairpin. Some really exciting drama already as the riders break their way into the next section. McCabe is in front of Frost in first and second places. Stephen Brooks is right up in there in third position as a marshal does an amazing cameo across our camera there. Thanks for that.
That needs an action replay.
I could see what he had for breakfast this morning. Dear, oh dear. Anyway, Luca Allen trying to charge his way through the field. You can see him there picking off bikes one by one. But it's McCabe, Frost and Luca Hopkins now in third place in front of Goodman, Lathrope and Luca Allen. Then Tayo Conimore, Lucas Hill, Stephen Brooks and Charlotte Marcuso. It is game on as Marcuso fights to get back past Stephen Brooks.
There we go. You can see there straight away the gap that McCabe's got already. Absolutely flying out there in the lead. And then, of course, second place, Ryan Frost, who, of course, dominated this race the first time around. You know, is he going to want to repeat that? I definitely think I would. You know, I want 2 race wins. And you can see there, he's really starting to reel it in. Really starting to reel in McCabe. So just trying to see what they can do out there is great to see as the rest of the field slot through. You can see there, there's Charlotte Marcuso there in the 17, trying to get through the 10th place at the moment. As the yellow flag has come out, so someone's gone down in the corner.
It's one of the green metric kits that's gone down. Now, I think that might...
It's Marcuso.
Is it Marcuso?
It's Charlotte
Marcuso! Charlotte Marcuso's down! Oh, that is devastating. The title leader coming into this weekend, Charlotte Marcuso, is down.
That's not what you want to see at all.
That is heartbreaking at the final furlong. Yeah. That is just devastating. What an agonising end to this title fight. And that means to say that all Luca Allen has to do now is keep going. And he has won the title. That's devastating.
Yeah, massive, massive shame for Charlotte Marcuso there.
The first lap of the last race of the season.
Yeah.
That is bitter. Absolutely heartbreaking for Charlotte Marcuso. What a shame. But for Luca Allen, it is going to be an exciting fight on for him as he goes to the title. And I think it's just now dawned on Charlotte Marcuso what this means. She was leading the title coming into this weekend, and it's all over.
Yeah, it's a complete retirement. It's a massive shame. The bike looks like the gear stick or the gear lever at the bottom there, the shifter, has bent up and you can't change gear anymore, and it's a massive, massive shame and a very emotional Charlotte Marcuso there now sitting on the tile at the edge of the circuit.
I can't blame her at all. As Ryan Frost digs into McCabe, it's looking like Ryan Frost is going to seal the deal in JSM 140, having dominated the earlier race, having led the title fight coming into this weekend as well in front of his rivals. Of course, Chase Collymore stepping up, knowing that he can't really take the title fight away from Ryan Frost. And so Harley McCabe is... Let's have another replay of the start of the race.
And where the drone almost got taken out by the only tall thing here.
It very nearly did, yeah. Very close indeed. Let's watch again.
Wait for it.
How close was that?
Hello, Mr. Lamppost. Oh.
Goodness me. Goodness me. That was very nearly a £1,000 incident, that, wasn't it? Now, let's try and look at what happened in the midfield. You can see Marcuso going through. So she was working well there. She had an incident further round, Charlotte Marcuso. We didn't quite see it, unfortunately, but whatever happens, the bike is down and she is out of the race, and it's just a heartbreaking end because she's put in so much hard effort through the course of the season. The bike has now disappeared, so, well, I can't imagine she's got going again.
No, I don't believe she has. The bike's just over.
Oh, I see. Yeah, they've
side,
recovered it. They've recovered it. So, devastating end for Charlotte Marcuso as through the first corner. Oh, my goodness. That got close as Frost makes the move there.
So that was Harley McCabe getting caught behind a back marker. I couldn't quite see who the back marker was. I'm going to say potentially Ruby Booth.
But as a result, Frost is through. Frost is through on McCabe.
Frost has gone through now into hairpin number 2 or turn number 4. But yeah, managing to get that through. Really close the gap. Here's a replay.
Yeah, this is what happens when you get slightly balked by traffic. Not a lot that McCabe can do about this. He just has to get on the brakes, and as a result, look, that was a moment for Frost. He twitches under braking, and now Frost knows he's vulnerable, and that's how he was able to sweep by and get the lead.
Yep, definitely so. 7 laps to go then, and that's now Ryan Frost taking the lead here for the final race of this class here in the British mini bikes, the Armagh Racing Junior SM 140s, the Metro Kits, and of course the Mini GP 110s. As they head across the start-finish line, another little group here further down. I believe Daniel Goodman's in this one, or Lucas Hill. I believe it's Lucas Hill in this one, in the 44. And there's your race leader, Ryan Frost, on the 24, leading the way nice and strong now after that little almost coming together with Harley McCabe. But holding strong there in the lead. 6 laps to go.
Great performance from Ryan Frost all through the season, not just here this weekend. But again, he's another rider who realised he had an opportunity and did not want to let fate play into the hands of it. He wanted to take control of this from the word go. He's done a 48.51. That's nearly a second faster than Harley McCabe did on that last lap alone. About half a second faster than he has managed in the entire race. So Frost is absolutely resolute. This is my race. This is my title. No one's taking it from me now. Frost is out there in front of McCabe and Hopkins, who is leading the Open class in front of Dan Goodman, who is about to sign off. Dan Goodman as the Open title winner, of course. 3 classes in one race here as we await our champions, Ryan Frost, Dan Goodman and Luca Allen. And all 3 of those riders are going to finish this race, as things currently stand, in the top 5.
Definitely so. 5 laps to go then, so not much more time to go until the end of this race. But of course, 7 laps in, it's still a long way to go. 4 laps now to go as we look at this little battle further down as everyone manages to get through nice and clean through this middle infield section. There's some playing havoc, and I think there was a rider down, did I see in the background there? Who's that in the background?
Yes, there is. Yeah, it's one of the 140s, I think it is, that's down this time, or certainly stationary. I think it might be Harry Pell. So Harry Pell has not come through, and the bike is stationary in the middle of the infield. You can just about see them working on it there. I think you just about caught a glimpse of it via the drone. But there is a bike that's not going anywhere in the middle of the circuit on one of the escape roads. You can just about see it there in the middle of the shot from the drone. So there is one rider in difficulties and it looks like out of the race. That is the 46. That is Harry Pell. So unfortunately for Harry, his season ends a little early. But at least he didn't have as much to lose as poor Charlotte Marcuso, who is out of the race and out of the hunt for the title. Despite the fact she came into the weekend as the title leader, she will now have to play second fiddle in the title fight to Luca Allen. But she is a hero and has been an amazing young tiger over the course of the season. I really can't wait to see how she develops as a rider continuing on in Metro Kit But Ryan Frost has been large and in charge out in front in 140, and he is absolutely romping away.
Very much so, as you can see here, some of the riders there. As the cameraman tries to find Ryan Frost, there he is coming across.
It's too quick even for our cameras.
Exactly, exactly. Absolutely flying out there, crossing the line. Penultimate lap time now for himself, and Harlan McCabe crossing the line now as well. Luca Hopkins also just there in the background. Here is Harlan McCabe in second place. A little bit of traffic in front, but I'm sure we'll try and clear this nice and quickly. I think I saw the 63 or the 93 George Wood there. Getting involved in that one, but here is Ryan Frost. Absolutely dominated this race, managed to get past Harlan McCabe earlier on when McCabe got slightly caught behind one of the back markers there, couldn't quite get past quickly. And funny, I think it was this back marker here that we've just I
think it was
passed.
the same one, yes.
Yeah, same one that we've just seen there. And I still can't quite see who that is.
I think that's George Wood, actually. No, sorry, it can't be because he's not on a metric kit. It might be Ruby Booth.
I believe it was Ruby Booth earlier on, but it's last lap time now for the young man, Ryan Frost. This is it for 2019 for the young man. He's been leading the championship. He's leading by quite a few points at the moment, I would say. Came into this round with 395 points in total. He's going to be leaving this round with a grand total of, what, 50 more, I would say, and maximum scoring this round, and it's been an absolutely faultless season from young Ryan Frost. The last couple of corners to go now for this young man, and you can see there he's already happy, the nodding of the head as he's going into some of these corners. He knows that this is it. He's won the championship, he's won both the races today, and he's going to be incredibly happy with himself as he comes around the final corner to take the checker flag for the final time of 2019. Young Ryan Frost pops a wheelie over the line and gives it a good rev, and it's absolutely ecstatic for the young Ryan Frost. And here comes Harlan McCabe to take second place again. Also should be incredibly happy with Luca Hopkins and Daniel Goodman, incredibly close, both in the open class of the Mini GP 110s. And heads the rest of the field. George Bowser, Ocean Thomas.
Dan Goodman punches his fist in the air because he crosses the line as the champion, and now so too can Luca Allen. He crosses the line to take the double win in MGP 140, and he knows that makes him the champion of 2019 as well. 3 classes in one race as Ryan Frost, Dan Goodman and Luca Allen walk away from this race as the champions of 2019. And for Ryan Frost, it is time to celebrate as he has already begun the party, and it's going to be a big one as Ryan Frost celebrates his incredible 2019 season. Well done as well to our other champions, the Open champion in MGP 140, Dan Goodman, and the Metrokit 140 champion, Luca Allen, after an incredible season. You've got a feel for them. They've done an amazing job, and they are 3 worthy champions in 2019. Ryan Frost looks back to see where Harvey Lathrop is, who finished in 7th place, no doubt, to see how far ahead of him he was. But in all of that, as harsh as it was for Luca Allen, it's also heartbreaking for Charlotte Marcuso. She'll be back in 2020, no doubt. But in motorsport, it's never over until the final checkered flag flies.
Very well said, Jake. And of course, we'll be heading over next to the Parker Racing Stock 140s B race.
Just 2 races left of the 2019 British Mini Bikes Championship season, and that is going to be an amazing pair of races. Pit Bike Stock 140s. It's the reason we come racing in British Mini Bikes. We love the Pit Bike Stock 140s. They always give us plenty of drama and excitement. I refer you back to race 1, which finished with bikes crashing over the finish line, separated by 0.08 of a second. I never thought I'd see that today. But we certainly got to see that in the first encounter, and hopefully we're not going to see it again in the second, because that was pretty spicy.
Seems to be in fashion, really, doesn't it, this year?
Does a bit, yes.
Crashing over the start-finish line.
True.
It's happened quite a bit.
Not just in this Bikes Championship either.
Not in this Bike Championship. It's happened quite a bit in this championship,
yes.
But also a lot in other championships as well.
Didn't I see something like that in MotoGP this year, or Moto2 or Moto3, one of those two?
Mostly Moto3.
Come on, you're the MotoGP man.
Moto3.
Moto3, there you go. I knew it was one of them. I definitely had a ping on Facebook and went, "You won't believe this." So I looked at it and went, "No, you're right, I don't." It's pretty dramatic, fair enough.
Exactly.
Okay, you were right. I don't believe it. Right, green flag in the air. Pit bike stock 140, race 2, Group B. Let's race for the last time in 2019. 1 year ahead. 1 year ahead. O2 is out in front. That is Adrian Talent into the first corner. No problem at all as they charge their way through. So this is going to be an interesting starting battle. Brian Betton and Simon Patterson up towards the front end of the field, but that is definitely out in front. The O2, I think it is. So an interesting battle up at the sharp end of the field as the riders get their way through early doors. That is the 2 that leads the way, isn't it? That is Adrian Talent. So running out in front as into the first. Oh, no, sorry, that's the O2. Now, the O2 is different to the 2 of Adrian Talent. So Adrian Talent is in there in the mix. I think that's him going through the shot now, the number 2. But the O2 out in front, we saw him earlier on.
Yeah, no, I can't see an O2 on my timing screen, so we'll wait until he's crossed the line.
We definitely saw the O2 bike earlier on. I just can't remember who it is.
Yeah.
But we definitely saw one.
We did.
Earlier on today, it would have been in the A group, I'm fairly sure. But it's Patterson in second, that's for certain. Gaz Pearson in third from Brown, Betton, Cockfield and Merrin. Oh, and that's one rider not going any further. 53. That is the 53, sadly.
Dan Merrin.
Dan Merrin, unfortunately, ending his race by pushing his bike home. And that's definitely not gone well for him. And that's not what we wanted to see. But out in front, the battle still raging as Patterson and Pearson are trying desperately to close down the gap. Still battling away up at the sharp end of the field. But it is the O2 that is trying to charge after. At the moment, it is just TX131176. That doesn't tell us much.
It doesn't tell us much. Well, it tells us that it's got a TXP on his car.
Very true. Patterson.
Bike.
Yes, certainly not on the car. Pearson making the move side by side. Down the straight from Patterson. Those two dueling into the first corner. And Patterson's just going to hang on in front of Gaz Pearson. Pearson was fractionally in front at the line. But it definitely shakes things out in the closing stages of this season as Patterson does hang on in front of Gaz Pearson. Danny Brown is there in fourth from Brian Betton, then Max Bartle, Cockfield, Merrin, Rowland and Lawrence Childs in front of Adrian Talon and John Clements, then Ian Gamble and Kevin Johnson. Brandon Johnson has not gone any further, and of course we've also lost the 53 as we mentioned, which is Dan Merrin. Yep,
definitely, and you can see there damage on the front of the 200. He's missing half of the front of the bike, and there's a lunge down the inside there of the 02.
That's for the lead.
It is for the lead, and it's Patterson taking the lead there into the penultimate corner, and I think also that the 723 has followed through.
Into second place indeed. So the lead has gone down from first to third. Still showing up on our screens as TX131176.
Bit of a tongue twister.
That is a bit of a tongue twister. But in third position, the O2. I need to remind myself who this is. Where did they finish in the A group earlier on? Because they were definitely out earlier on.
Let me find out.
We'll double check because I know I've seen that bike before today, and there's going to be people at home shouting, "You idiot, why don't you just say who it is?" Because we know who it is, you don't. And surely somebody is going to inform me by wire. But before then, I'd quite like to figure out who it is. But it's the O2 in third position now. Simon Patterson is definitely race leader. Gaz Pearson in second. Danny Brown is up to fourth position at the moment. It's Stephen Tempest. Stephen Tempest. Well done for finding out. It is Stephen Tempest. I knew I'd seen him before. Stephen Tempest was the early leader. But Simon Patterson and Gaz Pearson are now fighting for, well, it was for second. Now they're fighting for the lead. And it's Stephen Tempest in third place from Brown, Betton, Bartle and Cockfield, with Andy Merrin in front of Dean Rowland and Lawrence Charles. Up the inside, Gaz Pearson tries again, and this time he's got him. So Gaz Pearson's through. Patterson's got a problem.
Yeah, I think Patterson does have a problem. He slowed right down. He's got back up to speed now, but it's, yeah, you could see him run right. I saw a hand go up in the air as well. Maybe he wasn't happy with the overtake itself. I didn't quite see it. I wasn't actually looking at the main screen. But, yeah, I think, yeah, he could have had a problem there. Oh, really wobbly there. I think maybe he's leaking something out the bike. I'm not sure. The back of that wheel's really stepping out.
Something doesn't quite look right to me.
It doesn't, does it?
Let's watch again how he lost the lead. So he comes through. Yeah, the bike's twitching and he's gone out wide. He comes through alongside. Yeah, the bike just drifts. The bike just drifts. He almost falls, in fact.
Yeah, like he had no traction on the rear wheels whatsoever. And then you see the next couple of corners, the back steps out again and almost runs onto the grass. So, yeah, definitely something not happy with that bike. And, yeah, he's falling down the order.
Well, Gaz Pearson is your race leader. Patterson is still there in second position. He's falling into the clutches of Tempest and Brown, but they haven't got past him yet. There's your leader, Gaz Pearson, who leads the race. Cracking shots again from the drone overlooking this beautiful Tattershall circuit. But out in front, it is Gaz Pearson, who has very much taken a bit of a stranglehold on this race, as he now has a decent lead over Patterson. It's up to 2.3 seconds. There is Gaz Pearson, leading very nicely out of the final turn and over the start-finish straight once again. So far, so good. Over the little bump there on the main straight. A very tricky thing to negotiate in tricky conditions on a bike. But Gaz Pearson, so far, so good, as he continues to hold the lead.
Yeah, the gap that last time around was 2.3 seconds. He crossed the line this time. He's opened that gap to 3.4 seconds. So it just shows the pace that he's got at the moment. Stephen Tempest, Stephen Tempest, Simon Patterson here, second place in the 200. Still under pressure from Danny Brown on the 928. He's managed to close that gap up now into this infield section. Bit of a backmarker situation approaching. Looks like the three.
It's Kevin Johnson.
Is it Kevin Johnson?
I think it's the 22 of Kevin Johnson.
I think you could be right.
So Patterson storms by, but Tempest doesn't yet. So that's definitely given Patterson a bit of a breather. Now Tempest, hang on, is that the 64?
It looked like the 64, didn't it? I don't
Across
see
the
it.
line.
I don't see a 64.
Oh, it's Danny Brown.
It
Danny
is
Brown's
Danny Brown.
changed bikes. That's what it is. So Danny Brown is there in third position now, having got past Stephen Tempest. He's absolutely romping around the circuit. 51.90 from him.
Yep.
As he tries to get the move done on Patterson. And he runs a little bit wide in the process. But Danny Brown wants to end his season on a high note. And he's charging after Simon Patterson. Caution to the winds. They always say, don't they, you're only as good as your last race. And if this is the last race of the season, which it is, then obviously everybody wants to be at the top end as they bow out of the season. But Danny Brown is giving it lots of welly on Simon Patterson at the moment to try and find a way around the outside, then tucks back in for the inside, trying to get the switch back on the throttle, trying to outfox him on the power. This is a great little dynamic run from Danny Brown. Can he get him?
I reckon he's going to have him. So
this is Bartle. This is Bartle on Tempest, in fact. So those two are battling for second, and we've also got a battle between Tempest and Bartle for fourth. So those two are battling for second place. That's Simon Patterson and Danny Brown. Those two are battling for fourth place. So that we've got two battles in the same bit of racetrack very nearly. There's the battle for second. That's Patterson and
Brown.
Danny Brown. And then a few bike lengths back, you can see those two battling for position again. That's Danny Brown, Stephen Tempest even, and Max Bartle. And they were dueling over fourth place. But it looks to me as though one of them has got past T'other and started to pull away. It's Max Bartle. So yet again, Max Bartle is on the comeback charge, and he's up to fourth place. Remember how quickly he caught them up last time? He's going to do it again here. He's up to fourth position already.
It's very true. And again, as these guys try to squeeze themselves through some of the back markers there, gap slightly opens up again from Patterson and Brown. As they cross the line, it's still closer than it can be. And as he looks to the inside, can't quite do anything here. Both have to go to the inside to avoid Ian Gamble on the 47. They managed to get past, though, quite quickly as they threw turn two, very fast turn two, into the sweeping turn three, giving it the flip-flop there and going back. And I think someone's hit the deck pretty hard in the middle of the track, and it is. Someone has hit the deck.
Now, that's not a good position for the bike to go down because that's very much in the path of oncoming traffic. Now, who is it that's gone down? That's the thing. I want to say
it's the race leader.
It's the leader. It's Pearson.
Pearson's
Gaz
gone
Pearson.
down.
That is a big shot. Gaz Pearson, the race leader, went down.
Oh,
wow. Dear. I wonder if any of our cameras picked it up initially to be able to see it again. I'm not sure we did. That is absolutely catastrophic. So now the battle we're watching is for the race lead. It's Danny Brown getting on the inside of Patterson. No, it's not. Patterson comes around the outside. Now we've got a duel on our hands with 2 laps to go as Gaz Pearson drops it. He's out.
Yeah, massive shame for Pearson. I just saw it on one of the smaller cameras on our multi-screen here, and I wasn't thinking it was live. I thought it was a replay from earlier on, and I was a bit concerned. And then I looked out the window, I see a bike on the floor, and yeah, it's Pearson.
Wow.
So massive, massive shame for Gaz Pearson out there, dropping down the order and out of the race. Huge shame, but it's penultimate lap time, and the battle now is between Danny Brown and Simon Patterson. Danny Brown crossed the line in first the last time around, but I don't think he actually is leading. I think it is still Patterson there. You can see it there. I think it was just alongside enough to cross the timing beam first. You can see here, again, as they enter the last lap, he knows it's last lap time, under braking. Can he do it here? No, he can't. He has to give it back.
And watch out for the man in third place trying to charge after both of them. Max Bartel knows that with the leader having gone down, Gaz Pearson, this is the fight for victory, and any one of these three riders could get it. Patterson in front of Brown and Bartel. They've left Stephen Tempest in the dust, 6 seconds back, and now Danny Brown having to go defensive as Bartel. Was that Bartel taking the position?
I don't think so, no.
Not quite.
Bartel looked to the outside, and Pearson thought better of it and pushed him out wide. Sorry, Brown thought better of it, pushed him out wide, and he didn't manage to get the position. Or has he?
But this is going to be a tough fight. Is that Bartel in second place now? I think it is, you know.
I think it is.
That is Bartel. Yes, he has got through to second. So he's got one last chance. And they've got traffic in front of them to negotiate. This is going to be tight to the line for second position. I think Patterson's just going to have it. Patterson wins it, and he's absolutely elated. Bartel in second, Brown in third. 0.3 of a second between all three of them as they cross the line. And Simon Patterson grabs the victory. That is how you go wheel to wheel down the main straight without crashing in Group B.
Well, I think we've got a replay of actually the overtake here for second place into the second hairpin.
Right, okay, let's watch from the drone.
So you can see there, Bartel in third, goes to the inside.
Yeah, there he goes, he charges.
So he charges down the inside. Now, I thought that was the other way around. I thought Bartel had gone to the outside, but no, it was an absolute textbook dive down the inside.
Legitimate move for second place there, no problem at all for Bartel.
Yeah.
But the crucial one was then over the line. Here they came. Oh, well, this is the riders coming through. But, yes, what a performance there from Bartel to charge back to second place. One more lap. And I think we might have had a very different result there, you know, because Bartel was absolutely romping behind Simon Patterson all the way through that race, trying to charge back. But Patterson, very rightfully and very deservedly, grabbing the victory. And that was a very justifiable result. He really deserved that victory after a good battle. Gaz Pearson, what a shame, though, dropping it from the lead. You don't see that too often.
No, and of course, we weren't watching him because he was so far ahead, and we were like,
absolutely.
Yeah, he's got this in the bag. But then it just shows you the pressure that's on a rider, even if they're so far ahead. It just shows the amount of pressure that they have got to try and hold on to
He was in traffic as well, which didn't help. He was just trying to cut his way through one by one and maybe just got distracted. I don't know what it was, but, yeah, he just dropped it. So a very dramatic end there. But the last race of the day, the last race of the weekend, and the last race of the season. Pit Bike Stock 140, Group A, Race 2. So here we go for the last time this season. And with Pit Bike Stock 140, the second race of the weekend in Group A, not only do we have a great battle, we also have a title showdown, and it's Ryan Tyres versus Ben Lord. They came into this race weekend with 18 points between them on dropped scores.
Yep.
Then it was Ryan Tyres who got the victory in race 1. Ben Lord could only finish 4th. If that happens again, Ryan Tyres is going to snatch this title by just 2 points.
Yep, it's going to be incredibly close, and we're just going to have to keep an eye on it. I'm going to let you do the maths on this one to know who they are, because I am terrible at maths.
Well, the way I've worked it out is basically if Ryan Tyres wins this race, Ben Lord has got to be second to secure it. After that, if he finishes third, they are tied, and it goes to count back. If he finishes 4th, Tyres gets the title by 2 points. And that's including dropped scores, folks. That's the way I work it out. Now, you can't go for me as the ultimate authority on this, but that's the way I interpret it with mathematics. So the green flag is in the air. It's up to Ben Lord now. Top 2 would secure the title, but Ryan Tyres has got to win. Here we go. The last race of the season and the title decider in the Pit Bike Stock 140s. In through the first hairpin. The riders are already very closely matched as they come through out of the right-hander, in through the long flowing left, and out in front. It is a very close battle, but it's going to be a tight one all the way through this race. Ben Klukas has not got the best of starts by the look of it, and he is already on the back foot as the riders charge their way through on the opening lap. And there's a couple of tippy toes in the braking zone as riders are just trying to keep themselves in the game. But out in front, Ryan Tyres has got the lead he needs. Ben Klukas, I count him in 4th, or is that even 5th position? He needs to make progress.
You can see there Ben Lord as well. He's there in, I think, 3rd place at the moment. So He's in an ideal position, but he needs to gain a couple more to try and get that moment. At the moment, like you say, he's in third position. This is what, of course, Ryan Tyers needs, doesn't he? If Ben is in third place, he's going to lose this one, isn't he?
Well, if Ryan Tyers is first and Ben Lord is third, then as far as I mathematically work it out, they are dead level for points. And then it would go to count back as to how many race wins they've had over the course of the season. So that's going to be critical. I think on dropped scores, they're going to be dead level on points if it finishes like this. Now, I'm not sure who would get the title in that circumstance. So this is a critical race now. And for Richard Holmes-Williams, he is chasing Ryan Tyers. He could be the catalyst for who wins this title because he is giving a massive amount of pressure early on to Ryan Tyers. If he can get through and snatch a victory. Look, Tyers is moving across again. He's doing his showboating trick. Holmes-Williams comes across the line and takes past. Ryan, you do not want to be showboating when there's a title on the line.
Maybe he's not worked out the maths, or maybe he's worked out the maths on a calculator and he's got it right and he knows that he can't.
Well, maybe he just feels, well, I can beat Richard Holmes-Williams. It's not a problem, so I'm going to win this race whatever happens. And he must think after that point, well, whatever happens, look, he charges back through, takes the place back from Richard Holmes-Williams. He must feel that, well, whatever happens, I'm going to win the race. He must have already worked that out. A little bit egocentric of him, but he may well have worked that out. And if he figures out, well, if I win the race, that's the maximum I can do. I can't do anything else. So I'm just going to play around with this, have some fun. But in third place, Ben Lord is obviously the man who's got to beat him in the title fight. Now, if he plays with Richard Holmes-Williams, it doesn't matter.
Yep.
So he must be just enjoying the fact that, well, the first two of us are out in front, and that's not my rival, so I can play with him until the cows come home. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly that. And at the moment, like I say, leading the way, seems to have broken away quite a bit now, so he's not playing around anymore now. It seems like he's pulled the pin, even this earlier on into the race, and has started to pull a gap. But of course, Ben Lord is still there in P3 at the moment, and of course that would mean a dead heat. So we would have to see where Ben Lord comes into this battle, and at the moment we can't quite see him in shot. He's that far back. They're that far back already.
Well, how many race wins has Ryan Tyers had through the course of the season? It's at least 5. So I'm trying to do the math and work out how many Ben Lord has had. I don't think it's as many. He certainly got the double last time out at Three Sisters. But I have a feeling that if it were to be a dead heat in the points, Tyers would get it on countback. Yeah. So a victory would be perfect. With Holmes-Williams in second, that is his fairy tale scenario. So no wonder he's been a little bit showboaty.
I think you could be right, yeah. So, no, anything, of course, could happen on this one. And he clearly knows that he's quick around this circuit. I do remember the last time we were here, he was absolutely flying around the track. And, yeah, he did have a cracking round the last time we were here.
Because, of course, Ryan Tyers missed a round, didn't he? But he's still been incredibly good at winning races, despite the fact he missed that round.
Yeah.
I think the only round he's not won at was round 8. He didn't take a victory then.
No, he didn't, no. So, yeah, it's always been one of those. And like I say, I mean, he's had a cracking season so far, you know, trying to get as many points as he can. Round 6 and round 7 were maximum point scoring rounds as well. And, you know, it's been ideal all the way through the championship. And you can just see, as he's going around the track, just seems absolutely seamless, as we've got a group of 4 riders just coming out the final corner now.
The Lord family are chanting and cheering and shouting for all they're worth to try and will Ben Lord up the order. In fact, Ben Lord has actually fallen to 4th place. He's fallen behind Ben Klukas. That really does seal it for Ryan Tyers if it stays like that. So it looks to me as though Ryan Tyers, if he stays where he is and Ben Lord can't beat Ben Klukas, then it's all over. Bar the shouting, it's all done essentially. If Ben Lord can't finish higher than 4th, then it's Ryan Tyers who's going to clinch this title by 2 points.
Yep, you could be right there, and I'm not sure where they are on circuit. They're crossing the line now, actually. Yeah, they've just gone past us into towards turn 1. And, of course, this is going to be the deciding moment. Ben Lord is right behind Ben Klukas at the moment, so it's not like they're far behind. There is nothing between them, a couple of tenths of a second. But as you see here, crossing the line now,
that's
we're
the
looking
battle.
at the...
this is the last place battle, essentially. It's 13th. It's Smith, James Dean, Suter and Woodward having an amazing scrap for 13th place.
Yep.
The last 4 riders shows you that it doesn't matter just where you are on the circuit. You'll always have a terrific battle. So they continue to duel away. But this is going to be quite a nail-biting end to the season, and it's very fitting, actually, that the last race of the season is a championship showdown that goes down to the wire. It's absolutely fantastic. But so far, Ryan Tyres has done enough. And now Lord is down to 5th position behind Zach Shelton.
No.
Well, that is going to seal it for Ryan Tyres out front, and I think Ryan's already worked that one out. Lord has got some kind of a problem. The bike is not at the same speed it's used to being. Even Mick Lord is struggling now as well. He's lost ground to Chase Collymore. So Collymore up into 6th position. Shelton up to 4th as well. Ben Lord down to 5th. And that means that Ryan Tyres is going to steal a 2nd title this year.
Potentially so. And of course, when you can see them racing out here, you see how happy how Ryan Tyres is as he's going around this circuit. Makes you feel that, yeah, he knows this, and he knows, even though he can probably looking over the circuit and seeing where Ben Lord is, and yeah, around the circuit. But it's no, it's absolutely nail-biting stuff between these two. And there is the shot of Ben Lord going into hairpin 1, and there's Chase Collymore just behind as well. So yeah, even Chase is catching up now as well.
He's doing his best, Ben Lord, but the bike just doesn't seem to have the normal rhythm.
Yeah.
We're going to look back, and we'll see we'll see the race leader very shortly. The 55, Ryan Tyres. There's the queue of riders battling for 13th. Smith, James Dean, Suter and Woodward. But behind them, there is the race leader. That is the 55 of Ryan Tyres. And he is absolutely romping away out front. And this is going to be his title. He's done an absolutely amazing job. It's come all the way down to the final end of the season. But he's had to work for it. He's really had to dig deep. He came into this season finale in 2nd place in the Riders' title. He was never going to be easily beaten, but he had to get the work done. As Zach Shelton now gets past Ben Klukas for 3rd position. But for Ryan Tyres, it looks like with 2.5 laps to go, this is his title, and he's won it his way.
Yep, it's been a very long 2019. I remember the first round very well at Clay Pigeon, the disastrous weather that we had, and yeah, I can just picture the races now as they were battling through and taking the wins there, and almost racing the same as how they're racing now. You know, it's a sort of similar circuit this to Clay Pigeon. It's quite narrow, it's quite fast, there's some hairpins in it as well. And you can just see him now racing. It's been a fantastic season for him, and yeah, I think it's fully deserved a win for this race and previous races on as well. So, but a huge congratulations to all of them, as there's a big group of riders here. As Ryan Tyres sliding his way
Ryan.
through. You know, you've got to be careful through this, haven't you? You know, I know you're quick, but you know these guys might not notice you, and you could end up almost throwing it away.
Ryan, don't drop this now, mate. Don't drop this now. Not when you're leading. Not when you're leading the race and the title fight. Oh, Ryan Tyres definitely doesn't do things by halves, and he doesn't do it easily.
No, there we go. He's got through, though. Only just. It was enjoyable.
Thanks very much, guys. Thank you. And you didn't rob me a title. Thank you.
No, I think he enjoyed that more than anything. We didn't enjoy that. I was on the edge of my seat.
Yeah,
but,
absolutely.
Yeah. No, it's no cracking stuff. And he's on the last lap now as well. And, of course, this is going to be the important one. This is it for 2019 of the British Minibike Championships of all races. It's the final race. It's the final lap. And Ryan Tyres has been leading it all the way. It's been an incredible season, and he knows it as well, with his head nodding up and down. And, yeah, being throughout it as well, it's been a fantastic one. And here he comes round the final couple of corners. Penultimate corner for him as he negotiates it through. Here it is. I'm sure we're going to see an outstanding wheelie as he crosses the line. He slows right down, the hands up in the air as he takes the win, leans over the wall, and that is 2019 in the bag for Ryan Tyres and the rest of the field, and of course the rest of the paddock here at British Mini Bikes. It's been an amazing season, and there's an amazing wheelie there from himself as the rest of the field cross through. And of course, Richard Holmes-Williams takes 2nd place, Zach Shelton taking 3rd, Ben Klukas 4th, and Chase Collymore, the young rider, crossing the line in 5th place. Ben Lord crossing 6th overall, with Mick Lord just behind him in 7th place. Scott McGibbon, then it's John Buckle, and then, of course, Sebastian Barron will cross the line P10. But what a season 2019 has been.
Fantastic work from Ryan Tyres, and the victory absolutely nailed to the mast after a great year. He came through this weekend 2nd in the standings, but he emerges as, for the 2nd time this weekend, a 2019 BMB champion. Really good stuff. It's been nice to top and tail the season, actually. Unfortunately, my commitments have not really been able to permit me to do a full campaign. But it's been great to see how the season began and how it has concluded in fantastic style. And I have to say, it's been a really nice way to round out the British Minibike season in 2019. Obviously, all of the BMB team are going to invite everybody to the end-of-year dinner on the 9th of November 2019, which is at the Holiday Inn Hotel in Peterborough. And it's going to be great to see how everybody will round off a brilliant season. And, of course, that will be the night that launches the 2020 season, Anthony,
yes,
which, of course, you are looking forward to with much relish.
Well, yes, definitely so. It's I have been able to commit to this championship all the way through the year. I've been here for every single round, and I have to say it's been an absolutely fantastic season. I've thoroughly enjoyed it with the commentary team, the production team here at Alpha Live as well. And a massive thanks to, of course, the entire paddock for providing such excellent racing throughout the season at all these different race circuits all the way throughout the UK. I have to say my probably most favourite round so far this year definitely I think has to go to Tattershall circuit. I think it was the hottest round that we saw. The commentary box wasn't the best, but it was a definite greenhouse in that one. I was absolutely roasting, but a huge congratulations to all the riders who have taken part this year. It's, like I say, a fantastic season, and it is going to be a goodbye from us here at Tattershall Circuit for 2019. We shall hopefully see you in 2020, but it's been a fantastic one. From myself, Anthony Jordan, and Jake Sanson here at Tattershall Circuit for British Minibikes 2019, it's goodbye.